I got parole for 2 years. I didn't think it would be a big deal since I was working.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Hello, friends, and welcome back to ReddX, your source for the freshest daily cringe content anywhere on the internet. Promise, swearsies, it's just a fact, and it's totally science. Go ahead and look it up if you want. I can't live your life for you. Today, we're jumping back into r/ stories about Kevin. I really do like Kevins. They big dumb, all right? Other people seem to like it too. They give me a laugh. They're relatively harmless, at least most of the time. The last Kevin we had was pretty cringy. This one remains to be seen, but it does remind me of Chris Trucker, which is why I wanted to shove it in here. It will be our first series that I believe is not a Neckbeard series, which should be interesting. This is the Kevin in a Big Rig series, which has 9 parts. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna divide it up, but we'll get it figured. Don't you worry about that none too much. I'd also like to mention Ramtide's GoFundMe down in the description as usual, if you can afford to donate. If you can't, that's okay. I just wanted to let you know that it exists. With all that stuff said, let's go ahead. We'll get some plugs and disclaimers out of the way, and then we will dive right into some of this r/ stories about Kevin a cringe. Kevin violates parole. Well, how did Kevin get on parole in the first place? I got a lot of questions about this, all right? I'm gonna need some hard answers. A few years ago, I was a driver trainer for a large trucking company. Hey, User Strongbad Jr., did you perhaps change your username to user Mommy Honker Donkers? Because there are already a lot of parallels. I guess really it's just the same job, but I have to wonder if we're still talking about Chris Trucker. Did Chris Trucker devolve from a Kevin into a neckbeard? I'm quite curious about the devolution. Maybe I'm drawing lines that aren't there, but I really feel like this, all right? So yes, basically my job was to take newly minted truck drivers and teach them how to handle themselves in the real world. God, you're training them. It's kind of like trucker beard too. This is wild. There's so many beards out on the road. How is this happening? We need to clean up our highways, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it was easy. Other times it was like teaching a fucking fish to play tennis. Just gotta sit him down, you know, drop some hard facts on him like, look, bro, maybe you aren't cut out for this job. Maybe. One of my students, the Kevin of this story, was so dense that he made a lead brick seem like a feather pillow. Maybe you should replace his feather pillow with the lead brick. Knock some sense into him. You get me? Not because of his driving, but because he almost got himself and me arrested. Here is the story. He's carrying around meth or something. It's probably way more stupid than just a drug stop. Knowing all that we know about Kevin's probably turned into one of those Maliberty. You can't impede my whatever freedom to travel, something like that. You ever seen those guys open carrying a rifle? The Patriot guys. Oh God. Those are Kevins of a different color, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe that's exactly what we've got today. We'll read on and we'll see. Kevin was on my truck for about 3 weeks. He wasn't the worst student that I had. Another Kevin has that honor, but yeah, he was far from the best. If you ain't first, you're last.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it before you bake it!
At week 2, we ended up stuck in Salt Lake City, Utah, after delivering a load. Giggity.
All right.
It was a slow time of year, and SLC had always been a sparse area for outgoing loads. Not gonna giggity a second time. So I expected to have to wait to leave out. Not really a big deal. I needed the downtime. Did you walk around with a waifu pillow looking for meth? I know that's This is the same. Why is it so similar? Kevin, from out of nowhere, started to seem anxious about something. When I asked him why he's so tense, he tells me that he needs to get his license changed from his home state. He lived in Louisiana, but his license was from Iowa. The company used a loophole in Iowa state law by granting temporary residency to students to get them a license. After the license was issued, they had 30 days to get it switched to their home state. Not a major issue since management knew the drill and would get us to the student's home state in plenty of time. Is it shiesty what this company is doing? Does it seem like a little bit sussy to anybody else? I don't like the idea of a loophole in state law being used by a massive company. What would it require if they weren't using this loophole? Would they be losing like a few dollars or something like that? Probably so. That's why they do it this way, right? It seems to me like Kevin is worrying about it ahead of the time that it needs to be worried about, but it's better than just Kevining it and being like, yeah, whatever. It's probably not even gonna be that big a deal, you guys. And then you go to jail. Oh, that's probably how they go to jail. All right, I'm piecing it together now. Slowly but surely. Am I a Kevin? Anyways, dude, Kevin asked, when can we go to Louisiana? I need to get my license changed. He asked this every day for a week, but it wasn't until we were stuck in Salt Lake City that this really seemed to bug him. Is he past the 30 days already? I'm glad that he is freaking out a little bit. Maybe he should be freaking out a little bit, but I don't think it's necessarily OP's problem. He's waiting for OP to drive him to Louisiana. Mommy, can we go? No, bitch. What do you want from me? Get a $40 plane ticket, fly from Utah to Louisiana. It's really not that difficult. OP just says, look, I've told dispatch that you need to get home. They'll work it out. Just relax. Kevin, however, did not relax. Wow, he's pretty uptight for a Kevin, isn't he? After 3 days, we finally got to leave Salt Lake City, bound for Chicago. It takes a few days, and the entire trip, I can tell that he is just getting more and more nervous. Eventually, he can't talk about anything else except how he needs to get home. He was getting pretty annoying. At least he wasn't talking about Mikasa, his waifu, who's going to settle down and start a happy home with him or something like that. The license thing seems pretty legit considering how often you guys are driving around. I just want to know why he's freaking out about it so much, but I'm sure we'll find out sooner than later. So we make our delivery in Chicago and get another one going to Laredo, Texas. Normally, we would have gone through Houston, Texas, but all this happened during those massive floods, and I knew going that way would be a bad idea. Oh, come on, the cargo can float. Just back the truck up to the river and let your cargo go. Like Jesus floating down the Nile or something like that. Was that Jesus? I don't think it was. Was it Moses? Twitch chat confirms that it's Moses. Thank God. I've got somebody else to do my fact checking now. You guys just wait. Your paychecks is in the mail. If you'd like to come through and join us on Twitch chat, hey, why don't you stop by twitch.tv/DaytonDoes any day at 1 a.m. Eastern time. Yes, it's late, but it's worth it. So they say. Anyways, fortunately, I did find a way that would avoid the flooding and get Kevin to his hometown. Better still, we would have enough time for him to get a ride to the DMV, get his license changed, and still make the delivery in plenty of time. That's a win and a win and a win stacked on a win. And Kevin finally seemed relieved. You should really ask him about what's going on. Why is he so tensed up about this? It seems like something that you need to know about. I don't know if I would really want to delve into it with a Kevin, because he probably wouldn't be able to explain himself properly. But at least, try and let me know what's going on. So we get to Kevin's hometown on a Sunday afternoon. As he gets ready to leave, I tell him, first thing in the morning, get your ass to the DMV. Get your license taken care of and get back here pronto so we can get going. He says, okay, and leaves with his girlfriend while I enjoy some time to myself. His girlfriend? Was it a waifu pillow? I need you to confirm or deny. Who's driving the car? Waifu pillow's driving the car. How could that be? The next morning, I give Kevin until 10 a.m. before I start getting impatient. Bro, you think you could get through the DMV that fast? Maybe. It's Louisiana. I know California DMV, that is an all-day affair unless you have an appointment. Don't ever do it without an appointment. Jesus Christ. I texted him asking where he was and got no reply. I text again and again, no answer. Ooh, you getting ghosted. Fucking leave him. Whatever. Then I call him. No answer. So I tell dispatch, who's asking me when we'll get moving, that Kevin has disappeared. He's looking for them lot lizards. He's trying to drop off a load of his own. He was supposed to get his license changed over, but I haven't heard from him all day. Dispatch tries to call him, and they don't have any better luck. Apparently, Kevin has just disappeared. Honestly, not my problem. Hey, guess what? You're fired. Goodbye. Like, why are we gonna chase him all around town? At this point, you're fucking with everybody's paycheck, all right? You're out. That's it. By late afternoon, I start getting the feeling that this little shit's bailed on me and completely wasted my time. This was a common occurrence for new drivers. Like I said, why invest any more time trying to chase this idiot down? I tell dispatch that I'll give him until the morning to reach out. If he doesn't, I'll continue to Laredo on my own. There was still plenty of time, and dispatch agreed. Oh, maybe he didn't bail. Maybe he got picked up. I think I'm putting the pieces together again. See, a Kevin wouldn't put the pieces together. So confirmed, I'm totally not a Kevin. Totally. A little bit of a neckbeard, though. Sometimes. Morning came, and Kevin was still AWOL, and I was just out of patience. I sent him one more text telling him that I'm leaving without him, and I head out. I drive for several hours before taking a mandatory break, and I check my messages. To my surprise, Kevin reached out. Oh, God. Come back and get me. No, bitch. It's over. Hey, man. My parole officer found out I took a driving job and was pissed that I left Louisiana. You're on parole, Kevin? I guess I forgot about the title a little bit. Kevin violates parole. What does parole say? You're not supposed to leave the state. This dude took a fucking trucking job. That is so rich, creamy, and delicious. Oh, what an idiot. Jesus Christ. She told me to get back as soon as possible, or she would have me listed as a fugitive. Oh, God. I called her yesterday, but she was out of town and told me to wait till she gets back on Wednesday. This is the most Kevinly thing I think I've ever seen. What the fuck? Oh, you're killing me. I didn't Leave it to Kevin, bro. Jesus. OP is just completely shocked. PO? As in parole officer. Kevin, are you telling me that you're on parole and leaving the state without permission? Yeah, I was in jail for selling dope. I got parole for 2 years. I didn't think it would be a big deal since I was working.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Oh God. Why didn't you think it would be a big deal? They told you not to leave the state, right? Kevin, you going back to jail. Parole officer's gonna show up on Wednesday, clap those cuffs on, and you fucking out of here. And then he's waiting around for her to come back. At this point, you're a fugitive. Fucking run. Oh, God. Pick a job that doesn't require you to leave the state. Almost any other job. But no, he wanted to be a trucker or an airline steward or whatever they call it these days. Oh, I'm still dying. Like, this is too funny. Oh, so OP says, dude, you violated your parole. You will be lucky if you don't end up back in jail. He's going to jail for sure. Well, my PO said she wants to talk about it on Wednesday. All right, dude, best of luck. Don't call me again. OP says, yeah, I imagine so. You better get in touch with dispatch and let them know so they can try and work something out. I ended that hellish conversation and just continued on to Laredo. I delivered the load, giggity, and picked up another, giggity, headed to Atlanta, Georgia. At least you're solo. Thank God for that. I think Chris Trucker should be on parole. How about that? Thursday, I called Kevin to find out what the deal was. He told me that his parole officer gave him the okay to keep on working. Well, shit, that's actually pretty cool of him. All right, you probably should have let them know in advance. I don't think Kevin even realizes how lucky he is to not be in jail right now. If you got a hard-ass parole officer, yeah, back behind bars, no time flat. So, I assume you have some kind of official document that says that, I tell him. No, she didn't give me one. Oh, you're lying. That was pretty easy to piece together, too. Then you better get a document, because there's no way in hell I'm leaving the state with you unless I have something from the state saying that it is okay. Why? Do I need to spell this out for you? I don't understand how you can be this thick. Because, dumbass, if I carry you across state lines knowing that you're violating parole, that makes me an accessory to a felony. And I'm not going to jail for your fucking stupidity. Oh, okay. I'll ask her. God damn it. Is his head just completely vacant? Oh, okay. Like you didn't figure this out for yourself? Come on, dude. Try a little bit harder. All right. Before we get the big reveal, what do you guys think? Is he lying? Did the parole officer actually give the okay? Let me know in the comments. As far as my estimation, I think he's gonna come back with a freaking napkin written in crayon. It's just gonna say, "Hi, my name is parole officer. It's okay for Kevin to keep working. Bye." And nobody gonna fall for that. I tell Kevin when and where to meet me. I also tell him that if he disappears again, I'm not coming back to get him. And he says that he understands. I don't think Kevin ever understands anything. I get to the location where I said I would, and he is nowhere to be seen. I text, no answer. Bro, you getting played, OP. How are you not enraged at this point? God damn it. By this point, my patience for this clown is just completely gone. I tell dispatch that I don't trust this guy's words, and I'm not taking a chance on him lying to me. So I head out again and go for Atlanta. And Kevin does reach out 6 hours later and wants to know if I'll come back for him. 6 out. We're 6 hours out, bro. You think I'm gonna spend another half of the day coming to get your stupid ass? No, no, figure it out. You want to meet me in Laredo? Okay, I guess. But I'm not turning around. I tell Kevin that he's lied 3 times and acted so shady that I can't trust him to do the right thing. If he wants to finish his training, he can sort something out with management, because there is not a chance in hell that he will see me ever again. Yeah, that's the right way to go, OP. It is over beyond over. So, fast forward a few months. I find out from dispatch that Kevin's parole officer had not given him permission to leave the state again. Of course not. Why would they? You're on parole. God damn it, Kevin. You're going back to jail, for real. He is so determined to get his old cell back. Apparently, I made the right call by leaving him there. Fortunately, they weren't interested in prosecuting me. I have no idea what happened to Kevin, but I imagine that he did something else that was stupid and landed back in prison. As for me, I took a break from training after this whole debacle. This Kevin wasn't the only one that I had during my time as a trainer, and he definitely wasn't even the worst that I had. But for dragging me into his parole violation, he is firmly within the top 10. Top 10? Not top 5? Wow, bro. Maybe the trucking industry is far beardier than I thought. It is a mystery to me how this Kevin really thought he was going to get away with anything. That's how you know that he's going to end up back in jail. This is like some world's dumbest criminals type of stuff. I'm a little bit tempted to end the episode here, since this is one Kevin. Apparently part 2 is another Kevin, which is an interesting way to do things. But the Twitch chat has encouraged me to press on, press forward. So we're going to get one more story into this video today. Let's go ahead. We'll jump right into it. Kevin in the Big Rig, part 2. First day, first Kevin. Oh, everybody always remembers their first, don't they? Yeah, they do. First of all, a big thank you to everyone who upvoted and commented on my first post in the Stories About Kevin subreddit titled, Kevin Violates Parole. I can't begin to tell you how humbled and honored I am that people found the tales of an old truck driver interesting. It's one of the most interesting subgenre of tales, honestly. Apart from like first date fails, that's probably my favorite thing ever. But truck driver stuff, it's creeping up the list. As requested, I've decided to post several of these stories into a series. I've decided to call the series Kevin's in a Big Rig. And I hope y'all enjoy. If you haven't read Kevin Violates Parole, I will include that link below. And there's a link. Hey, look at that. And now for Kevin in a Big Rig part 2. First day, first Kevin, as we have established. Oh, I'm excited. Get your backpack on and your shoes tight. I hope I don't get in a fight. Where's my snack pack? Did your mommy pack your snack pack? Don't worry, it's gonna be a great first day, Kevin. You go make some friends. I'm sure he will. So the first Kevin I encountered when I became a truck driver was by far the absolute worst. Like I said, you always remember your first. To say that he was as dumb as a box of hammers would be insulting to the hammers. Even now, 6 years later, I can scarcely believe the majority of things that this guy did that ranged from, really, dude, to, oh my God, how can you be alive when you are so fucking dumb? Yeah, at least hammers serve a purpose. Let's not attack hammers. Kevin, what do? Ruin my driving experience is what they do. The worst part is that I had to share a truck with this guy for nearly 3 months, including trying to sleep with him driving an 80,000-pound vehicle without adult supervision. Who hired this guy? Who's doing the background checks over there? What is going on? Please keep all that in mind as the story progresses. When I met this Kevin, I'll refer to him as FK for First Kevin. Or, you know, fuckhead. FK. That's how we abbreviate it, right? I had just completed my 6-week training period with my driver trainer after receiving my CDL. Wait, so you did the training period and they threw you directly into training another person? That seems a little crazy. Or were you doing teamsies like the Chris Trucker? I really don't know how trucking works, but both of these seem fairly common, like standard practice, from what I've gleaned from the stories I've read. Anyways, the standard policy of the company was to pair 2 drivers who lived relatively close to one another so that both drivers could take home time at the same time. Oh my God. Does that mean in the Chris Trucker series that Chris lives close to OP? Ooh. Oh! We hadn't touched on that yet. Jesus. We typically stayed out on the road for weeks, sometimes months at a time, working constantly. Unfortunately for me, Fuck was the driver that lived closest to me at the time, who had no co-driver at the time. And at the time, I was very disappointed about it at the time. We can stop saying at the time. So I get paired with Fuck, and the first day I could feel just the stupid vibes pouring off of him. Yeah, sometimes you could tell when you first look somebody in the eyes and it's just vacant. I don't mean like the I did acid 1,000-yard stare. I mean vacant. Like looking at a really stupid dog and you're just like, God, there's just nothing going on in there, is there? I don't always bring it up. I don't always talk about it, but I've thought it a time or 10. I was born and raised in the southeastern US, and even to me, calling this guy white trash would be an understatement. He bragged about his family being in the KKK, but he accepted his driver trainer, who was black. Oh my God, dude. I really hate this Kevin already. That is like beyond stupid. We're not even having funny stupid time anymore. Now it's just like, I really would like somebody to hurt you, honestly. Do you guys want a quick side tangent, a little factoid? When I first came to the Philippines, I saw flags, red flags that had white lettering that said KKK on them. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Well, here across the other side of the world, it means something completely different, all right? This refers to the Katipunan revolutionaries that basically got rid of Spain in Japan. And they succeeded. They gained independence from Spain through a revolution back in the year 1892. And then, Japan rolled over during World War II. And America came over to help out against Japan. And now Filipinos and Americans, we best friends forever. The end. They still think KKK is a good thing, whereas Americans think it's a really horrible thing. Or no, it's a really horrible thing. We just have different meanings behind these letters. I thought that was really interesting. So if you ever come to the Philippines and you see that flag, it's not what you think it is, all right? It's fine. So yeah, Kevin's an idiot and a racist idiot at that. I guess that sort of goes without saying. I could just say racist and the idiot is implied. Anyways, being a new hire and bottom rung of the ladder, I just kind of shrugged all of that off. The first day, Fuck and I are pairing up, and we go to pick up a load, giggity, going to the LA area. Now, he thinks that because he has a whopping 2 weeks more driving experience than I do, that he should be the one to take the first shift. Because I don't trust you yet. Wow, half a month. Yeah, you're obviously the expert. What's so good about first shift? Why do people want it? I'd rather have the truck when it's already out on the open road and I could just press the gas and try not to hit anything, rather than driving through the city and shit. Miss me with that. Then again, I'm sort of lazy, in some ways. I should explain that this was not his personal truck. It was owned by the company, and Kevin was not a supervisor of any kind. I didn't really care, though. High five, OP. Not caring? Woo! Not caring crew. So I just rode shotgun for a little bit. As soon as Fuck starts driving, I am immediately grateful for the driver trainer that I had. This dude reminds me of my first time at CDL school when I would be in the truck with 4 other students and an instructor. Student truck drivers are notorious for being clumsy behind the wheel, but they tend to find their groove while out with the trainer. I'm sure it takes a lot of practice to drive a vehicle that big. There's a reason that I don't even want to drive a pickup truck. I'm used to tiny little cars. If I got behind the wheel of a big rig, yeah, I'm probably gonna hit something sooner rather than later. If I don't hit something, that's a victory. So yeah, Fuck, on the other hand, thought the bouncing gear changes and excessive revving and braking so hard that a simple 4-way stop feels like landing on a goddamn aircraft carrier. I wasn't very experienced, so I thought nothing about it for long. We get fuel at a nearby truck stop and head west. Once we're on the interstate, I noticed that Fuck keeps picking up a spiral-bound notebook, looking at something, and then putting it back down. This is where he keeps his hentai of Mikasa. Is this Chris Drucker? How about this one? How about the other one? He does this every few minutes for an hour before I ask what he's looking at. He gets a shit-eating grin on his face and hands it to me. It's the route the company sent us. You know, since we're company drivers, we have to follow the company route. Oh, is that how it works? I'm pretty sure they don't give a damn as long as you get there, but they're only paying you according to these miles, right? Is that how it works? Okay, so why do you keep looking at it? The next turnoff is at least 200 miles away. Yeah, but I keep forgetting. Oh, God. Just empty your mind. It shouldn't be hard. Put the name of the turnoff in the middle of your mind and just concentrate on it for a little bit. 200 miles, he's like, I have to remember it for the whole time. We're going to be driving down this stretch of road for 3 hours. Really, I would look at it, be like, it's 200 miles away. I'll look at it again in 3 hours. Time check. Okay, we're good to go. But apparently that is not Kevin logic. Kevin's like, I gotta keep looking at it. 200 miles, I might forget. Yeah, I assume you would. Note that this dude had perfectly good truck-specific GPS in the truck, and the route was already programmed in. You programmed the GPS, right? I ask. Just follow that. It's telling you the same thing as your notes. Yeah, I don't trust computers. Rise of the machines and whatnot. God damn. He mumbles something about how it's so important that we follow the company route, or we'd get written up, and he was gonna do everything just right. And blah, 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 blah. And I just sort of let it go. Yeah, see, when you're new on the job, you let a lot of stuff slide that you wouldn't once you get comfortable. You're like, I don't know how to react, so no response. Fine, whatever. So we're still going down the interstate, Fuck is driving, and religiously checking his precious notebook every 5 minutes. It's around rush hour, and we were in a large, fairly populated area. I started seeing signs of road construction and traffic is beginning to stack up. But he's looking at his notebook and is not slowing down. What do you say? Stop! No! Don't! Traffic is quickly becoming bumper to bumper, and fuck still hasn't seemed to notice. It's then that I see the issue. The 2 left lanes are closed due to construction. Dude is still driving in the center left lane of a 4-lane interstate, and the far left lane's already closed, and the center left, which again is the lane that we are currently in, is about to close in less than a mile. Fuck, still reading his notebook, drives right up to the point where the orange barrels mark the start of the lane closure. Dude, get over! Oh, maybe you should take a break. Maybe you should go in the back. Aren't you getting a little itchy? I'm sure he is. I'm just gonna have a lie down. Ignore the sounds of moaning Japanese girls on my phone. I'll try. Gotta buy boy some earpods. Dude, get over, I tell him, and instinctively check the passenger side mirror to check for traffic. It's then that I notice the other semi, hauling ass up on our right side. He looks up, sees the barrels, and no signal, no mirror check, just merges right.
I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I yell as the other truck blows past, raring down on the air horn. Wow, cool, we almost just died. Good job. I briefly glimpsed the other driver's face, and he is pissed. Not that I blame him. So what you get with Kevin's on the road, man. It's not a good look. Fuck looks sheepish and starts mumbling something about idiot drivers. Yeah, that's you. You're the idiot. But at the time, I'm still trying to keep from going into a full-on heart attack. I stay up front until we clear the construction zone and then climb back into the bunk to get some rest. Emphasis on try. Well, you know, if you scratch yourself a little bit first, you fall asleep real easy. No, don't do that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about by endlessly saying that they want to scratch themselves, then you gotta go watch Chris Trucker. That is some good stuff. I had to drive the night shift, and I knew better than to drive without sleep. His less than expert truck handling did not help matters. How did he get a pass in training is what I want to know. People are like, yeah, good enough, whatever. A few hours later, I wake up to the sound of air brakes releasing. I hear Fuck yelling that he's out of time to drive and I need to take over. Okay, I pull my boots on, sign in as the active driver to the truck's electronic log terminal, and settle into the driver's seat. It's at that point that I look through the windshield and see something odd. It's dark, of course, but in the headlights I see 2 white lines converging at an angle just ahead of the truck. I look to the left, and the dim reflection of emergency flashers light up the cat's eye reflectors as a white dashed center line between 2 solid white right-of-way boundary lines. It's pretty obvious that Fuck, in his lack of wisdom, has stopped the truck right at the merging point of a highway on-ramp and a major highway. Oh, I'm out of time. I'm just gonna stop right here in the middle of the on-ramp. Oh my God, Kevin. Where the hell are we? I demand. I don't know, but I ran out of hours, and this is the only place I could find. Jesus Christ, man. That was all bullshit, of course, because there was a rest area 10 miles before this, and that would have been a much better place to stop, obviously. Dude, do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Not to mention illegal. Well, I had to stop somewhere. Anyway, I gotta go pee. And he goes to get out of the truck. Is this real life, dude? Come on, Jesus. No, the fuck you don't, I say, pulling on the seatbelt, releasing the brakes, and putting the truck in gear. We are not staying here 1 second longer. Here, just pee off the on-ramp. It's fine. Probably nobody's gonna hit you. Probably. If they're paying attention in the middle of the night. God damn. It's never a good idea to stop on the on-ramp, okay? Taking a piss off the side of the on-ramp is somehow even worse. He is a confirmed Kevin through and through. So OP says, if you really have to piss, use a Coke bottle. We are out of here. Stick your dog out the window. I get the truck going, thanking God that there were no traffic or cops at the time, while Kevin is grumbling about having to pee into a bottle. I don't care, because I'm more concerned about not causing an accident, or even just getting a ticket because of this idiot. He can piss in his goddamn pants for all I care. He probably has. It wouldn't be the first time. And I'm not just talking about like when you're younger. This dude's so dumb he can't find the restroom sign. He's like, oh, well, guess I'll pee right in my pants, right? About an hour as I stop on the on-ramp, right? What a dope. He goes straight to the bunk anyway, so I don't have to listen to him. I drive the rest of the night without incident, and he takes over again early the next morning. These incidents may not seem too bad, but bear in mind, all this happened in just the first day. I was with this clown for 3 months, and conditions did not improve during that time. As promised, this will become a series, and Fuck will star in the first few posts. Stay tuned for more Kevin and the Big Rig stories. Thanks for reading. Oh, I'm so excited to get our first non-neckbeard series up and off the ground. Kevin and the Big Rig seems like a good one. It has been suggested many, many times, and I thought with Chris Trucker going alongside it, now would be the perfect time to do just that. So that's what we're doing. I didn't understand that it was like a variety of Kevins, but I take what I can get. They're all essentially the same, right? Missing a few brain cells and whatnot. It's interesting to me that this story has made so many waves for so many people. I guess a lot of people out there either know about trucking or know about Kevin. It's terrifying to me how many of these people are on the road. We got Truckerbeard, we got Chris Trucker, and now we've got the army of Kevins. But those armies can never compare to the Jerry army. That's just a fact, totally science. I'm pretty sure. You can look it up somewhere, maybe. As someone once said, hell to the no, no, no!
Hell no, to the no, 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 hell to the no.
Kevin in a Big Rig, part number 3. Frozen. Oh, you need to let it go, Kevin. I guess that's the easiest joke that I could possibly make. Thank you, thank you. I'll be here all week. If you missed the previous parts, parts 1 and 2, they are in one singular video, the previous video. I hope that you check that out. It's good for you, and it is down in the description. Anyways, hey everyone, hi, use a strong bad junior. Thanks again to everyone for the upvotes, support, and encouragement that you have shown me with the first 2 installments of the Kevin in a Big Rig series. Yes, feed me more cringe. I want to hear all about the stupid heads. When I first decided to share these stories here on Reddit, I never would have imagined that An Old Trucker's Tales would be so well received. Yeah, Reddit is kind of hungry for those, ain't they? Oh, Mommy Honker Dog is telling the Chris Trucker saga. People just gobble it up. They're like, oh, that's the best thing I've ever heard. Give me more. And he's like, yeah, I guess I will. It is pretty interesting. Everybody on Reddit knows that they could become a trucker, right? They could live this life for themselves, right? But nobody wants to do that. We just want you to bring the tales back so I can experience it vicariously. Anyways, so many of you have left comments asking for more of these stories, and I'm not one who likes to disappoint. So on that note, on to part number 3, Frozen. Oh. Backstory. The following takes place about a month after First Kevin, aka Fuck, and I were first paired up. If you read part 2 of this series, you might have some idea of the kinds of Kevin-esque things that Fuck was capable of, and you would be right. Yeah, he don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. That's basically summing up Kevin in less than a sentence. But what he did this time was what resulted in the absolute worst nights of sleep in my entire life, and it was also the closest I ever came to committing legitimate murder. I mean, that's okay. No court in the land would convict you. They'd be like, he did what? Yeah, let him walk free. I understand. If I was in his shoes, I would have done the same thing. He doesn't deserve to go to jail for this. By this point, I already had Fuck pegged for what he was. Oh, don't peg him. That's not good. Developing a closer than co-worker relationship, are you? No, that's really not what he means. Only total degenerates think of that when they hear the word pegging, right? I guess that's me. Yes, he was just an incompetent buffoon who shouldn't be allowed near a soapbox car, let alone an 18-wheeler. Yeah, let alone driving an 18-wheeler. We're gonna put the well-being of everybody on the road in the hands of this guy? How desperate are you for drivers? Please stop. But worse, in his obviously demented mind, he thought he was the absolute top dog of the trucking world. I think it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it is real. We see it in damn near every story that we cover on this channel. People terrible at a thing, but somehow their ego wants to protect them and be like, yeah, I'm great at it. I know everything there is to know, despite only doing this for a month. Ugh. Reality check, please. Somebody. This in spite of the dozens of times that he would have to wake me up to get him out of another bad situation. I don't know how to back the truck up, OP. Handing your license, you're done. However, at the time, I was more of the grin and bear it mentality because I was broke. And I was afraid that any screw-ups or boat rocking on my part would get me fired. But all that was about to change. I mean, it's your first student, whatever, training guy, so I can understand you trying to be as nice as possible, but people come into your life for a reason, you know? And maybe you did get this Kevin so he would snap you out of that grin and bear it mentality. Some people do need a reality check, and I hope that you're the one to deliver. Swiftly, harshly. Let's do this, OP. So one day, after picking up a load close to the company's home terminal, we received instructions from dispatch to relay the load in the company's drop yard and take the truck, sans trailer, to a local dealer in town for some scheduled maintenance. This was essentially just a glorified oil change and lube job with a few other items on the checklist just to make sure that the truck was in good shape. Yeah, you don't want to be driving cross-country in a rust bucket, a rickety old thing that's going to fall apart on the road. No, we need to keep our tools sharp, right? For the job at hand. I'm all about it. And paid for by the company? Yeah, I'm double all about it. This was all normally handled by the in-house mechanics, but because of some serious backlogs, they decided to contract it out. Oh, see? This is where a union gets you, isn't it? That's sarcasm for those not fully attuned. The plan, as relayed by dispatch, was for us to drop the loaded trailer in the yard, bobtail to the dealership for a late morning appointment, get the service done, it would take like 2 hours max, and pick the truck back up when we were finished, and continue on to the destination. Easy in, easy out. At least, in theory. Unfortunately, Fuck was the driver on duty during the first shift, in which we were supposed to arrive, but in his typical fashion, he got lost because his infamous system of navigation failed once again. How is it that hard? They got little computers that tell you which way to go. Turn right in 400 meters. Okay, I better get ready to turn right. just listen to the nice lady in the box, Kevin. She'll tell you where to go, Kevin. Couldn't be any easier. So easy a robot could do it. And someday they probably will. This is a dying industry, isn't it? As a result, he wasted half a day backtracking and ran out of drive time. Herp-a-derp. Leaving me to get us to the terminal, drop the load, and get to the dealerships 15 minutes before they closed for the day. Oh yeah, I work best under pressure. Also, impossible timelines. Yeah, I got this. Don't worry. I'll just drive 120 in a big rig that can't go 120. This meant that since we missed our appointment, we would have to wait until the next morning when they had an opening in the schedule. The opening was first thing that morning, and parking at the company terminal was packed, so I made the call to park the truck outside of the dealership for the night. We had plenty of fuel, and there was a gas station within walking distance where we could get food. The shop told us that this was fine, so okay, that was that, I do suppose. Still sounds like a relatively shit night. Still sounds like a day wasted because of good old Kevin over there. Yes, it all worked out, but don't think I'm not mad about it, just a little bit. This happened in around late November / early December in the Midwest. Oh boy, that's where the frozen part of the title comes in, is it not? The winter had already shown signs of being bad, and snow had been falling for weeks already. The weather forecast for that night was to dip well below freezing not long after sunset. After squaring everything away with service reps in the shop, I turned to Fuck. I said, look, it's gonna get cold once the sun goes down. I'm gonna walk over to the store and grab something to eat. Are you coming? He replied, hey, no, I got food. I'm gonna see if I can get that bug outlet to work. For a few days, he had been complaining that one of the 12-volt outlets in the bunk section of the cab wasn't working. Apparently, it was a major issue for him, even though neither of us had any electronic device other than our cell phones, and the bunk had 4 outlets. It was only that one that did not work. Oh, God. Kevin's gonna go full electrician. Stand aside, OP. I'll make this one outlet work by breaking the other 3. I totally see where this is going. You better buy some blankets while you're at the store. This is gonna be a disaster. Trying to tell him all this only made him upset and made him flex his 1 week of seniority over me. Oh my God, get over it. I really didn't feel like arguing, so I just left him to it. Yeah, OP, I mean, best generally to not argue with an idiot, right? Drag you down to their level, beat you with experience, that's fine. Think whatever you need to think, Kevin. Dig through the wires like a little rat trying to fix this outlet, and then we could both freeze to death, all right? No, it is a serious concern. You guys are gonna have to huddle up and get real close together to keep warm. And then you go and get a lube job before the load, right? Hey! This is not quite what I meant! And then in the morning, we'll get a lube job before the load. Gross. Anyways, so I go and buy some food for dinner. Some snacks to have in reserve, you know, beverages to hold me over for the night, and 2 packs of cigarettes because smoking was the only thing that could calm my nerves enough to not strangle Fuck every time he had to wake me up in order to help him navigate. 2 packs? Are you doing 2 packs a day, man? Oh, take it easy. That is a lot. As I'm heading back, the sun goes down, and I can see a nearby pond starting to freeze. Foreshadowing. I quicken my pace so I can get back to the warm cab. As I get to the truck, I see Fuck in the passenger seat, hunched over something. I go around to the driver's door and jump in. Oh no, he's doing something. Make him stop. You're not allowed to do anything, Kevin. Go sit in the corner. For those who don't know, trucks meant for long haul operations have very thick insulation to hold in heat for a very long time. I didn't know that. Every time we read one of these stories, I learn something interesting. This came in handy since that truck had an idle limiting system that wouldn't allow the engine to run for long periods of time sitting at idle. Well, that kind of sucks, doesn't it? Trust me, I need this to be idle, okay? But the company's like, you're wasting gas. You can't have it. Kill switch engage. Jesus. Maybe it's a good thing, I guess, for the environment or something. That's probably how the company phrases it, but really it's to help out their bottom line, isn't it? Anyways, if the engine was needed to maintain heating or air conditioning while parked, the driver could set a device, much like a digital thermostat. You set the control for the temperature you want the cab to be, select it to either heat or cool, and the engine will start and stop to maintain the temperature, much like the central unit of a house. Since the cab was well insulated, the cab of the truck could stay warm for hours. You got like an automated thermostat inside the truck? Yeah, that's pretty big brain time, honestly. I'm just gonna set it to 105 Fahrenheit. I want to be sweating in this truck cab. Basically, it's an impossible temperature to reach. I'm just setting it to that temperature so the truck will never stop, so the company has to pay for my idle time that they don't want to pay for, right? Just stick it to the company you work for every time. That's what it be. They gotta learn a hard lesson about trying to limit my idle time. Before I left the truck to go to the store, I made sure to set the idle control system to maintain a comfortable temperature. When I got back, however, I couldn't help but notice that it was colder than when I had left it. Much colder. Oh my God, Kevin, you idiot. You broke it. How could you break it? I was gone for 10 minutes. I told you, he's digging through that wiring like a rat. He's just like, what does this wire do? Probably don't need it. Why'd the truck shut off? What was strange about that was that the engine was running fine. Naturally, I checked the temperature controls on the dash. They were set to full heat and full fan. And that was when it hit me. There was nothing coming from the dash vents. The blower fans were dead quiet. Oh my God, Kevin, you had one job. Just sit on your hands. Why can you not do stuff? Because he thinks he's the king of trucking. I could totally get this running again. This one outlet that isn't working next to the 3 that are. So instead you decided to kill the blower fans so we will all freeze to death tonight. I would just go hang out at the gas station, honestly. Is that an option? Can I hunker down inside the gas station, please? Because you're gonna die in that truck. I'm not cuddling up with Kevin. It's not gonna happen. I looked over at Fuck, who I just noticed is poking around with the fuse panel that was hidden behind the rear panel of the glove box. Why is the heat not working?
I don't know. It stopped working when I was checking the fuses.
Well, ain't that a coinky dink? I just opened up the fuse box and it stopped working. That's so weird, right? Did you touch any of the fuses? No, it's just a coincidence. I'm so sure. So this led me to my second question. Why are you messing around with the fuse panel?
I was trying to get that outlet to work.
Just leave it. There's 3 other outlets. Why does it matter? Jesus. Kevinness on full display right now. So, as you may know, most vehicles have fuse/relay panels. One underneath the hood in the engine compartment and another inside. Trucks are the same in that regard, except they have a lot more fuses than the average passenger car. I mean, even if it was a passenger car, Kevin would have still fucked it up. He's Kevin, for God's sake. Anything he touched turns to absolute shit. One thing that was stressed heavily during my training was that the fuse panel inside the glove box of the truck was strictly off limits. This is because if someone goes about carelessly pulling fuses, looking for a bad one, without first disconnecting the power, it could cause a surge throughout the panel and short all of the other circuits. Good job, Kevin. You broke the 3 outlets that were working. Not only that, you've broken the blowers in the truck. Any lights we had probably gone as well. You have destroyed it. And probably tomorrow we're going to have to sit at the station during what was supposed to be just a lube job and wait for them to fix all of the circuitry in the truck. I want to die, but not before I take you with me. I think I would have murdered him too at this point. This is so ridiculous, pointless. I don't understand. Come on. But yeah, that's part of being a Kevin. Frustrating everybody around you. And I am highly frustrated even just hearing about it. Since the fuses in the glove box controlled vital circuits such as external lights, dashboard instruments, engine controls, messing around with them obviously could lead to some major issues. Oh my God. You can't even drive the truck somewhere because the external lights are all dead now too. No dashboard instruments or engine controls. We are 100% fucked because of your helping. God, can we choke him yet?
You little...
The dashboard blower motor circuit was also fused in that same panel, and this Kevin had been messing around with it. Oh, so much regret. It's hard to remember what I was feeling at the time. Anger, hate, panic, homicidal rage? All of the above, really. Oh, fuck, I exclaimed as I jumped into the bunk area. I checked the thermostat. It's showing 58 Fahrenheit, which is 14.4 Celsius, when I had set it to 73 Fahrenheit, 22 Celsius. I checked the vents and the bunk heat controls and turned them to full heat and full fan, but sadly, nothing. We were in a truck with no heat and near freezing conditions. And the night has only just started. Oh my God, you literally could die because of this idiot. This is Darwinism at its best. Just leave Kevin in the truck. Tell him to watch it. You go hide out in the gas station. And then when you come back in the morning and he's dead, you just push him out the passenger door and be like, I don't know. I found him like that.
Yo! Yo, holy shit, he dead!
To make matters worse, the shop at which we were parked was already closed. We were in trouble. Yeah, to say the very least. This is a horrible situation. You don't think of trucking as a situation that, you know, risks your life all that often, but this situation is dangerous. So I grabbed the truck's computer and sent an urgent message to dispatch telling them that our heater isn't working and the temperature outside is dropping fast. Fuck is still mumbling about the goddamn outlet. Will you forget about that goddamn outlet? We have no heat. Do you understand that? Oh my God. He doesn't even realize how bad it is. He's just like, I could still fix it. I could get that outlet to work. Bro, you're done. Take a break. Sit in the corner.
Now go sit in the corner and think about your life.
I hate him so goddamn much. Oh. The idiot said something, but the computer signaled an incoming message. Truck 1234, you have access to your truck, so we can't get you a room. I tell dispatch, again, that the heater isn't working, and it's getting colder by the minute. But they said, company policy, which meant that we had to stay in the truck. We were 100% screwed. Oh my God, dude. I'm not staying in the truck. I am going to buy a hotel right now. Drive with the lights off. I don't care. I'm not going to sit out here and freeze to death with this idiot. We'll just cuddle up next to him for warmth. No, we're not doing that either.
Good. Now let's just fall asleep like this.
I turned to fucking say, close that goddamn glove box and don't ever even think about opening it again. At this point, even he realized that he had screwed up royally. We were stuck in a cold truck for the night. Neither of us had enough money to afford a hotel room, and short of starting a bonfire inside of the truck, we were in for a cold, cold night. Oh God, dude. Are you guys really gonna cuddle though? I would go wait in the hotel lobby or something like that. Screw the truck at this point. I'm over it, alright? I gotta think about me and mine, look out for number one. I don't care what Kevin does, but I am going to wait in the hotel lobby. So I quickly eat my dinner and stow my food away. I then dig through all of the clothes that I had with me, looking for every stitch of warm clothing that I had, and I layered up as best I could. I ended up wearing 2 long-sleeve t-shirts, a pullover hoodie, and a Carhartt jacket with 2 pairs of jeans, 2 pairs of socks, heavy-duty work boots, and 2 pairs of jersey work gloves with a fleece blanket for cover. I mean, it sounds like a lot. I still don't think it's gonna be enough. For a Midwestern winter? Forget about it, dude. At least there's no wind chill, but Jesus Christ, you better hope and pray that it's enough. I'm still of the opinion that abandoning the truck is the right thing to do at this point. I don't care if I get fired for it. At least I'm alive, you know? The entire night, I don't think I slept for even 2 consecutive hours. Despite wearing what felt like a week's worth of clothing all at once, the cold air still permeated through. Yeah, cold tends to do that. It's gonna sink it to your bones. Jesus Christ, man. Why are you still in the truck? You knew it was gonna be bad. It's time to leave. Where's Kevin at this point? Hopefully freezing to death. That's what I want. A little bit of karma. I stayed curled in the fetal position for the entire night, shivering so hard that I could feel the entire truck shake. God. This is such a horrible situation. I'm sorry that it happened to you, OP, but this is just desserts for Kevin. Like I said, I hope that he is suffering just as much, if not more. Each time, my violent shivering or chattering teeth would bring me out of sleep, and I would look at the thermostat control. By midnight, the temperature was well below freezing, and with the high winds that had come up, the truck was only getting colder. You guys are going to die. You need to cuddle, or get the hell out would be my preferred option. I don't want to cuddle with Kevin. If it's between that or dying, kill me now. I'm not gonna do it. I can remember feeling disgusted each time I woke up not seeing sunlight. At one point, I honestly believed that I wouldn't even survive the night due to hypothermia. Shit, man. And you still decided to just stay in there and tough it out? Why? Why?
Why?
I gotta put me and mine first, dude. I'm out of the truck. I don't care. Finally, at around 6 a.m., I woke up for the last time and decided to go outside. Not because it was any warmer, but because the gas station I went to the evening before opened at that time. and all I wanted was a little bit of heat. I didn't wake up fuck. Honestly, I couldn't have cared if he was dead for the hell that his stupid ass had just put me through over a goddamn power outlet. Honestly, I feel the same way. Kevin, Pops, go ahead, shove him out in the street. I don't even feel bad. You did this to yourself, honestly. I walked to the store, looking like a vagrant with withdrawal symptoms from shivering so much. God, wouldn't that be hilarious and also so sad if they kicked him out? He comes up to the store, he's like, I just need to come inside. They're like, get out of here, you junkie. It's so cold. Yeah, we ain't got no heroin for you here. Hit the bricks. Oh no. When I walked into the store after that long, bitter night, I wanted to cry because the heat felt so nice. Yeah, get yourself a nice hot cup of coffee. Oh God, this is ambrosia. My life has so greatly improved. The cashier gave me a puzzled look, but saw my baseball cap that had my company's logo and sort of let it go. I bought 2 cups of piping hot coffee and a warm breakfast. I took my time savoring every bit of it. I'm glad that you didn't buy 2 cups of hot coffee, 1 for Kevin, because nah. Nah, dude. These are both for me. Since the station had a dining area and wasn't busy, I really was not in any hurry to get back. Kevin wakes up like, where did OP go? Who cares? We're never talking again. This has soured our entire working relationship. Do you not understand? I sat in the station for about 2 hours before I had to head back. The shop opened at 8, and I wanted to get the truck into the shop to get fixed ASAP. I got a 3rd coffee for the walk back, and I headed over to the shop just as the office was opening. Fuck was waiting outside, and he saw me holding my coffee. He asked, where did I get that? And I pointed to the gas station. What are you, stupid? Dude is really like 100% oblivious of his surroundings. There's a gas station down the road, idiot. You didn't clock that when we pulled up? Ugh, I can't stand him. The rep opens the door of the repair shop and we go inside, check in with the desk, and hand the truck key to the technician so he can get started. Fuck, who was useless when it came to things like this, went to the lounge area. No, seriously though, get some help. I made sure to tell the tech about the fan and asked if he could check it out. He said that he would. I signed the paperwork and headed to the lounge. In the lounge, Fuck looks frustrated. Oh, poor little baby man, broke the whole truck, but he doesn't get no coffee, poor little baby, huh? What's wrong, little baby? You don't know where to get the coffee even though I just told you where to get it? Can't walk down the street because he's such a big baby, huh? What's wrong, baby boy? Eat shit. He wanted coffee too, and he was disappointed to learn that since the shop just opened, the office staff hadn't made any coffee in the lounge yet. Oh, baby boy. Well, walk over to the gas station and get one, I say, trying not to snicker. You know I can't walk that far. Why don't you go and get me one? You can't walk that far? For real? Why? Roll your fat ass over there. I ain't doing a goddamn thing for you after the night I had last night. I should point out that he had a bad leg due to, if you can believe it, a bad car accident. I know, big shocker. No sympathy, you did this to yourself. Limp your ass over there. At first, I did feel a bit bad for him, being partially disabled, but by that point, after everything that I had endured because of his dumbass, I was tempted to damage his good leg so they would be a matching set. It's just desserts, OP. Go right ahead. No court in the land would convict you. Because I signed the truck, that means I have to be here when it's released. Then Kevin gets mad. Well, why didn't you wake me up and ask me if I wanted anything? He demands, almost throwing a tantrum. Do not fucking start with me. After the night I had last night, I'll break your good leg and both your arms. Honestly, I could not put up with any of this. You want to fight it out right now? Throw your fucking little baby boy tantrum like I give a good goddamn if you got any coffee. I'll dump this coffee in your lap. Go, walk, buy another one, come back, dump another one in your lap. Like I don't even give a fuck. It was at this point that my tolerance for Kevin glitched. This son of a bitch had put me through a living hell of no sleep, being thrown around the truck like a rag doll because of his horrible driving, having to take flack for his fuck-ups, and getting chewed out for late deliveries because he keeps getting lost. Now he wants me to be his errand boy after nearly causing me to freeze to death. As someone once said, "Hail to the no, no, no!"
Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no.
There you go. Embrace your vitriol, OP. Let it pour over him. End him now. I set my coffee on a table and raised up to my full height. I had at least 1 foot and 100 pounds on him. Listen here, you sawed-off little bastard, I replied, summoning every last ounce of piss and vinegar in me that wasn't still frozen. Because of your dumbass, I barely slept at all last night. How the hell we're not dead of hypothermia right now? I have no idea. I have had to put up with your bullshit for over a month and I am fed up with it. You are not my supervisor, you are not my lead driver, and you do not tell me what to do. And if I ever catch you messing around with the fuse panel or anything else on that truck ever again, I'll cut your goddamn throat! And in that moment, I meant it. Okay, OP, I said vitriol, but maybe we wind it back a little bit, man. I'm getting a little worried for you here. Dude is about to blow a fuse. Holy God! All this is nothing but what Kevin deserves. I'm proud of OP for standing up, finding his spine, not taking any more of this, but yeah, I am a little bit worried for OP, you know, bringing the heat like this. You don't want to suffer an aneurysm or something. Kevin is not worth all that. Kevin did mutter something, but I told him to shut up, and he obliged. Wow, man. Wow, man. I bet all the Kevins to come after him will be dealing with a different version of OP than this Grin and Barrett version that we've met. The Grin and Barrett version of this OP is dead! And I love to see it, honestly. After a couple of hours, the technician came and told us our truck was ready. Tension still hanging over the room, so thick that you could drink that just like coffee. And Kevin, still without his coffee, sulked off to the truck while I dealt with the paperwork. I asked the tech about the blower fan, and come to find out, it was a blown fuse. Apparently, fuck had pulled the fuse, and the resulting arc caused the fuse to blow. Since he was an idiot, and the fuse panel wasn't labeled, there was no way to know which fuse was blown. He told me to make sure that next time I needed to check the fuses to disconnect the batteries first. I laughed, signed the papers, and went back to the truck. Are you gonna pass that little piece of advice along to Kevin? Even if you did, he wouldn't listen. Save your breath, it's fine. Hopefully you get a new partner right after this, because this is a bridge too far. You almost just killed us both. At least you didn't have to cuddle up with Kevin, though. That would have been the worst thing of all. Oh, So back in the truck, I send a message to dispatch and tell them that we're ready to roll. Kevin had climbed back into the bunk, obviously still sulking. Oh, baby boy! I don't care. Die back there. I take the first drive shift of the day, so the load can once again be back on track. And while I wish I could say that this was the end of my misadventures with First Kevin, aka Fuck, it's not. There's more, and yeah, it does get even better, folks. Again, thank you all so much for reading and for your support and encouragement. It really does mean a lot. Oh, while I am regretful that OP had to continue dealing with Kevin, at least there is a big line in the sand now. More than a line, a moat, really, filled with lava and crocodiles that live in the lava. OP has grown a spine, and I think things are going to be a little bit different from here on out, but, you know, Kevins can't help but Kevin, no matter how mad you get at them. Idiot is a word that OP chose a lot, but there's a lot of more select words that I would pick to label Kevin with, although I don't think that I can say a lot of them on YouTube, at least not back to back. So, good. I'm glad that nobody died, specifically OP. If Kevin had died in this story, I would feel a little bit bad about it, but at the end, it's like, you sort of did it to yourself, bro. How bad do you want me to feel about it, honestly?
Well, if we get in trouble, then it's on you.
Oh, don't you put that on me. Don't you put that on me.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby!
Kevin in a Big Rig, Part 4. First, Kevin gets lost, and OP gets an idea. Oh, an idea. You can just leave him in the woods. That would be so welcome after almost freezing OP to death in the last episode. If you missed those previous episodes, that link down in the description. As per usual, I hope you go check it out. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another installment of the series, Kevin in a Big Rig. Oh, we're so glad to see you use a Strong Bad Jr. This is a hotly requested series. I am so glad to be covering it on my channel. Yes. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who has read my previous episodes and shown more interest and support than I ever could have hoped for. Yeah, look at his platinum awards and stuff like that. God, people really stacking it up for you. This is nice. I know a lot of you have been asking questions about how First Kevin, aka Fuck, got away with his stupidity, and why I didn't do anything about it. I apologize for not answering many of you outright, but I can promise that I fully intend to answer all of your questions in the upcoming posts. And I can further assure you that it will all be worth it. Now, without further ado, on to part 4. First, Kevin gets lost, and then OP gets an idea. I mean, it wasn't really a question for me. This is the first Kevin that you've dealt with. You're relatively new at the job. You don't want to rock the boat too much. There are myriad reasons why you would be putting up with this. But yeah, it does reach a tipping point after a while. And after the 20th time, I'm sort of like, hey, why are we not taking action? Why not go the Chris Trucker route and buy a bunch of air horns, right? Every time he does something dumb, blast him. Every time he does something smart, snacky cake. Seems to have worked out, at least for a little while. Some backstory first, though. This story takes place a few weeks after the truck heater snafu. Oh yeah, the part where you almost died? That little snafu? How can we be so nonchalant about this? Come on, call it what it is. The near-death experience. While I would like to say that Fuck learned from his mistakes and tried to do better, it would be more accurate to say that he merely doubled down on his brain-dead antics. In the interim, his driving skills plateaued at noob level. His navigation ability was at potato, and his superiority complex had gone from annoying to absolutely insufferable. Okay, we see the path that this is taking. How are we going to deal with it? And the answer to dealing with it is not just sitting there and dealing with it. You need to strike back. You need to hatch a grand scheme. And I think that's what OP gets an idea means. So now we've got Chris Trucker, Mommy Honker Donker, got some schemes going on. And now we got Kevin in a Big Rig, Strong Bad Jr., also getting his schemes going. I love schemes. Oh my God.
You know, they're schemers. Schemers trying to control their little worlds.
Despite everything, I was still very much a rookie driver. Just a peon in a very big company. And most importantly, more broke than MC Hammer. Oh, leave MC Hammer alone. Come on now.
Can't touch me. You can't touch me.
What in God's name is he doing?
You can't touch me.
He didn't do nothing. I was afraid that doing anything to rock the boat with management would lead to me being fired and in further debt, and my truck driving career at an end. See, it's exactly what I theorized, isn't it? He's new. He doesn't know how far he could take this stuff and how much he could actually rock the boat. It's always a shitty position to be in, you know, but maybe you do take this to HR at some point and be like, hey, we almost died. I'd like a new partner. Didn't seem to work for Honker Donkers, but maybe your HR company is a little bit more competent. I hope. Oh my God, I hope. Maybe they're all incompetent. I don't know what's going on. To add some perspective to my situation during this, I should mention more about the contract that I had in place with the company at the time. Oh, you got a contract? You can do whatever you want. Go ahead, let him break the contract. No, it's probably not a good contract, is it? In exchange for free training, I had agreed to work for the company for 8 months. If I quit or was terminated for any reason before that contract was fulfilled, I would be liable for over $6,000 in tuition fees. Jesus Christ, you screwed. Why would you sign a contract like that? That is horrible. They're like, hey, let me just put my dick in your mouth. And he's like, yeah, sure. If it means getting the job. Come on, dude. Don't sign something like that. That is awful. I get desperation and whatnot, but I'm sure there are trucking companies out there that won't screw you as hard, right? Come on. Shop around. Furthermore, since the company owned the training facility at which I trained, they could refuse to release my CDL school records to any prospective employers unless they bought the contract. Oh my God, dude. This is scandalous. I hate everything about this company already. Since most reputable employers required proof of completion of a CDL school and were unwilling to make such an investment in a relatively inexperienced driver, I was stuck and pretty much at their mercy. It takes two to tango, man. You kind of did this to yourself. I don't know how I could feel all that bad about it. The company laid out all the terms and you're like, that sounds fine to me. I guess at the time it was fine. You're like, anything to get the job. But no, then you might get stuck in a situation like this and god damn, this is a sticky situation. This is the dark truth that many super carriers such as Swift, Werner, and CRST will not tell you when they promise you a rewarding career and free training. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to tell you outright, but did you read the contract before you signed it? I don't know, man. I guess most people don't, but it is a smart idea. Maybe consider doing that in the future. In short, I was pretty much powerless, but that was about to change. And in some strange way, I have fuck to thank for that. Useful idiots, that's what most Kevins are. If you can manipulate them to your own uses, then I say go ahead and do it. Maybe he can serve a purpose yet, right? If you're a real company, you will be the one to fit the bill for the training. Otherwise, it's essentially a scam. It's essentially a bunch of bullshit. and I can't sign off on any of this. Revise the contract, for God's sake. Don't sign it like this. The morning on which this story takes place started out pretty much like any other day for the past 2 months. Fuck finished his shift, and I woke up to see what kind of fresh hell of a mess I had to sort out.
OP, help me, I'm stuck on the freeway again.
Hey, get stuck on the freeway, man. All you gotta do is go one direction, keep your foot on the gas. The day before we had picked up a load in Pennsylvania, with me doing the initial pickup, I had gotten us just across the state line into Ohio before going off duty. Just before picking up said load, I had filled the fuel tanks completely and burned maybe a quarter tank of gas before going off duty. The next fuel stop was less than 400 miles, so yeah, we had more than enough fuel to get there. Oh my God, dude, he ran the fuel tank dry. He's just like, yeah, we ain't gonna stop for gas or nothing. Beautiful. Kevin never stops Kevining, and at least we can depend on him for that much. Again, fucking ended his shift with no clue where we were. No surprise there. A quick look out of the window. Oh, we're on the shoulder of a highway. You need to stop doing this, Kevin. You need to change and be different, Kevin. I just love it. What an idiot. So yeah, what a completely unexpected and unprecedented development. Yawn. I love how it just happens so regularly. OP's just like, oh, whatever. Fine, let's get this over with. By this point, I had already purchased my own truck-enabled GPS. Fuck, apparently upset that I didn't recognize his obviously superior ability, had thrown a tantrum and demanded that I no longer use his GPS because he would work out the route. Yeah, right. We see how well that's going, right? Can we be a team? We're supposed to be a team in this truck. I know you don't want to be on my team, but maybe get on my team, because your team that's just you, it kind of sucks. I'm offering you a way out. So he gets out of the driver's seat, and like the petulant man-child he was, he took his GPS from the mount. This really is some baby stuff going on. How old are y'all? Too old for this damn stuff. Cut it out. A trick I learned from my trainer was, when using a GPS, you should enter the departure and destination, and then add each assigned fuel stop in order as waypoints along the route. This forced the GPS to stay on the company route like 90% of the time. Also, our fuel payment cards would only work at the assigned fuel stop, so it just made life easier to follow that route. Having to get fuel elsewhere needed a valid reason, assistance from dispatch, and often carried a lecture about the importance of the company assigned route. I had tried to teach this trick to Fuck, but he had so much more experience than I did, a full month, that he felt he didn't need to listen to me. Good God, dude is just so far up his own ass. I don't understand why we even need the GPS if it's all along a company assigned route. 90% of the time. You guys know where you're going, right? It's fine. It's fine. We don't have to innovate. You don't even need separate GPSs, all right? You reach in the back seat, you pull out your Thomas guide, and you mark your lines along the way, right? Me over here sounded like an old ass man. Thomas guide. Everybody's like, OnStar? No, it's, you guys don't remember the Thomas guide? I don't either, honestly. This is like a time way before the internet was a thing. And then once MapQuest popped up in the early 90s, everybody threw their goddamn Thomas guides out the window. Yes, we are in a better place now, okay? GPS is way easier than actually sitting there and reading a goddamn map. But as always, I'll be damned if I'm gonna agree with Kevin, okay? I have to do it differently than that guy does it. But really, yeah, probably just use Google Maps. You'll be fine. Don't even need a GPS. I got a phone, right? I got a phone, it's fine. I guess the GPS is good for like areas where there's no cell coverage or something like that. But even then, the route is planned out. You just have to follow what it says through the area where there's no cell coverage, right? How could it possibly fail? What could possibly go wrong? I guess we go find out. Anyways, quite a tangent we got off on. Just me refusing to agree with Kevin, but yes, I set my GPS and I hit the current location function. This, of course, was completely routine because Kevin never had any clue where we were. I had already familiarized myself with the route and knew which highways, towns, and cities I could use to help my bearings. This time, however, I was completely stumped. Oh, Kevin, you see what happens when we don't use the same GPS, Kevin? When we don't pull the Thomas guide out of the back and look over it together, Kevin? This is so dumb, bro. I had expected that fuck would have gotten at least halfway into Illinois, but the GPS had us in some small town in Indiana. Also, it wasn't a town that I had seen on either the GPS route or the paper map that I routinely use to verify the GPS. Oh, Strongbad Jr. out here using paper maps. High five! That's big brain time. I'm just so happy. So happy when old people things get mentioned. Okay, that was odd. I looked again at the GPS for a highway number or a street name. Again, nothing on it showed me anything that made any sense. He took you way off course. What are we supposed to do now, Kevin? I bet dispatch is calling in like, hey, truck, where you going? What's this? Take a little detour, huh? All right, then. We don't pay you for those extra miles, just to be clear. So I go back to the navigation page where it showed the distance to the next checkpoint, which would have been our next fuel stop. This didn't make sense either, as it was showing close to 500 miles to go to the first fuel stop, not the second. Oh my God. Oh my God. You have fucked this up so royally, son. It might be even worse than almost killing OP in the last episode. Because now you're messing with my money, right? We get paid per mile, okay? This situation is just so untenable. I can't anymore. I'm gonna drive the whole truck my damn self. Because whenever I let you take over, you just undo everything that I just did. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Holy God. This is so stupid. How did you do this, Kevin? Did you mix up left and right, Kevin? Do you know which way is north, Kevin? Dude don't belong behind the wheel. No way, no how. I'm amazed. I'm not even mad, I guess, because it's just, you know, Kevin things, but I am shocked that you would screw up so royally. And even OP doesn't want to believe it. It had to be a mistake, I think, since there was no way to be further from the fuel stop than we were when I went off duty. Was there? Oh, there just might be. There might be one way, and his name is Kevin. Oh, Lord, it's killing me. I sit in the driver's seat for about 5 minutes, trying to make sense of what the GPS is telling me. I had almost convinced myself that maybe the GPS just didn't log us reaching the fuel stop and was trying to backtrack. Logic has no place here, OP. Oh, I'm dying, dude. It's so funny. I was about to force it to reroute to the second fuel stop when I, by chance, happened to check the fuel gauge, and my bottom jaw hit the floor. Where once the needle had just been above the 3/4 line, it was now showing less than 1/4 of a tank. By my estimates, that was good for about 100 miles safely. Something was very, very wrong. And I'll give you one guess as to what that thing's name is that was so very wrong. I love it. I'm so glad we chose to do Kevin's today because that's entertaining the hell out of me. So I turned to him. I says, "Fuck! Where the hell are we?" I asked, knowing that it was in vain. "I don't know," he replied testily. He had been growing more indignant ever since the heater fiasco. "Really, dude? You almost kill us both and you're the one who wants to act indignant? We gotta fight. We gotta fight this out right now. We'll figure out what's what when we punch each other until somebody stops moving." Either I win and you have a newfound respect for me, or you win and I have a newfound respect for you. It's gonna work out. It's fine. Just start swinging. Did you get to the first fuel stop? No. Did you get lost again? He didn't respond right away.
I was following the company route,
he finally replied, proudly. That is bullshit, because we are very low on fuel and further away from the fuel stop than we were when you started. He looked stunned. Apparently, he hadn't realized that fact. "Give me your GPS, Kevin. You don't even know how to use it. I'm throwing this out the window." "You will use the GPS that I route so we can stay on course. You just ruined everything. A full shift or more to get us back to where we were when I last got off shift? Oh, I would be so pissed. You're essentially driving for free today. Congratulations, because of your dumbass coworker." Oh! I can't even believe it. I turned back to my GPS and take a look at the map, and everything became clear. We were way off course, about 300 miles from the interstate that we were supposed to be on. How did you do this? I have so many questions. God. I don't know how, but we were well and truly lost. Lost, low on fuel, in the Midwest, and well into wintertime. Fuck my life. We're gonna have another hypothermia situation. It's all gonna be Kevin's fault. At what point do you punch him? Just tell me that much. I don't know how these trucker OPs have so much more patience than I would ever have in a situation like this. Honestly, I don't understand why Kevin is so adamant about freezing OP to death, but after the second attempt on my life, it's you or me, buddy. Step out of the truck. I'm not gonna let you try this a third time. God damn. I decided to abandon getting back on the assigned route because fucking wasted the entire shift with his unplanned detour, and I didn't want to make the situation any worse. I tell the GPS to search for nearby truck stops. It takes a few moments, but the patron saint of truckers had not abandoned me. There was a Flying J truck stop less than 20 miles away. Yes, saving the bacon every time, OP. Kevin does not deserve a partner as good at what you do as you. He might be a month more experienced with the driving, but as far as life goes, he's an infant. He can't function on his own. So yeah, I tell the GPS to take me there and send an urgent message to dispatch. I tell them that we need our fuel card unlocked for that location and that we are dangerously low on fuel. To my surprise,
Kevin didn't like this idea. We have to stick to the company route. If we run out of fuel, it's the company's fault.
yeah, we'll take it up with them while we freeze to death. Are you stupid? Do you not remember? He probably doesn't remember because he's just covered in blubber. He's like, I didn't even remember that. Yeah, you were freezing? Man, all I could think about was having some coffee in the morning. Company route? I scoff. You got us lost! Again! You have no idea where we are! Again! I have to spend half of my day correcting all your fuck-ups again. Right now, the company route doesn't mean a damn thing because I have no clue where we are. What I do know is that we need fuel, and we need it right now. Kevin starts sulking.
Well, if we get in trouble, then it's on you.
Oh, don't you put that on me. Don't you put that on me.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby!
I can't believe that this dude is seriously like, yeah, this is your fault if we get in trouble. Like, aren't you the one who drove us out into the middle of nowhere, stupid? Oh my God. I love it. I love it so much. I shouldn't love it as much as I love it, but I love it. That's fine by me, I reply, and just start getting us going down the road. My reasoning is that if I run out of fuel at a truck stop after requesting the fuel cards open, dispatch would have to explain why they didn't allow it. Running a semi out of fuel requires some very expensive emergency road service. However, if I run out of fuel while going down the highway, I'll have to explain to dispatch, the safety department, and the highway patrol as to why I couldn't read a fuel gauge. Yes, I voted to minimize my responsibility and at least get somewhere where fuel is available. The last thing I wanted to do was repeat what happened at that dealership parking lot. I'm telling you, he's trying to freeze you out, OP. You can't do this. He's got some deep, dark plans for you. That's what I predict from this, Kevin. I wonder how it's gonna end with him. There's so many tales. I thought OP said it was gonna be about multiple Kevins, but nope. It's mostly just about fuck. I'm glad he was the first. I hope that he's the last. Lordy. About a half hour later, we get to the truck stop. It's early morning, so several other trucks are already refueling, and we have to wait in line. I check my computer, and to my surprise, dispatch approved the fuel purchase, but was concerned as to how we got so far off course. Oh, let me tell you. You can ask Kevin about it, actually. I was asleep. I finished my shift, and then everything that I did was undone, so I don't know. Am I throwing him under the bus? Yeah, I guess, whatever. He deserves it at this point. I reply that I just came on duty, and Funk was the one who got lost again. I didn't expect anything of this, since the night shift dispatchers didn't handle things like employee discipline or service records. When the time comes, I top off the tanks, almost 150 gallons of diesel, and I try to figure out what the hell I can do to get us back on track. Oh man, yeah. Now one problem is solved. Now we just have to get back to where we were. A bit of problem solving. Ugh. This would drive me crazy. Again, I don't know how you're being so patient with him. I wouldn't be thinking about paying back this bullshit contract at this point. I would only be thinking about punching Kevin in the face until he stops moving. After driving about 5 hours, I finally get us back on course and decide to take my legally required break. As I go to put myself off duty, I notice an important message has come from dispatch. It's from my fleet manager. I'll call her FM for short, roughly equivalent to a supervisor. "Call me ASAP," was all it said. "Oh, great," I say. No, really, this conversation is gonna suck. Hand the phone over to Kevin. He's the one responsible for all of this. I take my phone, step out of the truck, and make that difficult call. "What are you two doing? How did you end up so far off your route? Did you follow the route that we gave you?" "What do you mean, fleet manager?" "Well, Fuck says you've been ignoring the company routes, and that's why you've been getting lost." "Oh, so Kevin's trying to throw me under the bus." "You need to go punch him. You need to go punch him right now, OP. He can't keep getting away with it."
He can't keep getting away with it!
I hate it so much, dude. We could have just let it roll, but you had to step out of your lane, try and make me look like shit. It's not gonna happen that way. So yeah, that explains it. Kevin, the little weasel, sent her a text message with some made-up story, and my blood started to boil. Good. Yes, embrace the hatred. Them's fighting words for sure. If you don't punch him right now, OP, then you 100% bitch made. You gotta stand up for you and yours, you know what I'm saying? It's the only way. It's the only way! Fleet manager, first of all, I have no clue what happened. When I finished my shift yesterday afternoon, everything was fine. We were on course and had plenty of fuel. I woke up this morning on the side of a 2-lane highway in the middle of bumfuck Indiana with no clue how I got there and running on fumes. That is why I sent the message to have the fuel cards opened. Well, you two are a team, so you have to work together. No, it's obviously not working. You're the fleet manager. Swap him out. Let me drive alone. I can't do this anymore. We've almost died multiple times. I took a deep breath, though, fighting back the urge to launch into a verbal tirade that would surely get me fired. Instead, I just said, "Fleet manager, you know what Kevin is like." "Well, just figure it out." "Yeah, great management style." Fucking idiot. "You just figure it out." "Oh, okay, cool. It's not like you have to do your job. I'll just do both of our jobs, okay? How about that?" God, I hate do-nothing managers. She hangs up, and I have to fight the urge to throw my phone across the parking lot. I hate everything about this. Why is every trucking company so horrible? I'm so glad I'm not a truck driver, bro. I want to do YouTube forever. Don't make me be a truck driver, please. A short time later, I return to the truck and make ready to head back out. Fuck is sitting in the passenger seat, his precious notebook in his hand. He's trying to hide a shit-eating grin on his face, but his 1970s porn star mustache gives it away. You really think you got away with something there, don't you, Kevin? Why don't you step out of the truck, Kevin? You gotta handle it, OP. I'm saying, you can't let this one slide, or dude is gonna walk all over you. Punch him. Punch him right now. You ain't even gotta step out of the truck. Go and kick him in the windpipe while he's sitting down. It's fine. I'll excuse a sucker punch at this point. "So," he said, "you gonna follow the company route? You're a company driver, so you gotta follow the company route." Are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me? We were on the route and you drove us all the way back to the beginning. What are you talking about? He then hands me his notebook, open to the page where he had written down the route. I take it and throw it into the back. Yes, vitriol. Embrace your hatred. Listen to me, shithead. You're not my boss. You're not my trainer. I don't take orders from you. From now on, I'll drive the truck my way and you drive it yours. Unless it's an emergency, keep your cock holster mouth shut. Cock holster mouth. Oh, I love that. All right. I mean, it's not as good as punching him, but I do like that burn. I'm gonna keep that one in my back pocket for later. For a moment, he looks terrified, and then petulant as he goes back to the bunk. Good riddance. I mean, I guess this is one way to work it out. Fleet manager ain't gonna do nothing.
You guys just figure it out.
All right, I'll figure it out when I beat the living shit out of Kevin. It's the only way this is going to work. For the rest of the day, I go through everything that happened over the past 2 months. When I think that after all the times I had to babysit a supposedly more experienced partner, I get blamed for everything going wrong, I just get more and more upset. Do something about it. Why would you just sit there and be upset when you can do something about it right now? Like stabbing him in his sleep. Okay, maybe that's a little far, but at least slap him in the back of the head or something. Come on. Since I'm a broke newbie driver under a hobbling contract with no support from anyone, what can I do? I need to get away from this clown, but how? There was only some way that I could prove that he's the one fucking it all up. I'm just a truck driver. And that's when it hit me. I wasn't always a truck driver. Oh, a little bit of backstory here. What's your plan? How you gonna get back at him? It better be good. The punching plan isn't great because you probably will lose the contract. But I don't know, it's better than getting shit on every day, isn't it? Before I started driving, I was a manager at a steel mill. I was an engineer by trade, and my previous job had me dealing with safety and environmental regulations, quality control, OSHA, DOT, and my least favorite, corporate bureaucracy. Hooray! We live in a bureaucracy. Corporation. The company I was driving for was a corporation with a hierarchy of increasingly incompetent managers, VPs, and directors who will be slow to take responsibility but first demand someone else to do it. However, I happen to know how to get their attention. Documentation. That's right. You gotta find some proof. Shove it under their nose, and if they don't respond, then you go to the person over their head. All right, now we making moves. Is it as exciting as assault? I guess not, but it is the smarter way to go about things. So good for you, OP. What's your first piece of documentation going to be? That's what I'm really curious about. But what I needed was something to document. Cue my other valuable skill set, investigation. Oh, PI, here we go. Part of my old job had been to investigate accidents, chemical spills, defective products, etc., and find out what happened, why it happened, and how to prevent it in the future. In doing this, I learned that the more details you gather, the better. Dates, times, names of witnesses, photos, video, ambient air temperature, tea price in Bangladesh. If it was even remotely relevant, write it down. Best of all, I was really good at it, often finding problems that everyone else overlooked. God, I am super curious now how all of this is going to come to a head. I was saying OP got no balls, but yeah, this is a great, smart way to go about it. You are showing your balls, but they're smart balls. That's a little different than the big dumb balls that I used to hit people with. So 2 pieces of a plan began to form. First off, I would just need to observe everything that fuck did and said, looking for anything that I could use to prove just how truly incompetent he was. In addition, every time he got lost or went off route, I would take a picture with my phone of the truck's computer logs, showing the GPS pings and their timestamps, along with a photo of his daily driver log. Fuck would be under investigation and not even know it. I mean, really, that is some undeniable proof. Look, the GPS is going this way while he's on shift. And then I come back on shift, I try to get it back on route until it's his shift again. And then we get dragged off, and he's over here talking about the corporate route. You don't even know where you're going, Kevin. God damn. I finish my shift and go off duty. Before I go to sleep, I decide to check the computer records to see exactly what it was that Kevin did the night before that got us so very lost. According to the GPS pings, he had, for some reason, turned off the interstate and driven close to 500 miles. With over 150 of those miles going in the opposite direction than where we needed to go. Classic. I took snapshots of the ping and the first Kevin driver logs and showed that he was on duty when all of this crap happened. Oh yes, fleet manager, you are going to eat so much crow. Here it comes, you bitch. Figure it out. Yeah, I did. Here you go. Everybody's getting fired. But that wouldn't be enough, I knew. I needed more. Much more. So I took an old legal pad and began making a list of every stupid, dangerous, and dim-witted thing that fuck had ever done, including dates and times where I could, and I started writing an email. An email that would take an entire month to complete. Oh, OP is going in for the kill. I asked myself how this is going to end. This is how it's going to end, with the power of bureaucracy. Not as exciting, but it'll get the job done eventually in 3 to 6 months. And that's where I'm going to end part 4, but not to worry, everyone. This story isn't even close to being over yet. Thank you to everyone for reading this far and for the continued support and engagement. I hope you've enjoyed the series this far, and you will find these tales, if not informative or enlightening, then at the very least, entertaining. And stay tuned. Part 5 will be released shortly. Spoiler alert, in Part 5, we learn part of the reason why Kevin is such a Kevin. Is he missing part of his brain or something like that? That's really the only explanation that I can come up with. Dude is just a complete idiot, like, from birth, right? It is a decent cliffhanger. I always do like to see it, so we'll have to get back into part 5. Luckily, the story's all written. We ain't even gotta wait. If you're really that curious, you hop onto the Stories About Kevin subreddit, read it for yourself. But it's not gonna have my patented commentary, so, I don't know. Hopefully, even if you do read it yourself, you'll also read it again when it pops up, when I decide to do it. You know, something like that. This story was definitely rage-inducing, watching OP just get smacked around at every single turn. But eventually, enough was enough, and he decided to take action. And that is the catharsis that I'm looking for. Yes! Punish him for his misdeeds! I hope Kevin loses his job. I hope it goes down in a giant fireball. Take Fleet Manager with you. She's useless as shit, apparently.
Just figure it out. You're supposed to be a team.
Oh, really? Thank you for your helpful words of encouragement, you useless idiot. She's a Kevina, as far as I'm concerned. Just burn them all to the ground. Let me drive this truck my damn self. I guess we'll have to see how it goes. Oh, yeah. Eyes to the skies. We don't need no meteorologist. I'm the meteorologist now.
I'm an untrained meteorologist reporting on the snow. It's in the streets. God damn.
I just can't fit all the plugs and disclaimers in one place anymore. Hey, Teespring, while we're at it, that is another thing down in the description. You can pick up some new merch. Oh, scroll down to the bottom of that Teespring shop. See all them new designs we got? Oh, Lawfully Stupid. That's a great one. Hatitude. That's another one. Oh, and organisms. Yeah, I'm going to give her some organisms from that Nice Guy video. We just got out of control with the t-shirt designs, and I love it so much. So hopefully you guys will as well. Now for real, we're done with the plugs, okay? We can get into the story. This is Kevin in a Big Rig, part 5, Shutdown. Oh, good. Is it finally over? Are we gonna shut it down? Kevin, you need not operate anymore. Just give everybody a break. So welcome back, everyone, to another installment of the Kevin in a Big Rig series. Yeah, we liking it. I apologize for the delay, as I know many of you have been anxiously awaiting part number 5. Yeah, that's also kind of applicable to what I'm doing over here. I'll hold off for far too long, and I'm like, okay, finally, here it comes. However, the day after part 4 posted, and I sat down to make this update, I learned from another Reddit user that YouTube creator Karma Comment Chameleon had picked up my stories for a series of videos on his channel. Hey, it's Rob from Karma Comment Chameleon. Yeah, I know that guy. He's actually the guy that encouraged me to start uploading my stuff on podcasts. So big tip of the hat, not a fedora, to that dude over there. He does different content, but as a person, yeah, I find him down to earth and pretty cool. So upon hearing this, I was completely taken aback, as I never imagined that this series would be worth such an effort. That being said, it took a little time to process. If you haven't seen this video, I'll include a link to the video where he covers parts 1 through 3. I know how much work and time goes into making a video for YouTube, and I feel the least I can do to repay the favor is to get the word out there. Oh, that's nice, EOP. Are you gonna come back and make a part number, whatever, 20? And plug ReddX? I'd appreciate that too, you know. Just saying. I'm putting in the effort too. I want my plug. Where's that at? We gotta keep it fair around here, right? No, it's cool. You do you. It's fine. I'm not salty or anything. Really, I'm just reading it because, yeah, a lot of people wanted to hear it. So without further ado, let's get into part number 5. Shut down. Oh, snap. It sounds like it's going to be something major. Are we finally going to get rid of First Kevin? Is today the day? I don't know. So, a little bit of backstory first. This story only takes place a few days after the events in part number 4. Fuck and I were heading towards Salt Lake City, but the winter weather that had been slowly ramping up for the past month was only getting worse. Yeah. Winter in the middle of the country, that just ain't a fun thing. I hope you like snow. A little bit of snow blindness for you.
I cannot see, I'm legally blind.
We'd been fortunate up to this point that the snow and ice hadn't caused any delay, but that luck was about to run out. Just a matter of time, honestly. Especially if you're driving in a place that doesn't regularly experience snow. It's like when it rains in California, people fucking freak out. They all start going 20 on the freeway. It's like, you could drive the same speed, you know? Maybe just widen the gap between the car in front of you a little bit. But I get it. It's different weather. Hopefully OP and Kevin are experienced, but yeah, I think they're relatively new drivers. I'm sure they will have some problems. Like I said, just a matter of time. So this story begins one night in North Platte, Nebraska on Interstate 80. Fuck, having driven the day shift, had parked the truck, and we changed places. Believe it or not, I sure as hell didn't believe it, Kevin had actually learned from me and decided to not only stop in a safe place, but actually stop at our designated fuel stop. I was actually gonna make that joke about him stopping in the middle of the freeway, but I thought that would just be beating a dead horse. So good job. This is proof positive that Kevins can learn somewhat. It's just like one of those monkey see, monkey do type of things, maybe. So, of course, this all meant that we could get food and fuel and do a truck inspection. This was one of the few times that fuck made a rational decision. Oh, truly we have been blessed this day The stars have aligned to make Kevin just make one rational decision in his life. I don't know how it happened, honestly, but I'm shocked and amazed, and I hope that it will continue, but deep down in my heart, I know it's not going to. So, while Kevin went into the truck stop, I refueled and inspected the truck. After making sure the truck was in good shape, I took a look at the weather. Oh yeah, eyes to the skies. We don't need no meteorologist. I'm the meteorologist now.
I'm an untrained meteorologist reporting on the snow. It's in the streets. God damn.
A massive winter storm had been building up, and all predictions put it and us on a collision course. Well, who's possibly gonna win? All right, we need to bring out the guns and the cannons. We will fight this storm off. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? I bet Kevin would fall for it if you told him, hey, that cloud's looking really dark and terrible. You better get a gun. Chase it off. The company's safety department had set several weather alerts and issued a few restrictions. I guess it is like important if you're driving in a big old truck, a giant hunk of metal. It probably is insulated and fine to drive in a lightning storm, much like an airplane. But yeah, it's probably not a smart idea to be like standing near it or something like that. Whatever, I'm totally theorizing right now. Don't listen to me regarding any safety around trucks, okay? I know nothing about trucks. Let me be perfectly clear. My personal rule is that shutting down early is more preferable to shutting down too late. I discovered that Wyoming, the next state that we were to cross into, was taking a serious pounding from that storm, and several accidents were being reported. Thank God it was my shift this time, or Kevin would have waded the truck and us into a tight little ball in a ditch. Kevin's just too stupid to keep on living, bro. Darwin would have taken this guy out back and shot him in the face a long time ago. He should have froze to death out there. I don't know why he didn't. There's so many situations where this could have been the end of his life, quite literally, but he keeps bumbling along because society has decided that every person is equal and worth what another person is equal. Well, guess what? I'll take another Stephen Hawking over another Kevin. How about that? If we let Kevin die in a ditch and we get like a brilliant mind in exchange, I'm all for it. Honestly, I hope the dude gets it figured out and gets on the straight and narrow and whatever, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna happen ever. So maybe we just need to, you know, cash in our chips and get what we can out of the deal. How about that? People with me on that? So I knew we wouldn't make much progress, but since the roads were still dry and the snow wasn't yet falling, I figured I would be able to make it close to Wyoming before shutting down, letting the storm pass, and we would continue once the roads were clear. I mean, that makes good sense to me. I had driven this route many times by this point and knew the best places to be stuck. I set the GPS to take us to a truck stop just past the Wyoming state line. Go inside for a quick bite, and we headed out. I don't know why that part of the country has to be like so terrible. Who's living in Wyoming and Nebraska and Montana? Can you tell me that? Nebraska's like way far from those other two, I'm pretty sure. I failed geography, leave me alone. There's just nothing out there. A bunch of wind and snow. The only people that are in this state are essentially truckers that are just driving through the state. Oh, Lordy. This is wild, dude. At least he has been here before. At least he knows where to go, because, yeah, this would be a thing that freaks me out a little bit for my first time out there, and I'm like, oh, God, can we make it to a truck stop? I guess if I didn't know for sure, I'd just sit there. I'd be like, okay, we shut it down right now. Continue on whenever we can. But much like in Chris Trucker, I question if they're getting paid if they're not moving, which I really don't think that they are. So that sucks. Another cold night in the truck with Kevin. Oh, it's hateable. So it wasn't long before the leading edge of the storm had caught us. The further along I drove, the worse the weather deteriorated. Snow flurries melted on the highway, only to be frozen by the rapidly decreasing temperature, and larger, heavier snow began sticking to the road. I mean, can you put like chains on the truck? Is this like a regular situation? How dangerous is it to drive a big rig in the snow? I guess is my question. Anybody ever watch that Ice Roads Truckers show? No, nobody? Good. If you watched it, then get out. In typical fashion for the safety department, their weather alerts were about 2 hours behind, and where they had issued orders to slow down or shut down were for areas well inside the storm. According to them, we could drive the speed limit and they wouldn't say anything. Fortunately, I knew better than to trust the judgment of someone nearly 1,000 miles away about the weather that I was looking at through the windshield. Thank God it's not Kevin driving for this, bro. You guys seriously would be dead. This would be like third time's a charm. Okay, the Grim Reaper, he's not fucking around this time. He is coming to take you both away. You froze to death in a snowstorm. I'm sorry it had to be this way. But somehow, again, the stars lined up and Kevin was on break. OP was in charge, and I think OP probably saved both of their lives that day. So I made it about 100 miles when conditions forced my hand. I had already had to reduce speed to barely creeping, and the road was invisible beneath the snow. After watching another truck who was driving way too fast lose control and end up in a ditch, I made the call to shut it down. Look at this, idiots in cars. It's snowing, but if I drive really fast, it's gonna be fine. Like, bro, you should probably slow down. That's like literal ice from the sky sticking on the road. At least a little bit of care would behoove you. But no, he ended up in a ditch. I hope he lived and learned a very hard lesson and never did it again. It's just like, yeah, Kevins aren't only in big rigs, okay? There was a Kevin in that truck that ended up in the ditch, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, I pull into a rather large truck stop not far from the Wyoming state line. By this point, the snow was so deep. The trailer bumper was acting like a snowplow, and the tires were having trouble gaining traction. Like I said, you can't put the chains on the big rig's probably too heavy. You put chains on big rig tires, it's gonna like tear up the road or something like that, right? Again, I don't know anything about trucks. I finally get the truck parked and I tell dispatch we're gonna shut down. As I set the truck's idle control system, Fuck wakes up and asks, "Are we still in Indiana?" Go back to sleep, stupid. What does it matter? Nobody's talking to you, okay? You're not in control of what we're doing right now, so just go back to sleep. You're much easier to deal with when you're unconscious. In case you're not familiar with U.S. geography, which I did fail, yes, Indiana is a very long way from Wyoming. We hadn't been in Indiana for days. See, I didn't even realize what a stupid question it is to ask. Which makes me wonder if I'm a Kevin. But honestly, just like being a neckbeard, if you have the wherewithal to ask yourself if you are or are not, then you probably are not. Being a neckbeard or a Kevin requires some lack of self-awareness, which this first Kevin definitely has in spades. We're in Big Spring and we're shut down. We're gonna be here for a while, I told him. Did safety tell us to? Here he goes. He's like, you gotta follow the company route, bro. You gotta listen to what I say, bro. I do what I want. I do what I want. Shove it up your ass. OP says, I made the call. It's gotten pretty bad. Kevin mumbles that he'll get us going once his 10-hour break is up. But I know that safety will issue a shutdown, albeit later than it should be. So I grab a snack, pull the bunk privacy curtains closed, and settle in. I'm glad nobody's scratching each other. I'm glad you're just eating a snack, OP. Chris Trucker has scarred me a little bit in regards to these big rig stories. Bunk privacy curtains is like, yeah. Then you hear the waifu moaning through the phone. Oh, senpai! I'm glad, like, this Kevin story is not normal necessarily, but it's a lot more normal than what Mommy Honker Donkers has to deal with in regards to Chris Trucker. So I decided to make use of this downtime, not to scratch my itches or clean myself, but to work on Operation Ditch the Dipshit. Hey, that's a pretty good name for an operation. Nice! They should hire you for the US military. We don't have stupid-ass operation names like Soaring Eagle or whatever. I mean, Soaring Eagle's pretty cool. But it also doesn't give you any idea of what the mission's actually about, so that's my main argument. Anyways, whatever. For the past couple days, I had been writing down everything that I could remember since day one with fuck. I jot down everything, major and minor, along with dates and times and locations, every missed turn, every unnecessary detour and violation that he had made goes on this list. My plan was to copy it all to email, but I wanted to make sure that nothing was left out. Come here, OP. You see this save as draft button on your email program, right? You could actually write it all down like in the email and save it as a draft until you're ready to send it, right? I don't know. Just like Mommy Honker Donkers, I get the feeling that Strong Bad Jr. is like an older fella. He's like, I want to put pen to paper, goddammit. You don't tell me how to live my life, ReddX. Okay, fine. I'm just making a suggestion, okay? It's very convenient. I thought maybe you'd want to take advantage. It's just a suggestion, all right? So while Kevin was asleep, I decided to go through the truck's computer records, and I started by going through Fuck's hours of service log. This is a legally required record that shows what a driver does every single day. Since drivers can only drive a set number of hours per day, any violation would show on the log. Best of all, these computer logs could not be tampered with. Every time he drove longer than he should have, I made a note. Oh yes, smother him with bureaucracy! The computer also keeps a record of abnormal truck activities. Like jerking off in the back? I'm just kidding. Like I said, Chris Trucker has destroyed me. I can't unsee certain things. One of these is called a hard braking event. A hard braking event is, as the name suggests, an instance where the truck experiences excessive braking. Remember how I said that Kevin was heavy on the brakes? Well, the computer agreed. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of these records filed during his drive shifts. To be clear, it takes a very hard brake check to trip one of these events. I used my phone to snap a quick photo of the computer screen, made my notes, and climbed back into my bunk for the rest of the night. What is he doing? Is he playing with the brakes? Or is he just dumb? Like, how hard is it to not pump the brakes that hard? Maybe this is just how he does it. Maybe this is how he was taught to do it. But yeah, it needs to be corrected, especially if the computer's recording all of it. How do we know if there's an actual serious one in there? If he's making hundreds of entries into this log. It's so ridiculous. Anyways, the next morning I wake up and go to the front of the cab and check the computer for messages. As I had predicted, safety had issued a mandatory shutdown for all trucks in our area. Just as well, otherwise I would have to tape Fuck to his bunk to try and keep him from leaving.
Yeah, he's just doing what the company says. That lady at the desk 1,000 miles away knows better than we do.
I'm telling you, dude, Kevin would have gotten you all killed if OP was not driving last night. The storm was still dumping snow, and the paved parking lot of the truck stop is packed full of trucks, and the interstate, visible from our parking spot, is dead quiet. No one was going anywhere. Despite this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck might be stupid, but his sycophant attitude meant that he wouldn't dare defy the company. We were safe for the time being. Yeah, he doesn't know how to think. He wants the company to think for him. That's really what it all boils down to. Doesn't have enough of a brain? I guess it's good that he doesn't trust his own head. But yeah, to follow orders so blindly, that's not a great way to be either. We need to form our own thoughts from what we're seeing with our eyes, Kevin. This is how humans operate. Although, like I mentioned earlier, he seems to have avoided Darwin Award like endlessly, so I don't know. Survival of the fittest, I guess that just ain't a thing that we're dealing with anymore. Go ahead, everybody, do whatever you want. Anyways, Kevin wakes up a little while later.
Are we still in Illinois?
He asks. Are you... have you not been paying attention, Kevin? You gotta be making like some of this up, right? This is slightly embellished for entertainment value. I can't believe he said, "Are we in Indiana last night?" You said, "No, we're in Wyoming." And then the truck hasn't moved and he wakes up, he's like, "Are we in Illinois?" Does he just pick a random state? Every time he wakes up, he just asks, "Are we in Missouri?" What, dude? No. But OP takes it in stride and cautiously replies, "No, we're in Nebraska, close to Wyoming. Safety has us shut down." "Oh," he replies and goes back to his bunk. What a tool. It was then that I knew something about Fuck was off. More so than I had previously thought. Twice in less than 12 hours, he has forgotten where we are. Indiana and Illinois are behind us by a few days at this point. There's no way that he could be that confused, right? Maybe it's like carbon monoxide poisoning or something? Why isn't OP suffering the same effects? It is really weird. Like I said, it started to snap my suspension of disbelief at this part in the story. But yes, I guess if something mentally is going on with him, I'm invested again. I'm curious. What the hell's going on with you, Kevin? Are you okay? Maybe he's not truly a Kevin. Maybe he's just going through some shit. Little bit of dementia. A little sprinkle of the old dementia. It happens.
Did you like my cookies?
Yes, Grandma.
That's good. Because I made them with my own fingers.
Dementia.
I tried to put it out of my mind for the time being and decided to brave the weather in the interest of breakfast. Hell yeah, breakfast, most important meal of the day, all right? You go ahead, you have yourself a good bowl of chicken noodle soup. It's probably not the best breakfast, but if you're single, you ain't got no wife, no kids to take care of, fuck it. Eat some chicken noodle soup for breakfast. I don't care. I can't tell you how to live, whatever. Where'd that come from?
What is going on here? Breakfast!
So I grabbed some food and some coffee, and I checked the weather conditions to the west. The Wyoming Department of Transportation had shut down the entire interstate, and over 200 accidents had been reported in the past 24 hours. Holy shit, man. This is quite a snowstorm, honestly. Is this like a regular thing? I didn't even think there was 200 people in Wyoming. So it's like everybody and their spouse that lives in Wyoming crashed their car somewhere. If I keep dunking on Wyoming, I'm gonna have people in the comments like, "I live in Wyoming, ReddX. Why do you hate my state?" Like, I don't. It's gorgeous. It's a natural beauty. There's just a lot of wind and snow for my taste, okay? I would like to go to the beach sometimes, okay? Anyways, I talked to a few drivers who had come in from the west, and their accounts matched the reports. It's pretty clear that we are not going anywhere soon. After an hour, I head back out to the truck and decide to catch up on some sleep. Falk is fully awake at this point, messing around with the computer. As I climb inside, he asks,
Are we still in Illinois?
Bro, I am concerned for him at this point. What the hell is going on? Like, you have your own GPS, right? You don't need to keep asking me, right? Maybe pull out a map. I don't know. This is really weird. Like, this is turning from a Kevin story into a creepypasta. Why you keep asking me that shit, Kevin? I told you, dude. No. What? He still doesn't know where we are? No, I explain. We're in Nebraska. We got here last night and we haven't been in Illinois for 3 days. You don't remember? This was the question that answered far more than I thought. Kevin got a brain tumor?
It's not the tumor.
This is getting creepy, man. Like, I like to laugh at a Kevin, but all of a sudden this took like a very serious turn. I am concerned. So Kevin explained to me that about a year before, he had been involved in a serious car accident, one of many. According to him, he ran off the road at high speed. He was hospitalized with a shattered leg, his bad leg now, and he was in a coma for 21 days. His doctors told him that being in a coma that long would likely cause some brain damage, and it had. He had difficulty with his short-term memory and would literally forget something that he did 5 minutes before. Oh, shit, man. So he's not just like an idiot. You can't really call him a Kevin. He's just a guy with short-term memory loss from brain damage. Now I feel bad about making the joke about Kevin in the car wreck earlier when that truck ran off the road. Oh, shit, dude. Now I feel bad about this whole series, honestly. I don't like this one little bit. Did you know this before or after writing the series, OP? If you knew before and you still wrote the series, I don't know if I can sign off on that, man. Brain damage is not really something that you can work around. I mean, he could leave himself notes or something like that, but Jesus Christ. That is super sad. Now I feel bad for dunking on Kevin so much. How could you do this to me, OP? Now I look like an asshole. So this wasn't entirely new to me, as he had told me this story before. What? You're an asshole, OP. In fact, he had told me countless times over the past 2 months, and it was always the same. Bad car accident, 21-day coma, and busted leg. And the brain damage, and the short-term memory loss. And you're like, yeah, why is this guy such an idiot? It's the brain damage and the short-term memory loss. It's not something that he can help. Why you gotta call this dude a fucking Kevin? That's so not cool, OP. I just lost like a lot of respect for you right there. I'm gonna tell you straight. So, right, I reply. The weather's pretty bad, so get comfortable. We're gonna be here a while. I then climb back into my bunk. Kevin, citing his bad leg, wants to try and find a parking spot closer to the store. But I tell him that the lot's completely full, and if he moves the truck, we could lose this spot. Reluctantly, he decides to stay put. Yeah, for now, but he's gonna forget what you said because of his short-term memory loss. I mean, I've always been a big advocate of not jumping to conclusions, for giving the subject of these posts a fair shake compared to the OP, and yeah, we definitely shouldn't have jumped to conclusions about this guy. Does he have some Kevin tendencies? Sure, I'm sure he does. No normal person is gonna blow every fuse in the truck and almost get them and their co-pilot killed just because there's one outlet near the bunk that's not working. That is not a brain damage thing. That is a purely Kevin thing. But like, yeah, maybe he did know how to do it at one point and just kind of forgot. Like, we don't really know what his backstory is. Like, what I predict is about to happen here. He moves the truck regardless of what OP said because he forgot what OP said 30 seconds ago. Now I feel bad putting Dory as one of the thumbnail pictures because, god damn, dude. Like, yeah, he can't really help it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm completely on the side of Kevin. I don't know if I'm completely off the side of OP, but it definitely raises some questions at the very least. I need to reconsider what I thought about both of them in the previous parts. I really do like a twist like this, you know? But yeah, it's just quite a strange thing to suss out. What is the actual truth here? I do believe OP, but yeah, I have a lot more sympathy for Kevin than OP seems to. So back in my bunk, I go over first Kevin's story, 21-day coma, short-term memory loss, numerous car accidents. If I was asked to pick one person to deny a CDL, it would be Kevin. And not because of the hell that I'd already been through because of him. Driving a truck is dangerous at the best of times. Add in a brain damaged driver, and that risk increases exponentially. I knew that this company literally hired anyone who gave him a phone call, but what doctor in his right mind would grant someone with brain damage a DOT medical card? So I pulled out my notes and jot down first Kevin's story as he told it. I mean, that's a good point too. You really got to point fingers at the trucking company. What would happen if you got a pilot that can't remember what's going on 5 minutes ago? Are we flying over the Pacific Ocean? Are we in Russia now? Let's go ahead and land the plane. We'll just swoop it down and see if we're still near the Pacific. I don't know, man. This is not a good way to be. And yeah, I do have to blame the trucking company more than anybody else. I think that's a good way to look at it. It's not OP's fault that he's stuck with this dude. It's not Kevin's fault that he is the way that he is. I mean, I don't know if he caused the crash or whatever, but that's neither here nor there. This is the results of something that was out of his control, mostly. It was within control of the trucking company. So yes, they are the ones that I will be mad at for the remainder of this story. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. So later that day, Kevin wakes up from a nap, and I'm in my bunk, and he asks again, are we in Illinois? I sigh, defeated. No, Kevin, we're in Nebraska. You've asked that 3 times already.
Oh, well, I have a bad short-term memory. You see, I was in a car wreck and...
He repeats the same story again, practically word for word.
Did safety shut us down?
He asked. Yeah, so did YDOT, which is Wyoming Department of Transportation, I explained.
Oh, okay.
And he goes quiet again. It's so sad, dude. I have so much sympathy for this dude all of a sudden. Like, that one simple fact has changed the entire way that I view him. Instead of cracking up and being like, oh, what an idiot asking 5 times in a row. Now I see it from his side. I'm like, oh, this could happen to this could be me, you know? I am 121-day coma away from being Kevin. I don't know, man. It just feels really bad to look down my nose at a dude like this, knowing all that I know now. I don't feel good that OP made the post with as much vitriol as he did. I don't feel good that Kevin was hired to do this type of work. I'm sure there's something out there that he's perfectly capable of doing, but unfortunately, yeah, it's not trucking, and we got to be honest with ourselves about that. Anyways, we end up stuck for 2 full days waiting for the road conditions to clear. By late morning on the 3rd day, we received word that the road conditions had improved to the point where we could proceed. Oh, bless up. Let's get the hell out of here. By that point, Kevin had repeated his story another 3 times, and each time he was completely unaware that he had already told it earlier. By this point, I've decided that there is something seriously wrong with this guy, and he's a danger to himself and anyone sharing a highway with him. I don't know if I can get him off the road at that point, but I knew that I could get reassigned. Our unexpected downtime had given me time to work out my exit strategy. No, you need to get him off the road. OP's like, just save myself at this point. Come on, man. You know that ain't right. Maybe it's not worth battling the whole company and going $3,000 into debt for your trucking school or whatever it is, but simply turning a blind eye to something horrible happening. Like, how would you feel if you got reassigned, Kevin goes on to crash and you know, kill a carload of people and is his co-pilot? You would know for the rest of your life that you turned a blind eye to that. Ugh. It leaves a really sour taste. I thought we could be bros, OP, but honestly, I got very little respect for the way you're acting right now. Anyways, I volunteered to take the first shift. I figure if the roads are iffy, I have the better chance of getting through it safely. This was a good call on my part, as I counted no fewer than 20 accident sites in the first 50 miles. Good God. See, this is what happens in Wyoming. 50% of the population is hostile winds.
Wyoming? Well, that's literally America's least populated state. 50% of the population is just hostile winds.
Many of these accidents still hadn't been cleared, and the vehicles were left in the ditch or the median. I managed to get a good distance into Wyoming before needing to swap with Kevin. The weather had broken, and everything between us and Salt Lake City was clear. Well, good, okay? Take it easy, Kevin. Gotta kind of stay awake and keep my eye on him, make sure we don't get all flipped around. Now it makes sense why he went back to the starting point. He couldn't remember anything in between. As Kevin started his shift, everything that occurred during our shutdown replayed in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. Buck wasn't just stupid. He was a ticking time bomb. It was time to get as far away from it as I could. Yeah, save yourself, OP. Whatever happens to anybody else, none of my concern, right? I don't know how you could do that. How can you look a problem directly in the eye and actively decide, yeah, I don't feel like assisting to fix that in any way? Is it your job to fix it? No, it's not really, but like I said, what if he kills somebody out there? You're gonna know. You're gonna know that you had at least some hand in it. At least some inaction. I'm torn between my lackadaisical, not my circus, not my monkeys, and my want to get this dude off the road and keep him and other people safe. I know what the right thing to do is. Surely you know what the right thing to do is. We can't not my circus, not my monkeys this one. I'm sorry. Not this one. You're being really childish, OP, and really selfish in this moment. I hope this story doesn't turn out as terrible as it might turn out, but I guess all that remains to be seen. So before I went to sleep, I took out my notes and my cell phone and began composing an email. I addressed it to my fleet manager and CC'd the safety director. It would take a while to finish, as I planned to make sure that they knew everything that I had seen and experienced over the past 2 months. Given the nature of corporate politics, I expected to encounter some resistance and being ignored, but that was fine. It would only make the situation worse for them in the long run. 2 months, bro. 2 months, and it took you that long to put this together? Or is this like a storytelling mechanic? Because if you couldn't put together that this guy had brain damage within the first couple of weeks, maybe you the Kevin, OP? Maybe you've been the Kevin all along. I don't know. It just seems like a really weird outlook, a really weird way of telling the story. And yeah, I have a lot of regrets for dunking on Kevin for absolutely no reason. Or, I mean, a definite reason, but a reason that he couldn't help at all. And with that, part 5 comes to an end. I know there wasn't much in the way of Kevin-type behavior in this one, but I hope that you at least have a better idea of the kind of person that Fuck was. In the next episode, his terrible driving will do actual damage to the truck, and my plan to get rid of him will be fleshed out. Also, a big thank you to everyone for your kind words of encouragement and support. I'd also like to say a special thank you to everyone who gave my posts gifts. If you haven't already, please check out the video by YouTube creator Karma Comment Chameleon. Call him Rob. Tell him ReddX sent you. If you want, whatever. I can't live your life for you. His telling of these stories is far better than anything that I could do myself. And if you're wondering, he's not paying me for this plug. Yeah, but he should be though. I'll give you a fresh $5 bill to plug my channel, OP. Go ahead. Go ahead. Check it out. What's your PayPal? It's the cheapest plug ever. Anyways, until next time, friends, please remember, keep all Kevins at a safe distance and away from sharp objects, heavy machinery, and flammable substances. This story was really morally ambiguous. We are working in the gray quite heavily right now. Like, okay, I am sort of frustrated with OP that he's trying to just get clear of Kevin and everything else be damned, but he is a new employee at the company. Maybe he doesn't know 100% how to handle things. I can kind of give him the benefit of the doubt regarding that. The company, what they're doing is completely egregious, but again, they are a large trucking company. As we've learned throughout our Chris Trucker, Kevin in a Big Rig post, large trucking companies are basically just trash. They are consistently horrible. And yeah, they probably did, whatever, forge some medical documents to get Kevin into a big rig. And that's super unfortunate. The main problem that I have with OP is him coming after Kevin, even despite knowing that the dude has brain damage and making an entire series of posts disparaging this poor guy for something that he can't even help. I wish I had a good answer. I wish I knew who to be mad at anymore. But this whole story, this whole part has flipped everything on its head. Like, I used to just be mad at Kevin and things were simple and OP was the hero and the company was bad too, but they weren't this bad. And now it's like OP and Kevin are both kind of victims of a situation that this company put them into. And, it's so bad, dude. It is so bad. I guess I gotta be mad at the company most of all, but you can't really be mad at OP or Kevin. That's the way that I see it. OP, maybe he shouldn't have made the Reddit post. Maybe he shouldn't have, called this dude a Kevin necessarily, but it was something he wanted to get off his chest. Without the stories, I mean, we wouldn't be reading it here right now, so I do have to thank him at least a little bit, but it still does leave a bit of a bitter aftertaste in my mouth. I don't know. Maybe the comment section can help me suss this one out and like let me know where I should be standing, because I mean, that is where I stand now after talking with the Twitch chat, but maybe somebody will come out with like a big piece of news that makes me change my whole perspective. And really, there is no correct perspective in this story because, like I said, completely moral gray area aside from, the company being bad. Very, very bad. OP and Kevin, yeah, they're just kind of getting tossed about like ships on the ocean. Now cue Come Sail Away by Styx. I was soaring ever higher. Anyways. You just fell off of a mountain and blew the engine up completely. Kevin and a Big Rig, Part 6, Breakdown. Communication Breakdown.
Communication breakdown! That's always the same!
Last time we had Shutdown, so hopefully this is going to be like the breaking, the big end of Kevin. I did feel really bad for Kevin. We found out that he like had some brain damage, and that's not necessarily why he could like remember things. He was having a lot of trouble doing his job. But a lot of the comments did point out to me that regardless of the brain damage, he's still like a Kevin through and through. So I guess I shouldn't be that mad at OP. We'll go ahead, reset the meter, and I'll see what happens in this story. So let's get into it. Like I said, Hello again, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Kevin in a Big Rig. The popularity of this series has grown by leaps and bounds over the last week and a half, and all I could say is, wow. Wowzers, trousers. I can scarcely believe the amount of support and encouragement I've received from all of you, and I can't begin to tell you what it means to me. Honestly, that's the most beautiful part about Reddit, you know? You just want to vent and get some stuff off your chest, and then if it's a really good one, it floats to the top. I wasn't going to read Kevin in a Big Rig, but I had a lot of people ask me for it, so here I am, a year later. The only downside I've encountered is that I've had to take extra care so that these stories don't completely suck. I do appreciate that. Very thoughtful indeed. I'd like to give a big shout out to the viewers and subscribers of the YouTube channel Karma Comment Chameleon. Yeah, I know that dude, Rob. He's pretty good. He's the guy that said that I should get all my stuff up on podcasts, and we do talk relatively often via Discord. I read all the comments on both Reddit and YouTube, and your kind words of support are all the inspiration that I need to continue this series. I mean, I'm not too worried about giving Rob, Karma Comment Chameleon, the shout out via my channel, because one, he's a hell of a lot bigger than me, and two, he covers like very different content, also in a different way than I do. I don't think anybody's out here doing it like your boy ReddX does. Interrupt the story every 30 seconds or whatever. But I'm proud of it. It's become somewhat of a tagline or some crap. Anyways, with that, let's get on with the Kevin in a Big Rig, part number 6, a breakdown. Yeah, I'm not going to sing Communication Breakdown again, but you know I'm thinking it. Backstory. This story takes place about a week after the events of part 5. Fuck and I made our delivery in Salt Lake City without incident and took another load north to Seattle, Washington. We picked up another load that was bound for the East Coast when yet another disaster struck. Oh no, how could this happen? Oh yeah, because you're driving around with Kevin in a big rig. Disaster is always just around the corner. I had made the initial pickup in Renton, Washington, and headed east on Interstate 90. Since I had driven half the night before the pickup and into the mid-morning, my drive time for the day expired around Tanner, Washington, and fuck and I switched out. Ahead of us lay barren and mountainous terrain and nearly 3,000 miles of highway across the northern states of the lower 48. That sounds fun. Maybe we can get in a convoy. Convoy! Combine that with the ever-threatening winter storms, fuck's horrible driving skills, and a dwindling supply of tolerance on my part, and I was beginning to wonder if he would kill us both before I could possibly get rid of him. I mean, third time's the charm. He's almost killed you a couple of times already. I think now is about the time to bail out, but OP is still building his case. Pretty soon the hammer's gonna drop. I'm like 90% sure. At the end of my drive shifts each day, I had been religiously copying the information from the notes that I had taken into an email on my phone. Yeah, stack it up. How many infractions does it take to get to the center of an incompetent trucker's career? I addressed it to my fleet manager and the company safety director. Using my most professional and courteous language, I outlined everything that I had witnessed over the past 2.5 months. I had reached the point where I didn't want revenge or compensation or even to demand that he be fired. I just wanted to get away from him. But in order to do that, I needed a valid reason so that management would be convinced. One reason? Yeah, how about 100? I mean, from how it's going in Chris Trucker, it seems a lot harder than it should be to get away from your driving partner. I don't understand why that is. And I also wonder if there's people that drive with their partner and just love it. Every second of it, they're like best buddies. Although we don't hear about those stories as much, I guess. So, fuck took over and proceeded east along Interstate 90 towards Idaho. As was my habit by this point, I rode shotgun upon first leaving out at first. I am still in the jump seat when we reach Snoqualmie Pass. Snoqualmie Pass? That's quite a name. Interesting. I probably pronounced it wrong. In my opinion, there are 3 critical skills that all drivers must learn if they want to last long enough in the industry to make any real money. Navigation, backing up with the trailer, and going down a long, steep mountain grade fully loaded. Going up a mountain might be slow and arduous, but going down can quickly turn deadly. Going down. Honestly, this is something that I would never even think about, like, with regards to driving a truck. Probably one of the things that I love most about doing the channel and diving into all of these different series is just learning. We always learn something every single day. And today we're gonna learn about going down a steep mountain grade with a truck. Because if a driver doesn't control the speed during the descent, he will find himself behind the wheel of a runaway death machine. It's not as cool as it sounds, probably. To make the situation more difficult, the brakes of the truck can overheat and completely fail if overused, making the loss of control inevitable. Jesus Christ, bro. I had no idea. What? If you've ever driven through mountains and seen runaway truck ramps, that is exactly what they're for. Just a pre-selected crash scene. Wow, dude. Like I said, learning so much every single day. Overheating the brakes, bro, you are going to die. Even if it's not your drive time, maybe just suggest to Kevin that I could do this one if you want. It's fine. Maybe just let me handle it so we both don't die. Oh, now, most trucks also have a feature called engine brakes, more commonly known to truck drivers as Jake brakes. Unlike the typical wheel brakes, engine brakes cause the truck to slow down by restricting airflow in the engine. This causes the engine to add resistance in the drivetrain and serve as some sort of drag chute? I don't know. Read as written, I guess. Also, unlike wheel brakes, engine brakes will not overheat or fail from overuse. When used properly, they can make going down a mountain grade far more efficient and far more safe. Okay, but does Kevin know about the Jake brakes? I mean, I didn't know. Is this something that they teach only a couple months into your driving career? I'm super worried for both OP and Kevin. More OP at this point, I guess, because yeah, Kevin is the one that will inevitably get him into this situation. The title of the story, Breakdown, like that's a bit of foreshadowing, isn't it? Anyways, the use of engine brakes also happens to be one of the issues that fucking I would regularly disagree upon. Oh boy. While I had been properly instructed by my trainer on how to use the engine brakes effectively, he was adamantly opposed to them. Yeah, they're called Jake brakes, not Kevin brakes, so I'm not allowed to use them. Yeah, whatever you gotta tell yourself, I guess. He wasn't shy about voicing his disapproval of my using them, but there was very little that he could do about it. Why does he disapprove is what I want to know. Are you that committed to crashing and killing both of us? I suppose the short answer to that is yes. Yes, he is. His opinion wasn't due to some rational reason. It was simply because the company safety department said so. During post-training orientation, the course presenters often had made a major issue about how engine brakes weren't that useful, and that they wish they didn't come with the trucks. I later learned that these presenters were drivers who mostly quit within 2 months. Yeah, listen to those guys for sure. Why are they being paid to present the safety course if they obviously have no idea what the hell's going on? It's time to quit driving, OP, settle down, take over these guys' jobs. Because obviously they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And people like Kevin will listen. And then the brakes fail and everything crashes, and whose fault is it? Not the safety presenters. It's gonna fall squarely on Kevin's shoulders. This is a problem. This is a big, big problem. I learned from my trainer, a 30-year trucking veteran, that engine brakes were a lifesaver. But fuck, being the sycophant that he was, believed that anything the company higher-up said was the gospel truth. God, I can't stand bootlickers like this. Oh, you got authority over me? Okay, sir. Let me brown nose you even harder. Yeah, get your nose deep in his booty hole, right? Sometimes we need a little bit of critical thinking, Kevin. Actually, most of the time, company higher-ups have no idea what the fuck is going on. So yes, disregard it. Create your own way of doing things. It's for the best. And so there we were, Kevin, myself, and a fully loaded truck. And the long, steep decline that was the Snoqualmie Pass. Switch me seats, Kevin. I can't let you do this, Kevin. Yep, I said to myself, I am definitely regretting my life choices right now. It's like you know you're about to die. You're looking towards what is going to kill you, and you just kind of accept your fate instead of trying to do something about it. Dying with dignity, I do suppose, OP. So fuck starts on down the pass. He was in top gear, and the truck begins to accelerate rapidly. Since he's not using the engine brakes, the only way that he can control the truck's speed without overusing the wheel brakes is to downshift. In order to do that, he must reduce speed. Shifting gears in a semi is a lot different than in a regular car, since a truck transmission will only go into gear if it and the engine are at the proper speed for the gear being selected. So yeah, once you start, there ain't no going back, is what it sounds like. Dude slams on the brakes, throwing everything in the cab that isn't tied down forward. He tries to downshift, but his timing is off. For a few heart-stopping seconds, the truck is essentially dropping down the side of a mountain in a free fall before Fuck manages to wrestle the truck into gear with another whiplash brake check and a grinding protest from the transmission. Oh God, we're gonna die! We're gonna die!
Help! Please! Someone! I'm going to die!
Oh, it's terrible! The engine revs up sharply as it fights against gravity and the excess speed for the gear. Kevin, again, applies extremely heavy braking, and I grab the handhold above me and push myself back into the seat to cushion the jolt. This is horrible. This is so horrible. Take the wheel. I'm like, Jesus, take the wheel. And he's like, nah, I seen Chris Trucker. I don't deal with truckers no more. I am out. Oh, God. How do you save yourself from this? At this point, I look over at the dash tachometer. It's reading over 1,700 RPM. The normal operating range for this truck is between 1,000 and 1,500 RPM. Slowing down and reducing the engine speed is vital at this point. Even Kevin could know that. And he does, applying heavy braking again to slow the engine to just under 1,500 RPM, and the speed appears to be relatively stable. Oh God, oh please, say a prayer. This is... this is so horrible. Let no bad happen. I can't. Then, in a move that I can only describe as divine stupidity, Kevin forces the transmission into the next lower gear. Yeah, you're gonna drop that transmission on the road. When I say forced, I mean the truck was actively fighting him as if it were an animal raging in a trap. The gears of the transmission were grinding so hard that I thought they would be worn down before we reached the bottom of the hill. Eventually, however, Fuck's stubborn determination won out. and the truck went into gear. Oh God, dude. I hate this. I hate it so much. That poor truck, the poor OP. And Kevin's like, yeah, I got this. Are you kidding me, bro? I should have gotten out of here long ago. Whip your phone out. Just start recording what is unfolding before you. This is not okay. Kevin, that is not how transmissions work, okay? Just jam it into gear, whatever. The truck screamed in protest. I glance at the tachometer, and it's showing now close to 2,000 RPM. Way outside of the operating limits. Too much of this and the engine will literally tear itself apart, I knew. And so, what does Kevin do? Nothing. Nothing at all. Those pistons are gonna just jump out all over. They're gonna be like shotgun slugs just shooting around the cabin of this truck. You can't do this, Kevin, please. Make it stop. God damn it, I scream at him, trying to make myself heard over the tortured engine. Slow down! Don't tell me how to drive! Fuck snaps back. Apparently, he believes that this is normal. This is not normal. None of this is normal. We're all going to die. I swear to God, fuck. If you wreck this truck... Heh, that rhymes. My sentence was cut off by yet another hard break, and I'm wondering if I could just stab this little bastard and take over the truck and claim self-defense. Yes, mutiny is a thing that you can do in order to preserve the life of the crew, and at this point, you are the crew, so mutiny it is. You gotta take it over. You're not gonna survive this, OP. We went down that long, steep hill for what felt like hours. The screaming engine begged for mercy, and Kevin was just completely oblivious. Do you not hear that? Are you kidding me? Oh, the anxiety is so high. At any moment, I was expecting the engine to just explode in a fiery death ball, taking us to our own deaths only a few moments later. But, to that engine's credit, somehow it held on just long enough. Oh my God, stop the truck, I need to throw up. We made it out, I saw my fucking life flash before my eyes. What is this? Oh, good God. We get to the bottom of the hill, and the stress on the engine and my nerves finally dissipates. At first, I think that we dodged yet another bullet. The truck seems to be no worse for the wear, and I somehow managed to not outright kill Kevin. No, kill him, bro. Put him out of his misery, okay? He can't live like this any longer. You're doing him a favor, you're doing the whole world a favor. No jury in the land is gonna convict you, all right? And it was at that very moment that the dashboard lights up more than the annual Christmas tree at Rockefeller Plaza. Oh, spoke too soon, didn't ya? Every warning light and alarm buzzer is going off as if we were in a movie helicopter that had just been hit by a rocket. Black Hawk down, we got a Black Hawk down. I swear under my breath and begin looking on my phone for repair shops, truck stops, or anywhere nearby that we could possibly get some help. And then, as suddenly as it started, the dash goes quiet and the lights all turn off. It wasn't a relief, more of that eerie sort of quiet. Oh God, Kevin, you really fucked it this time, bro. We're gonna be out here freezing again in the middle of a mountain pass because you don't know how to apply the Jake brakes. This is so ridiculous. I don't even have the words, honestly. How does this keep happening? Because as long as you're with Kevin, it's going to keep happening. OP is right to want to get away from him. He's just a walking disaster. That's not good, I say, knowing that this wasn't some electronic glitch. Yeah, of course not. Electronic glitch after I just saw my life flash before my fucking eyes? Forget about it. That is the engine's last hurrah. I go back to my phone. It is the only thing that I can do to keep me from just snapping Kevin's neck. By some obscene stroke of luck, there's a dealership service shop at the next exit. What are you gonna do? Call a tow truck? Push the big rig down there with a full load? It's too ridiculous. It was just then that the dashboard lights and alarms made an encore appearance.
I think something's wrong with the truck.
You don't say. Kevin said, as if I hadn't already worked out that much for myself. I gave him my hardest glare. No shit, Sherlock. I reply, you just fell off of a fucking mountain and blew the engine up completely. It's so ridiculous, bro. Okay, the comments were 100% right. Brain damage did not do this, okay? This is him. He's doing 100%. I can't even feel bad for him. Kevin, you a real piece of shit. The safety instructors that license this dude are like far more pieces of shit, but Kevin, yeah, you up there. You're not getting off scot-free. And poor OP, yeah, I don't blame him for wanting to get away. I take back everything I said in the last episode. Just exit. Stage left. Heavens to Murgatroyd.
What do we do?
Kevin asked, like a lost little boy. Oh, God. We don't beat kids. Luckily, Kevin's not a kid. Luckily, I have no sympathy for you at all. Just punch him. He is the dumbest of fucks. I take this moment to highlight his stupidity. I don't know, super trucker. You're the one who knows everything, so why don't you tell me? To say that my nerves were frayed at this point would be a gross understatement. I mean, just, yeah, call him out on it. You think you know everything? Why are you gonna ask me what to do? This is your mess. You clean it up. So Kevin keeps looking between the road and the dash, and I can tell that he is lost, confused, and completely clueless. Just then, the engine derates, essentially limiting its speed and horsepower in order to prevent further damage. Something is seriously wrong, and Kevin is completely useless. He doesn't even know what it means. He's like, they didn't cover this. Yeah, because nobody expected you to blow the fucking engine up. Next exit, I say. There's a dealership shop. Kevin nods nervously. He rounds a bend and the exit comes into sight. Despite the truck's reduced speed, Kevin is about to blow right past the exit. Something that he very well can't afford to do. He is so determined to kill his co-pilot and possibly himself. And really, if you want to take yourself out, that's your business. But leave me alone. You know, OP got a wife and kids to take care of, maybe. But even if he doesn't, yeah, just keep that all to yourself, all right? I want to live to see tomorrow. Luckily, the engine didn't explode. Let's not push our luck any further. Kevin, exit now, I say. Here? He asks, unsure. Oh my god, he's so dumb. How is he so dumb? How have you gotten this far in life? Darwinism's out the window, bros. Okay? I can't explain this. What are you doing? Now! I scream, not even trying to be civil. I don't have the words. It's too ridiculous, man. So Kevin takes the exit, braking extremely hard again to get slow enough so as to not overturn the truck. Well, thank God for that, at least, I guess. I can see the sign for the dealership, and I guide Kevin towards it. Okay, now you're gonna want to take the next left, buddy. Okay, get in the other lane, because we're gonna go left pretty soon. Yeah, I would have killed him, honestly. We pull into the parking lot just moments before the truck dies. Whew. Charmed life, I think. Yeah, some parts of it are charmed. Some parts are, like, objectively not charmed at all. But it is what it is. I turn to Fuck and say, you, send dispatch a message. Tell them where we are and that we're checking into the shop, and I'll go talk to the shop. He doesn't get a chance to protest as I jump out and head inside. What do you even have to protest, Kevin? I'm cleaning up your mess at this moment, Kevin. I don't know how that truck even made it to the shop. Held together by voodoo magic or something like that. What brand was that engine? I'm gonna buy stock in whatever the hell that was, because that's a miracle. Honestly, I don't know how any of this happened. The techs run a diagnostic and find a long list of fault codes. I have to coordinate between dispatch and the shop because the company maintenance overseer knew nothing about trucks and Kevin was completely useless, and find out that the truck will need to be in the shop overnight. What a mess, bro. Fleet director doesn't give a damn. The overseer doesn't know anything. You're the maintenance overseer, bro. How did you lie your way into this job? It's a company full of Kevins. I quit. I quit, bro. I'll find a way to pay you back for the contract, but I need to get out of here. I can't anymore. Oh, they reluctantly agree to spring for a hotel room. Oh, how generous. That was within walking distance, and we go check in. Please have separate rooms. You know they're not gonna have separate rooms. They're gonna have to share a bed. Ain't that just the cherry on the dog shit sundae? Oh, fucking I spent about 3 days in that hotel while the truck was being repaired. Oh, man. Yeah, it looks like about a one-day job, but nobody here knows what they're doing either. 3 days, all of a sudden. Kevin, by virtue of his short-term memory problems, had completely forgotten about how this was all his doing. He gave some speech about how dangerous engine brakes were, but I reminded him that he was the one who was driving when the truck broke down. He tried to pass the blame, but it didn't matter. I had a far more important task to focus on. He's so insufferable. I'm way back on OP's side again. He lost me in the last part a little bit, but yeah, Everything has been refreshed. Now I 100% get it. I couldn't stand this either. Legitimately, I would have quit. I don't care. How much money for trucking school? I'll find a way to pay it back. I can't do this anymore. I know OP said he's got a wife and kids to provide for, but that's fine. I'm picking up 18-hour shifts at McDonald's. It's gotta be better than this. If you ever needed or wanted to know how to make a rigid corporate structure act in your favor, you might want to take notes. I'm no longer part of a rigid corporate structure, but in case I ever am taking 18-hour shifts at McDonald's, I'm going to take notes on all this. All right, we ready? I had been gathering evidence against Kevin for about 2 weeks before we broke down. In those 2 weeks, I had been able to gather enough problems against him that would make a district attorney green with envy. I divided my time between copying my notes to email and jotting down new items as they popped up. It was tedious as the list never seemed to go down, but eventually the email was ready. The only question that remained was who exactly would be getting this email. Yeah, in a company full of Kevins, I don't trust none of y'all with this. Normally, I would simply email my fleet manager like one would a supervisor. The problem was that such major issues would need nearly every department in the loop. The only problem was that the company was strictly compartmentalized and often territorial. Oh, bureaucracy, look at that. Beautiful thing. Can't get a goddamn thing done because the head doesn't know where the ass is going. Or wait, something like that. It wasn't uncommon to get messages from 3 or 4 department heads for one minor infraction. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. For example, when I had to request fuel in Indiana, I had to explain why to the route planning manager, the fleet fuel controller, and the planning department, in addition to my supervisory fleet manager. Not only was this incredibly ineffective and annoying, it did provide some insights into how that system could be manipulated. This reminds me of Office Space, bro. Did you finish your TPS reports? You gotta put the cover. Like 5 people come by the desk to tell the same shit. Except this whole thing is nationwide. Oh my god. Oh my god! You're a logistics company. Shouldn't you have the logistics of this somewhat figured out? Maybe? Whew. For its segmented nature, there was one department that had full authority over any other, and that was the safety department. Since every trucking company must take safety seriously, I guess, the safety managers are taken very seriously. Even though apparently they've only had 2 months on the job before they quit trucking completely. What is going on, bro? There's no hope. Abandon ship. More often than not, a safety manager held more power than the CEO and was the one department who could rally all the others to a cause. I hope this works, man. This is just a shot in the dark. It doesn't seem like this company's capable of a goddamn thing. My plan was to send emails to the heads of every department that had jurisdiction over any of Kevin's violations. Hours of service, planning, human resources, driver training. Each department head would get this email. In addition, my fleet manager and the safety manager would get the exact same email. With any luck, one of the emails would trigger an investigation, the findings of which would start a chain reaction. At best, the safety manager would order every department to look into the matter. Yeah, then Kevin's under a microscope and he ain't gonna last 5 seconds. They're gonna be like, oh, gross. Get this thing out of here. He's making us all look bad. See, they don't give a damn as long as he's not making us look bad. But the second somebody files a complaint on paper, we gotta do something. Again, bureaucracy. What I was careful not to do was to come off as accusatory or demanding. My philosophy has been to assume ignorance before malevolence. That is, assume that the company simply wasn't aware of what was going on. and if I demanded that Kevin was fired, I would risk coming across as bitter and spiteful, which would accomplish nothing. No, my emails would be professional, concise, detailed, and presented in a way that would say, hey, I found these problems and I just wanted to bring them to your attention. Yeah, these problems meaning this person who is just basically a walking, breathing problem. But you can do whatever you want with them. It's up to you. The issues themselves would cause the panic. It was during this breakdown that I put the finishing touches on my plan. I dug through the company directory for the relevant emails, organized all the documents and photos in the email, and arranged the list of violations by the relevant departments. If and when an investigation took place, all they would have to do was look where I pointed. I had nearly completed the email during the 3-day downtime while awaiting repairs, which I will go ahead and remind you that truckers don't get paid if they're not on the road. So yeah, this is 3 days just with your thumb up your butt in a fucking hotel room. At least OP's trying to make use of the time. I wonder what Kevin's doing. Probably hanging out by the vending machine, asking people for spare change. Can I have $1? I just gave you $1. Sorry, I forgot. I have memory problems. And then he tells the story again. Yeah, you told me that last time I gave you $1. I assumed giving you the money would make you go away. But he's got memory problems. The day that the truck was finally repaired, Kevin and I went to the shop a few hours before the truck was released. When the text told us it was ready, I was surprised that Kevin offered to sign it out and take the first shift of the day. It was uncharacteristically generous of him, which I found suspicious, but I didn't say so. I decided that I needed to make a restroom stop before we left out. Yeah, maybe he knows what's going on. Maybe he's not as dumb as he looks. Just kidding. He's a Kevin for sure. On the way out of the door, I walked by the service desk. The tech who worked on our truck was finishing up the ticket and waved me over. Hey, he said, somewhat bewildered. Aren't you with that short guy with the limp? Yeah? Why do you ask? I reply. Well, he asked a weird question. I take a deep breath. I had a feeling what that question would be. Let me guess. He was asking about the engine brakes. The tech was taken aback. Yeah, he wanted to know how to disable them. My God. I thought it was weird because why would anybody want to do that? Oh my God, Kevin. He really is out to kill OP. He's trying to prove his point with the engine brakes by just... Oh my God. Oh my God. He learned nothing. I have no idea how to defend this. This is horrible. Without even telling OP that he's disabling the Jake brakes. Oh, this is unforgivable, dude.
Unforgivable.
I shake my head in disgust and glance to make sure that Kevin isn't in the room. Did you tell him? Hell no, the tech admitted. You'd be an idiot not to have him. Thank you for that, at the very least. I nod in agreement. By the way, I asked, what was it that was wrong with the truck? Bro, that's a laundry list. There were some cracks in the turbocharger housing, he explained. Uh-huh. And would keeping the engine at 2,000 RPM all the way down Snoqualmie cause that? He looked at me knowingly. You better tell somebody about him if he can't drive any better than that. No, seriously, he's going to kill everybody. This is so ridiculous. Oh, don't worry, I assured the technician. I will. And that ends part number 6, Breakdown. Once again, a big thank you to everyone who's either reading this story on Reddit or listening on YouTube, being brought to you by ReddX. Your support means the world to me, and I hope this story proves itself worth your time. I'll apologize in advance since part 7 will be delayed as I'll be unavailable during the weekend, but hopefully I'll be able to post it up early next week. Until next time, this is Strong Bad Jr. reminding you to help control the Kevin population. Have your Kevin spayed or neutered. God damn, dude, that is just indefensible, isn't it? He's trying to kill OP. Without telling OP what's going on, he wants to disable the brakes on this... on this fucking big rig. Ah! I can't anymore. I tried to go to bat for you, Kevin, and then all the stupidity came flooding back, and I'm just like, yeah, I can't fix this. There is no fixing this. Just give it a rest. Turn in your badge and gun. You finish, Maloney, or whatever. That first part had my anxiety so high, and the second part, you know, OP's compiling the email. I'm like, good, it's almost over. But Kevin just wants to get in one more insanely stupid and dangerous thing before he's out the door. How to disable the brakes on this truck. My mouth is agape. I can't even figure out how or why he thought that was a good idea. I guess because Kevin, Jesus Christ, man, he is insane. He needs to be lobotomized. We can't have this guy, okay, he's a ward of the state now. I'm glad my taxpayer dollars are going to take care of him because he's not capable of working a regular job. He does nothing but hurt everybody around him. Walking disaster. Like I said, lobotomy's the only chance if we really insist on keeping him living. Jesus Christ. Kevin, you are quite a specimen, and I'm sure we'll get into part 7 eventually. I do suspect that it is going to be juicy, so yeah, buckle up your seatbelts and wait for that one to come around. I began to fantasize about what might have been keeping him. Stroke? Brain aneurysm? Abducted by aliens? I mean, they do tend to take the dumbest people, after all.
My guy sucks. Want to trade guys for a little while?
Kevin in a Big Rig, Part 7. Flashpoint. Oh my god. You know, Kevin bought like a big trench coat or something and he's naked underneath there. Oh, it's super gross. Maybe. I don't know. Hello again, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Kevin in a Big Rig. Oh yeah, pleased to be here. Thank you so much for writing it up a year ago. As always, a big thank you to everyone who has followed the series this far, either on Reddit or through the YouTube channel ReddX. It says Karma Comic Chameleon, but I'm just gonna say ReddX from now on because that slaps a lot harder, doesn't it? It's less syllables. That's what it is. It's a time-saving device. You've been so generous with your support and encouragement and kindness, and I know I say this a lot, however, it never really feels like it's enough. Also, another big shout out to ReddX and the effort that ReddX dedicates to bringing these stories to a wider audience. I can't. The fact that someone would deem these stories worthy of such effort is gratifying beyond what words can express. Honestly, Rob from Karma Comic Chameleon, he's a really cool dude, okay? He's the one that encouraged me to get episodes up on the podcast services and stuff like that. That's why you can now find ReddX on Spotify, iTunes, wherever else. Those links also in the description. I'm not actually trying to avoid saying his name or dunk on him in any way, okay? I just think it's funny. I just throw in my radio edits. And so, what so many of you have been waiting for, let's go ahead. We'll get into Kevin in a Big Rig, Part 7, Flashpoint. Oh, that's such a cool name. Where'd you come up with all these cool names? Kevin in a Big Rig is back, and this time, it's personal. Backstory. These events take place over the span of a couple days immediately following the events in part number 6, Breakdown. Yeah, the events, you remember, the almost fucking dying and such. I do seem to recall something like that, yeah. The 3-day breakdown had forced dispatch to call in another truck to rescue the load. There they go, driving away with your payment. I had figured as much, since the load was considered high priority, and with an even more serious winter storm than what we faced in Nebraska bearing down on us, dispatch wanted to get that load to its destination as soon as possible. Bro, you almost took that high priority load like off the side of a mountain. This is so not good. I don't understand why Kevin's still working here. Do we have a big twist at the end like we do with Honker Donkers? God damn it. Give me a reason for this guy still having a job. So that left myself, Kevin, a repaired truck, an empty trailer, and precious little time before we became stranded again by Old Man Winter. Just fuck it, bro. I don't want to work this job anymore. I'm gonna lay down and just let the snow bury me. I don't want to play anymore. Not with you. Almost as soon as we got the truck out of the shop from Fuck's fiasco on Snoqualmie, dispatch sends us another load. It was to pick up in Lewiston, Idaho that same evening, and it was to be delivered in Chicago. Hey, we're not completely out of money. Let's drive. I was relieved, as this put us heading away from the storm, and with luck, it would keep us ahead of it. When I plotted the route, however, I was abruptly reminded that while the patron saint of truckers might protect those who call upon him, he also has a very morbid sense of humor. Who's the patron saint of truckers? The Poopy Coon Man? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's making sure that everybody can get out there. A quick bit of Google Foo has informed me that there is actually a patron saint of travelers, rather, but that includes truckers, and that is Saint Christopher. Sweet! Who knew? We're learning new things every day. So, Lewiston is a mountain town along the Washington-Idaho border. From where we began, it would take the better part of a day, traveling through remote areas with little chance of assistance if something were to happen. Or, you know, if someone were to happen, like Kevin in a big rig. He said it. He said the name. And because I haven't suffered enough, the only way into Lewiston was south along US 95 and down another very steep mountain grade. Oh my God, dude. You are being tested 100%. Just be very grateful that Kevin hasn't screwed with the Jake brakes, because the mechanic in the last episode wouldn't tell him how. This was even worse than Snoqualmie. How bad? Well, if Snoqualmie was like a black diamond ski slope, Lewiston would be a triple black diamond, skull and crossbones level, and require a signed waiver of liability and clearance from a psychiatrist. Yeah, that ski resort psychiatrist. You know the one. He's not gonna sign off on me, probably. And just for kicks, Fuck would be the one that was driving us there. Upon realizing this, I texted my mom. I told her that I loved her and that I was probably going to be dead within the next few hours. She just thought that I was drunk. Who hasn't been there before, honestly? Yeah, I've given a couple of those text messages like, I just want you to know, thank you for bringing me into this world. Now I gotta take myself out. For the first few hours, I stayed in the bunk, trying to get what little sleep I could. Fuck's horrendous driving didn't help matters, and I was constantly being woken up by my head being slammed into a cabinet by his excessive braking. Oh, what a special little helper we got up there. I finally had to use my jacket as a makeshift cushion to keep my head from suffering a concussion. Maybe just sleep with your head against the cabinet so it doesn't have as far to travel before it slams into it, right? Maybe? I don't know. There's no winning in this situation. All I wanted was a nap, and all I got was head trauma. The truck drove on and on and on, and sleep, when it came, was fitful and fleeting. The jarring of the brakes and the whine of over-revving the engine told of an impending fate so terrifying as to make Edgar Allan Poe wet the bed and make Stephen King buy a nightlight. A nightlight filled with cocaine. You don't need a nightlight if you never sleep, right? Good job, Stephen King. It's probably a low blow. I'm sure his drug problems are behind him by now, right? Right? Then I go look at his Twitter. I'm like, never mind. As the sky grew dark and the cold air began to bite, I decided that I had slept as much as I could, pulled on my boots, and I went up front. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna die, you might as well witness it, right? I want to be looking out the front window when we crash, not have it come out of nowhere. And indeed, OP looks out the windshield and saw what he had been dreading, the warning sign for the steep drop into Lewiston. Deep breath, deep breath. It was so eventful in the last episode. I had like literal anxiety reading it, so I'm not eager for this. The highway on which we made the descent was also the town's main thoroughfare. Fall off the cliff, roll into town. Yeah, what a shortcut. There you go. That's all you need to do. Any loss of control here, and a lot of people besides us would more than likely be killed. Jesus Christ. High stakes indeed. I just hoped that if I did die that night, that it was quick and painless, and that Kevin would join me so I could beat his stupid ass for all of eternity. I hope everybody out there is fuckled in. Double fasten those seatbelts, because again, I think this is going to be a nail-biting journey to the bottom of this hill. So he started down the grade, picking up speed too fast at first, but thanks to being empty, speed control was much easier. Oh good, maybe we're not gonna die after all. Maybe. Still adamantly opposed to engine brakes, he maintained his speed through downshifting and heavy braking, much like he had attempted to do on Snoqualmie. When he finally managed to stabilize his speed, I lit a cigarette, because I think all people doomed to die deserve one last smoke. But no smoke, though, is bad for you. Although it does sound like a way to go. Be like, okay, this will calm my nerves, well, really, it just makes you feel fuzzy all over the place. But luckily, it wasn't OP's last smoke, and it wasn't OP's last day on Earth. Despite everything, Kevin managed to get the truck down the mountain and into the town without ending our journey in a fiery crash. I'm shocked. He didn't even blow the engine up? How did this happen? He went down a triple black, probably because he had no load behind him. But yeah, great job, Kevin. Maybe we're learning some stuff. Maybe. I let out a breath that I didn't even realize I was holding and took a long drag of my cigarette to calm my nerves. We were safe, at least for the time being. This is not the end of the journey. We've still got many journeys with Kevin to go, I'm sure. We won't be truly safe until it's all over. So Fuck manages to get us to the pickup, after getting lost, of course. And we change out while we're getting loaded. I sit down in the driver's seat and program the route into my GPS. Getting back to the interstate was going to be tougher, as I saw a lot more remote wilderness and mountainous terrain and very little chance of help in an emergency. Wait, are you driving, or is he still driving even after the load's been picked up? Because I would be like, hey man, just go take a break, that's okay. And of course, adding to all of this difficulty was the fact that the storm that we were desperately trying to outrun was now catching up to us. Fortunately, it wasn't long before we got fully loaded and head to a local truck stop to top off the tanks, since it was nearly 150 miles to the next nearest truck stop. I refuel the truck while Kevin goes inside the store. He's just get some snacks or something. This is all totally normal. Although if it is totally normal, then why does it bear mentioning? After several minutes, both fuel tanks filled and fuck still doing God knows what, I pull the truck out of the fuel pumps and pull around to the parking area. I dash inside, grab some food and drinks and smokes, and come back to the truck to find that Kevin still isn't back yet. Oh, he discovered the meth and the lot lizards. He's gone. Write him off. This is over. I began to fantasize about what might have been keeping him. Stroke? Brain aneurysm? Abducted by aliens? I mean, they do tend to take the dumbest people, after all.
My guy sucks. Want to trade guys for a little while?
Tell me how you really feel about aliens, OP. But alas, the hope was fleeting, as I soon see him hobbling his way across the parking lot towards the truck, carrying a plastic bag, and looking like a hobo about to ask for $1. He opens the passenger door and clams inside. Hey, motherfucker! He yelled angrily. Why'd you move the truck? Okay, first of all, turn it down about 10 notches. See, because if he turns up, then you gotta turn up. That's the social contract. Engaged! I point at the all trucks proceed to parking when fueling complete signs that are hanging near the diesel pump. And I reply, because I can read, dickhead. You know I have a bad leg. It hurts to walk that far. Do that again and I'll kick your ass, he threatens weakly. Kick my ass with your gimpy leg? Nah, bro. You're about to get fucking twisted up like a pretzel, tossed out the door. Your mouth's writing checks that your ass cannot cash, alright? I'd like to see you try. Do it. Do it. I'll let you have the first swing. Do it. See what I mean? I'm already turned up to 11. If you recall, in part 2, I mentioned that I was at least 1 foot taller and like 100 pounds heavier than fuck, so his threat was really more comical than menacing. Yeah, but still, don't take no guff, alright? Oh, really? I reply. You wouldn't lift a foot above my knees before I ripped that gimp leg off and beat you to death with it. Sit the fuck down and shut up! There you go. There's some of that heat. Boom! Spicy! Good job, OP. Can't let people get away with talking shit like that. He mumbled something, but I didn't hear him as I released the brakes to pull out of the parking lot. Oh good, OP's driving now. We're all safe for the time being. The climb up the mountain was slow and painstaking. Snow was just starting to fall, but not yet heavy enough to be a serious concern. Kevin was riding shotgun and grumbling about his leg and the cold and whatever the hell else he felt like complaining about. I get to the top of the hill and press on, trying like hell to stay in front of the storm. How fast could a 18-wheeler go? I assume they could go pretty quick, but it's hard to break, right? Fuck remained up front, though he had moved past griping and onto bragging about his future plans. Oh yes, what a bright future you have. Apparently he had high aspirations for his trucking career. In a few months, he was gonna become the lead driver, the title that the company gave to driver trainers. There's a terrifying thought. And he would work as students like a racial slur. His words, not mine. Yeah, I would never put those words into your mouth, OP. Jesus, Kevin. How much of a piece of shit could you possibly be? We're slowly finding out more and more. I can't believe there was one story where I actually felt bad for this fucking guy. I take it all back. I take every bit of it back. I hope he crashes by himself, not with OP in the truck, okay? Let's be very specific about that. He also planned on becoming an independent contractor by leasing a truck through the company and making a lot more money. This would allow him to run a little side business with his nephew, who, according to Kevin, was some major player in prison chapter of the Aryan Brotherhood. He claimed that his nephew could set him up running contraband out of Mexico. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, okay. This sounds like a great career path. I paid very little attention to him, as I was most concerned about the winter storm that was almost on top of us. Maybe the brain damage affects him like way more than I thought. He's like, yeah, I want to run contraband out of Mexico for the Aryan Brotherhood. This is my 40-year plan. Like, bro, you're not gonna make it 5 doing shit like that. Are you kidding me? No, especially in a big rig. Like, how much contraband could you possibly haul through the border in a big rig? Jesus Christ. He's even dumber than he looks. We start going down a hill then. Nothing serious, but enough that I take my foot off the accelerator. I never trust cruise control in a semi. And this causes the engine brakes to engage. And on cue, Kevin takes it personally. If you were my student, he said, trying to sound pretentious, I'd fail you for that. That's why you're not a teacher, stupid. What the fuck ever, man. At least I could go 5 minutes without getting lost, I reply, not missing a beat. I really like how they're just like openly fighting each other right now. This is my favorite part. There's no nicey nice, no mask or anything like that. They're just like, you know what? I've had enough of your shit and I'm gonna let you know. Don't use those things on my truck, he demands. I'm not, dumbass, I shoot back. This is the company truck, remember? I don't understand. It seems so weird to me that these truckers get so territorial about a truck that they don't even own. They're like, I use it all the time, so that means it's mine. It's like, no. Did you put any money on it, or did the company say, here, you drive this truck now? We've seen this with Chris Trucker as well, and yeah, Kevin in a big rig, keeping the dream alive that one day he'll have a truck of his very own if he just calls this company truck his enough times. What the hell? Just then we start down another hill. This one a bit longer, but not overly steep. Again, I release the accelerator and the engine brakes re-engage. This was apparently the last straw for Kevin. He reaches down, unbuckles his seatbelt, and reaches over towards the steering wheel. Are you fucking kidding me? Jack him in the jaw. This is like a life-threatening situation. The activation button for the engine brakes is on the right side of the steering wheel. I see his hand and I slap it away. Cut it out, dickhead, I tell him. He tries it again, but this time getting out of his seat and towering over me while reaching for the engine brake button. This is extremely dangerous as it is dark, we're on a narrow road, and visibility is reduced because of the snow. I don't have the luxury of handling this diplomatically, so I grab him by the shirt with my right hand and literally throw him back into the passenger seat, hard enough that his head bounces off the window. I guess that's slightly better than jacking him in the jaw, but he's still awake. If you hit him right on the button, boop, then he goes night-night for at least a couple minutes. You can get off the mountain safely. But yeah, then maybe you get in trouble with the company or some such like that. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, I tell him, I will break every bone in your body and leave you for the buzzards. You're not a lead driver. This is not your truck. Sit down, buckle up, and shut up. Kevin obviously hadn't expected that reaction. Apparently he was living in some sort of fantasy universe where he was the trainer and I was the student. He really does have to have some delusions of grandeur in order to just, keep his ego afloat. I don't know what exactly the hell is going on here, but it is a rather untenable situation. We can't have this happen for extended periods. I suppose that knock to his head was enough to bring him back to reality, or as close to reality as Kevin could get, since he did buckle his seatbelt and went about copying the company route to his precious little notebook. Well, that settled him down some, didn't it? It seems all he understands is violence, and if I have to beat the living shit out of you every day to make you behave and let me do my job, then that's what's going to happen. And eventually he'll quit or I'll get fired, and guess what? That's just fine too, because life carries on no matter what. A couple of hours passed in silence, blessed silence. The snow begins to fall heavier and accumulate on the ground and stick to the road. The wind had begun to pick up and the truck was now rocking side to side. It felt like an eternity since we had seen the last town or car or even just an abandoned building. I had just started to begin thinking that maybe we hadn't survived the downgrade into Lewiston and that now I was just existing in my own personal hell. What have you done in your life to deserve this, OP? Please, a just God would not make this happen. When far in the distance, I see the lights of a town. I check the GPS and sure enough, it's exactly where we're about to rejoin Interstate 90. Yes, we made it! Maybe. I was less excited about being on the interstate as I was about the prospect of finding shelter from this approaching storm. As we make our way through town, I keep my eyes peeled for a truck stop, a Walmart, a gas station, anything that might offer a safe harbor for the night. But to my increasing dismay, there was nothing. Oh boy, you gonna sit through the snowstorm again? Didn't we learn our lesson last time when we almost froze to death? To make matters even worse, the town appeared to be deserted. Even the 24-hour convenience stores were dark and empty. Maybe this is hell. I don't know what's going on, dude. Suddenly, a few miles before reaching the interchange, a message comes across the computer. Fuck takes the computer and reads it out loud. It's a weather alert, he says. It says we have to shut down. Of course, I say, still looking for somewhere to park and finding nothing. Keep an eye out for a truck parking spot. Well, we get closer to the interstate and find nothing. Even the gas stations with diesel truck lanes are clearly posted no truck parking. My only alternative is to get back on the interstate and keep going until I find somewhere to shut down. Can they do that? I'm like the type of dude who would just park next to it anyways and be like, oh, I didn't see the sign. It was dark and snowing. I didn't see the goddamn sign, all right? I needed somewhere to shut down. You got to ticket me? All right, the company's going to pay for that. That's fine. I'll admit that this is the last thing that I wanted to do, but my hands were kind of tied. Kevin, however, simply could not understand the situation. Yeah, that seems to be a theme. He rarely ever does. Why are you going on the interstate? He asked. Safety told us to shut down. Yeah, but there's nowhere to shut down, I replied. You have to stop, he insists. Safety will write you up. Oh my God, dude. Just stop where you are. That's what safety meant. In the middle of the street while it's snowing, just drop everything. Are you fucking kidding me? And OP says, where? On the side of a city highway? Do you really think that's a good idea, jackass? Looking back, I now see how ironic this question was. I think it's less ironic and more like completely accurate. Considering how many times he's done this before, parking in a freeway and whatnot. Kevin gave up, apparently being thrown bodily against the window one-handed somewhat takes away your nerve.
Well, if safety says anything, that's on you,
he says. I'm fine with that. And I'll tell them the same thing that I'm telling you. You can't just stop in the middle of the fucking road. I'm pretty sure safety is full of Kevins as well. They could be like, yeah, we sent the message. Why did you stop? I take the on-ramp to the Interstate 90 eastbound. I keep my speed at around 45 miles per hour, 72 kilometers per hour for those that aren't in America. Since knowing we shouldn't be out here according to safety, I can at least use the fact that I was driving at a greatly reduced speed to say, yeah, I know we should be shut down, but there's nowhere to shut down, so I have to keep going until I find a place to shut down. I plod along Interstate 90 through the Idaho Panhandle and just find nowhere to park.
Well, that's unfortunate.
What are the rules in this state? Are they just gonna force you to stop in the middle of nowhere? There's probably a good reason that they told you to stop driving. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I would assume that the truck needs something to block it from the wind so it doesn't get blown over or some shit like that, right? Is that how trucks work? I don't actually know. The truck computer is just going crazy, dinging every few minutes with messages wanting to know why we are traveling through a shutdown area. I can't reply since I'm driving, and Kevin is content to just let me deal with it. Oh, some co-pilot. Come on, man. At least, like, dictate a response to him, okay? Kevin, write this down, all right? Treat him like your big, fat, ugly secretary. I drive well into Montana before I see salvation. Jesus Christ. A truck safety rest area. It's little more than a super wide shoulder on the side of the highway, but it's reasonably safe, legal for us to use, and most importantly, it has room for us to get into. I guide the truck into a parking spot, shut off the headlights, and pick up the computer. I put myself off duty and go about responding to the messages. All but one are automated messages about the shutdown notice and the fact that we are operating in a shutdown area. The one non-automated message is from the night dispatcher. You're operating inside a shutdown area. Please shut down as soon as possible, the message stated. Yeah, what the hell do you think I was planning, dickhead? I say to the screen. And I reply, could not find safe and legal parking area when alert received. Was forced to continue on until a safe and legal parking area could be found. We are now shut down. Honestly, Kevin probably would have just pulled it off to the shoulder of the road, stopped in the middle of the lane, been like, oh, they said to stop. I think that's a little bit worse than driving to Montana. Driving to Montana seems pretty crazy too, but you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. And now we're in for another cold night, ladies and gentlemen. Bundle up. Intentionally, I use the words safe and legal in my reply because according to the company's own driver handbook, a truck that receives a weather shutdown notice must, quote, find a safe and legal place to shut down until the notice is lifted. That was their own policy verbatim, and I was just following it. Safe and legal. I decided to go back to the bunk and sleep because it was pretty obvious that we were going nowhere until at least the morning. The next morning, I'm awakened by the sound of the truck brakes releasing. Uh-oh, here we go again. I jump out of my bunk and I check the computer. Safety had released the shutdown and implemented a 45-mile-per-hour limit for the area. Fuck took it upon himself to take the first shift, so whatever. I crawled back into the bunk. You don't want to die in your sleep, do you, OP? Stand up, look out the front window as you crash. Die like a man. A couple of hours later, I'm woken up by my phone ringing. I check it. Unknown number, but the area code matches the company's headquarters, so I answer. Hello? I answered. Hi, is this OP? Driver ID 9876, replied the voice. Yeah. This is Ken, not his real name, from safety. This call is being recorded. We had a report that you willfully violated a mandatory shutdown area last night. Son of a bitch. Kevin tried to turn me in to safety after the stunt that he pulled with the engine brakes. Well, Ken, I reply, I suppose that depends on your definition of violated. Did you continue to drive after receiving a notice of the shutdown? Yes, I answered truthfully. Can you explain why? Bro, I told you. Everybody at this company is a fucking Kevin. His name's Ken, but the vibe is the same. Well, Ken, if you refer to the company driver handbook, such and such page, such and such paragraph, you will see that it clearly states that, and I quote, upon receiving a shutdown alert, the driver must park the truck as soon as it is safe and legal to do so, end quote. Now, as I told the night dispatcher, I was not in an area that provided safe and legal parking. Therefore, I was forced to continue until safe and legal parking could be found. However, I was well aware of the dangerous road and weather conditions and elected to proceed at a speed no faster than 45 miles per hour. And I shut down at the nearest safe and legal place available. For a few moments, Ken was quiet, but I heard the telltale tapping of a computer keyboard through the phone. I see. Well, looking at your route, I see there was very little in the way of parking or facilities. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock, I think to myself. That was my assessment of the situation as well, I confirm. Like, you don't want to believe me? You put me out here on the road with thousands of dollars worth of equipment and you're not going to take my word for it? Fuck you, Ken. Every bureaucracy in the world can go ahead and eat a dick. This is just the worst thing ever. Hey, I heard you forgot to put a cover sheet on your TPS reports. You know he's gonna get 5 more phone calls throughout the day. Like, obviously you can see the facilities that are near OP, so why even call me? Why don't you do your little bit of Googling and just fucking confirm what you heard before you bug me with all this shit, right? God, I'm getting a little heated. Get a little bit heated at this Ken fellow. I understand he's just doing his job, but he's not doing it well. That's my assessment of the situation. Well, Ken continued, we received this report from an anonymous phone call and we had to follow it up. Yeah, anonymous my ass. Am I being written up for this? Not at this time, since, as you say, you were trying to get to a legal and safe parking area. We may look into this matter further at a later time. However, I would like to stress that you take care in the future. I managed to hide my rage when I responded, always do! Thanks! And hang up. Take care in the future. Fuck you, bro. Who are you? Enjoy your little desk job. And now to address that anonymous phone call. For a few moments, I stared at the bunk ceiling in furious disbelief. Anonymous phone call? Yeah, That was bullshit, since there was only one person who knew that I had driven at that time and who also would have made a phone call. Kevin, the rat-fink bastard, had tried to grass me up on the sly. Only he made one critical mistake. He underestimated me. I knew the safety policy, apparently better than the fucking safety department themselves, and I probably just saved my job and career by doing so. No doubt that little shit thought he had won his little ass-kissing exhibition, and he would no doubt try again when he realized that it didn't work. But he would not get that chance. Oh no. Run that game on me, little man, and I will show you how it is supposed to be played. God, I love OP. When he gets all flamed up like that, ooh, it's so spicy. It's so good when it hits your lips. I open my phone's email app, go to the saved email draft that I had been preparing for so long. I attach the photos of the computer logs, double check for missing issues, add in about the incident where he tried to grab the steering wheel while I was fucking driving, and I plug in the email addresses of the relevant department heads. I also make one addition to the end of the email, letting them know that, seeing as how the issue was habitual and ongoing, I would continue to provide daily updates via email on Kevin's infractions and unsafe actions. Heh, that rhymes. God damn. All Kevin did was make a phone call. Strong Bad Jr. has been playing this game for a while. It's time to start the spam deluge. Yes, I'm going to tell you about everything that Kevin does until you decide to do something about it. Why email, you wonder? Well, in the eyes of the law, an email is considered an official document. By using email, I could use it as proof that I communicated this issue to the company. If the situation progressed to the point where legal action became necessary, the emails could be used as evidence that the company was made aware of the issue but did nothing. That, my friends, is negligence. I knew it, and they should know it too, I thought. Well, they claim to put safety first, so let's see. Oh God, Kevin's gonna get buried, bro. You fuck with the wrong bull today, I'm gonna tell you that much. I gave the email a final once over. It's ready, I think. I move my thumb up to the send icon and freeze. For a moment, a tiny voice of doubt pipes up. Is this the right thing to do? You could put yourself in the firing line with this. Even if you do pull it off, it could ruin Kevin's life. Is what he did so bad to really be worth that? And for a moment, I almost did consider not going through with it. Just asked for a new co-driver but that thought was interrupted by my forehead banging off the cabinet again. Kevin and his piss poor driving. I think it's a bit strange that OP is like worrying for Kevin's livelihood when Kevin obviously doesn't worry for OP's livelihood. The quicker you get him off the road, the better, as far as I'm concerned. This was spurred by Retribution, but you started this whole thing way before Retribution ever crossed your mind. This is for the good of the company and everybody around Kevin, everybody on the road. So yes, absolutely do it. Never mind, I tell myself decisively. Fuck this asshole. And I hit send. There you go. There was the slightest bit of regret when I saw the status of the email change from sending to sent. Oh well, too late now. No turning back. The missiles were in the air. Nothing left to do but wait. Honestly, he deserves the firebomb. This is the only way that he can learn. And that concludes part 7, Flashpoint. As always, I want to thank each and every one of you for your kind support and encouragement over the past couple weeks. It means more to me than you will ever know. Also, if you haven't been listening to YouTube channel ReddX does an excellent job retelling these stories. and is well worth your time. I hope to have part 8 posted later this week. Until then, my friends, remember, friends don't let friends become Kevins. God damn, ain't that the truth? Honestly, I would love to see Chris Trucker and First Kevin get teamed up together, and then Strong Bad Jr. and Honker Donkers can go, like, actually, you know, drive a truck, have a decent partner, while First Kevin and Chris Trucker go flying off a cliff, Thelma and Louise style. Ain't that right? That problem might be very dangerous for a little while, but it's gonna sort itself out in pretty short order, okay? I hope they don't crash into other people. Just send them down a mountain pass. I know they're not gonna make it back. It seems evil, but also, it is what it is. Kevin claiming that his poor leg is hurting him.
My leg is broken.
Kevin in a Big Rig, Part 8. Brake check. Oh my God, I hate them brake checkers. I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna rear end the shit out of you, don't worry. My insurance will cover it, it's fine. Hello once again, everyone, and thank you all for tuning in to another episode of Kevin in a Big Rig. Oh, I wouldn't miss it. I know that many of you are wearing out the edges of your seats and the refresh buttons of both Reddit and YouTube waiting for this installment, and I am bringing these stories to you as quickly as my schedule will allow, while also maintaining the quality that you deserve. Oh, that's the line. Yes, exactly. We got 2 Mommy Honker Donker stories this week too, and I think that they're both quality. Luckily, I didn't have to wait for any Kevin in the Big Rig. It was all just up, and I kind of just wandered in here. Although, I guess my YouTube audience does have to wait a little bit, so I'll try and push the last part out as quickly as possible, and then we can get that compilation going. Yeah, yo! As always, if you haven't already, please check out YouTube channel, Karma Comment, Chameleon. I know my cliffhangers have been torturing poor Rob for a while, and I'm sure a like and a subscribe from you would help his suffering. He puts out quality Reddit-based content every day and never fails to disappoint. Having my stories posted to his channel is truly an honor. And as I've said many times before, Rob, he is a cool guy. He's the one who encouraged me to get my stuff up on the podcast. So yeah, no ill will there, although for the rest of this story, I will be just saying ReddX because that's my headcanon. And for those of you who have a love-hate relationship with the cliffhangers, I refer you to a quote by the late Bobby Womack. Leave them wanting more, and they'll always call you back. It worked for him, it worked for Sherazade. Now, I have very much the opposite of this opinion. I inundate people. I'm like, what, you want daily cringe content? Here you go, daily cringe content. It's an hour. People are like, I don't have the time. I don't know what's going on, ReddX, I'm drowning. I'm like, good, here's more. But maybe leave them wanting more is a good way to go. Maybe we'll start uploading every other day. How about that? What would you think, comments section? Let me know. And now you can call off the angry mobs and reseal the pit of eternal Kevins because I present to you Kevin in the Big Rig part number 8, Brake Check. Yeah, we established that part. Go ahead, do it. The backstory. This story takes place immediately after the events in Part 7, Flashpoint. After making me dodge a bullet from safety after Fuck's petty little phone call, he decided to continue along Interstate 90 eastbound through Montana. The winter storm that had forced us to shut down had slowed and moved south during the night, leaving us running along its northern edge. But we hadn't seen the last of it. Yeah, I'm sure. The last of the storm, nor the last of Kevin's shenanigans. And that's what I showed up for, honestly. Really, I showed up for the fireworks at the end, but I'm sure there's going to be at least a few more sparks before the powder keg goes off. After sending the email that I hope would seal Kevin's fate, I tried to get some sleep. It wasn't easy. Going over the possible scenarios and contingencies to which launching such an unexpected attack would lead, I didn't expect a quick resolution or even that I would be taken seriously at first. And that's probably accurate. Like we've established, this is a whole company of Kevins, essentially. And really, all that was fine. If I, a lowly truck driver, wasn't enough to get a trucking company to stick to their safety first policy, then I had some bigger guns to play with. I need only to bide my time, give them a fair chance, but give no quarter should they try to hide from their responsibility. And they most definitely will. If management had any sense, they would play ball and get this moron off the highway as soon as possible. If they had any sense. Yeah, about that. We're fresh out. I woke up again around mid-afternoon. Kevin was still driving, but knowing that he would be out of time pretty soon, I decided to get up and see what new mess fuck had gotten us into. I pull on my boots and, expecting nothing, I check my phone. To my surprise, there is an unread email from my fleet manager. Acknowledgement. Now you're winding yourself into the web, aren't you? Okay, it read. We'll forward this to safety. Thanks. I say to myself, passing the buck and covering your ass. Smart move. At least one person did the right thing, so let's see if the rest will follow suit. I close the email and head up front. To my relief, Kevin was on course and with enough fuel to get to the next fuel stop. Wow, I am shocked. I mean, not that shocked. He's just basically doing his job. I say nothing to him, and he says nothing to me. Awkward? Okay, I was born awkward. Bring it on, Skippy. Yeah, you don't want to say anything? I'm not going to say anything. Let's just both sit here and die together. I take the computer truck, scrolling through messages to see if anyone from the company had sent anything related to the email bombs that I had dropped on half the company. Again, nothing. They were either ignoring me outright, which would be very bad for them in the long run, or I had unleashed a demon from the safety department who demanded a blood price for everyone that let Kevin go on this long. In any case, there wasn't much that I could do until safety made their move or made a decision not to move. I mean, I don't know how long you've been asleep here, OP, but corporate bureaucracy takes a while for the tail to catch up with the head. I wouldn't expect an answer for at least a few more days, let alone same day? Same day delivery? Nah, I don't think so. I think that they're weighing their options before, they reach a conclusion and decide to act. And all of that, absolutely fine. As long as, at the end of it all, they do decide to act. I set the computer down, lit a cigarette, and took out my phone again. I forwarded the nuclear email to my then girlfriend, telling her that if anything happened to me, she was to get this to a lawyer, press charges for negligence, gross misconduct, whatever else, and sue this goddamn company into bankruptcy. Wow, this is like turning up the heat, isn't it? If anything happened to me, are you suspecting some foul play, OP? Jesus. I also BCC her to all future emails so she would have them as well. Dramatic? Yeah, maybe, but I wasn't gonna let this get swept under the rug. I think it's highly dramatic, but it doesn't hurt anything, I guess, except maybe putting a bug up your girlfriend's ass. Can you imagine how much she's probably worrying? She's like, what do you mean if anything happens to you? No, it's fine. It's fine, probably. It's fine, probably. The 3 least comforting words in the English language. So next I checked the weather and see that the storm had indeed moved to the south. Although the weather was clearing, the temperature hovered barely above freezing during the day and quickly dropped at night. With the ice and snow from the previous storms, this presented a dangerous situation. Ice would thaw during the day, allowing safe travel, but would refreeze into black ice after sunset, making driving unsafe. Icy roads meant more slowdowns and shutdowns from safety, making this trip even more torturous, nerve-wracking, and tempting to smother fuck in his sleep. Just bury him in a shallow grave and claim that he wandered off or something. Tempting. But after the email I had sent, yeah, that would look just a little bit too suspicious. I watch Law and Order. But really, can't we just, like, you know, at least leave him outside of the truck or something like that? Like, yeah, maybe he survives. And if he doesn't, well, that's unfortunate. You don't want to cover up your guilty deeds too much. You know what I mean? Just drive around and pretend that you were looking for him. And then once he freezes to death, you find him and call the cops like, oh no, how could this happen? No, I'm not trying to give any tips or anything. And you probably would have to go to jail for at least a little bit. But it's not going to be a life sentence. So, I don't know, weigh your options. Whatever. Doesn't matter. This isn't really what happens. Kevin drove around for another hour before the computer alarm signaled that his drive time was running low. Lucky for him, our next fuel stop is only a few miles away, so we get to the next truck stop, and Kevin claiming that his poor leg is hurting him.
My leg is broken.
Left me to handle the refueling while he goes inside. Oh yes, my leg hurts so bad I need to go buy some hot dogs. You're just useless, ain't you? And so I top off the tanks, give the truck a quick once-over, and go inside myself for some supplies to get me through a hard night of driving. And I'm pretty sure OP doesn't do meth, but man, that helps out a lot. It's gonna keep you awake like nothing else.
Are you all right? Never better! Keeps me awake!
It's probably just some caffeine. That's fine. A little bit of Red Bull, crush up those caffeine pills, take a little bump when you need it. I'm a terrible influence. As it turned out, that hard night only lasted about 3 hours, as the frozen roads forced another shutdown, just as I predicted. Well, I hope you didn't caffeinate too much, because now you gotta go to sleep or something. This went on for about 2 more days. Slow going due to safety mandated slowdowns during the day, and complete shutdowns coming at night when the roads froze over once again. I barely said a word to him, but Kevin, thinking that he had subjugated me with his little anonymous phone call, regaled me with his tired, old stories. It's gotta be really terrible, right? He doesn't remember he told you all these things before. You're gonna hear the same ones forever. Forever! We talked about a life sentence earlier. This is a life sentence right now. What I'm experiencing is worse than hell. Car wrecks, jailbird nephew, 21-day coma, how he was gonna cut the engine brakes out of the truck. I began to sympathize with Bill Murray's character in Groundhog Day. Every day was simply just a repeat of the previous day. And yeah, for a little while there in Groundhog Day, Bill Murray was having some fun, but that wears out relatively quick. Adding to the frustration was the lack of a response to my email from safety. I was getting the feeling that they were just actively ignoring me, but I stayed true to my word, sending them daily updates on Kevin's actions. Most of the updates were simply repeats of previous issues, but one would think that if a peon was willing to take the time to do their job, they would at least send a thank you. By the end of the second day, I started planning to go even higher, wondering how I would go about sending a certified mail to the company's CEO. I mean, you do what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying? I still think 2 days, it's a relatively quick process, right? they might still be deliberating. Maybe give it a week, but then you have to endure Kevin for longer. So yeah, I guess put a rush on it, OP. It's gonna be fine. Around early afternoon of the third day, we made it down the eastern slope of the Rockies through Bozeman, Montana. The roads were clear and dry, and nothing from safety was telling us to stop. Thank God for small miracles. I was driving at the time, and I couldn't help but feel relieved. Montana is a beautiful state. But in that instance, it was Hades. In my mind, I imagined William Shatner saying, "Warp speed, Mr. Sulu," and gunned the accelerator down the interstate, headed for Wyoming. I managed to get us as far as the port of entry in Sheridan, Wyoming, before running out of drive time late that evening. I go inside, check with the Wyoming Department of Transport, and get a weather update. Wyoming DOT POE staff are awesome people. They tell me that the roads are clear between there and South Dakota, and that is the first good news that I've had in a while. Honestly, it sounds really terrible to get stuck in a storm like that and just have to slog through. Are you still getting paid by the mile, even though they're telling you not to go anywhere? I'm gonna be broke because I'm just like constantly stuck in my job or something like that. Oh, clear roads, clear skies. That's what I need if I'm gonna make ends meet, all right? I showed them all the paperwork they asked for, stopped by a restroom, and headed back to the truck. In the dark parking area, I see the hood of the cab rolled open, and Fuck is shining a flashlight underneath. Oh, this can't be good. He pulled the wiring out again, didn't he? That's odd, but I think that he's just checking the oil or looking for fluid leaks. It's a bit of a walk to the truck from the office. The POE has a large parking lot, and most of the closer spaces are taken up by other trucks that are staying for the night. I expected Kevin to be done in just a few seconds, but by the time I get to the truck, he is still underneath the cab. I can see a pair of pliers in his hand and suddenly become concerned. Oh, this is not good. We've seen this all happen before. It is Groundhog's Day, isn't it? I'm dying. There was nothing wrong with the truck, and there was no reason that Kevin needed any kind of tool. Not that he should even be trusted with one in either case. What the hell are you doing? I ask. Fuck, not having heard me approach, nearly jumped out of his skin.
I was looking at something.
What? I ask, in my not messing around tone.
I saw online how you can disable the Jake brakes. I was gonna try it.
He's still on with that? Are you kidding me? There's a reason that the guy at the repair shop didn't do you for it, because it's dangerous. It's a horrible idea. But somehow, OP was not even mad, just absolutely fed up with this shenaniganery. Get in the goddamn truck, you dumbass. If you try that shit again, I'll make sure safety and maintenance get the video. You need to hide his tools, but see, the problem there is that Kevin himself is just a giant tool. Not even a tool, because a tool has a use. Just a meatball, a fetid meatball you'd never want to put in your mouth. Kevin just starts sulking and closes the hood. I climb inside, send another email update, including how he just tried to disable an integrated safety system on the truck. This is a major no-no, equal to cutting the brake lines on a car. For a split second, I was tempted to let him hang himself with that stunt, but I decided not to because given his track record, the truck would likely explode with both of us inside of it. And that's simply not a sacrifice I'm willing to make, OP. We would get rid of Kevin, and that's beautiful, But then there would be no more Strong Bad Jr., and that would be a tragedy in itself. Because I know you're hiding more Kevin stories. I need you to tell me some more of them Kevin stories. But no pressure, though. Hee. First, Kevin finally pulls out of the POE and gets us going again. I settle into the bunk because I really didn't even want to talk to him anymore. It takes a while to get to sleep, partly due to Fuck's poor driving and partly because my brain is busy planning out strategies for my inevitable battle with Kevin and Safety. Do you think that it'll be a battle? I guess it will. Safety will try to protect their baby boy. Maybe he's also a son of the manager, like in Chris Trucker, right? Oh, spoilers if you haven't watched that series. I would think that Safety would just, like, dispose of Kevin once they figure out what he's doing, what he's like. But I never fail to be surprised by bureaucracy. So Kevin drove through the night, managing to get through Wyoming and South Dakota, just shy of the Minnesota border. I wake up late the next morning and check my email. Nothing. Keep digging yourselves in a deeper hole, I think, while getting ready. I was beginning to think that they weren't taking me seriously. Then, when he hears me stirring behind him, Kevin yells back,
Dispatch wants us to head back to the main terminal when we deliver.
Oh, I say, legitimately surprised. Did they say why?
No,
Kevin replied before impatiently getting out of the truck. And so it begins, I think to myself. And now take a free action to make a finger pyramid of evil and maybe a villainous laugh if you'd like.
Yes, excellent.
After Chicago, 2 of us will drive back to the terminal, but only one of us will leave. I was determined that no matter what, I would not continue with this fool after the battle with management was over. I had been tossed around, frozen, chewed out by customers and management, deprived of sleep, and driven to the point of insanity over the past 3 months, and I was not going to put up with it any longer. If they tried to pull that, you two need to get along crap, I would forward everything that I had on them to OSHA, DOT, and any other government agency that I could think of. It would take no time at all to find enough dirt to bury the entire godforsaken company and send half the managers to jail for negligence. God, you are really burning this whole thing to the ground, OP, and I love to see it. Let the fireworks show begin! I would convince my friends and family to buy stock in competitors first, of course. Is that insider trading? No, it's fine. It's fine! You do a little jail time again, you get out, it's fine, it's not a life sentence. You make some money off the deal, it's good. Fire me, and I wouldn't stop until I owned every truck in the fleet to soothe my mental and emotional distress. As for fuck, well, they'd have to dig up half the shoulders on Interstate 80 to find his shallow grave. That is, if I even felt gracious enough to dig him one, instead of making him dinner for a pack of coyotes. I had nothing to lose at this point, and I was ready for a fight. God, this is so beautiful. Honestly, I'd love to see some of this vitriol coming from Mommy Honker Donkers. He sort of seems like a beaten man, you know? He's just sort of resigned to his fate. But Strong Bad Jr., oh no! He's gonna make everybody regret every goddamn thing. And I think we need more of that, you know? I think there would be less beard tails in the world if we had some more of that. I settled into the driver's seat and set up my GPS. It was then that I noticed something odd. On the steering wheel, there are 2 sets of controls. The left side had the cruise control, and the right was the activation button for the engine brakes. These buttons were the recessed type, with a protective rubbed blister and a backlit with an LED so it can be seen in low light. The engine brake switch was damaged, not worn or dirty, but completely cut away. I look closely and I can clearly see what I had been afraid of, the telltale cuts from a knife blade. Oh my God, dude. Yep, he really doesn't like those Jake breaks for some goddamn reason. Why aren't they called Kevin breaks? We have to get rid of them. Bro, I am gonna take your whole head off if you take that button off. And now you got back your words up, OP. You gotta go bury him somewhere. It wasn't some accidental snag or wearing away from use. There were clear, distinct lines marking where the rubber blister had been cut away. The button itself was fortunately still intact, and it functioned. So I pressed it, and the indicator light came on. What a moron, dude. You remove the outer rubber from a button, and you're like, hey, that button's not gonna work anymore. Oh my God, what a moke, what a maroon. It was immediately clear that fuck wasn't able to remove the engine brakes. They were integrated into the engine after all. And he tried to make it so that I couldn't turn them on. Well, too bad for him that the truck's designers decided that the engine brakes were important enough to warrant protecting the on switch. All Kevin managed to do was give me one more nail for his coffin. Clear proof that he had tried to tamper with the truck. I snapped a photo and emailed it to them explaining that this was not like this when I went off duty. And I made sure that those knife marks were unmistakable. God, dude. This snowball is getting bigger and bigger. And once it hits Kevin, he's gonna be obliterated. At least if the company decides to do the right thing. Man, this is juicy. So Kevin comes back into the truck after a bit. I don't mention the switch at all, but without being prompted, Kevin demanded, "Hey, don't use those Jake brakes." Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're off duty, so go away, all right? I'll handle it. I say nothing at first, but when we leave out, I make sure that they engage on the way out of the parking lot, and I dare him to say anything more about it. Of course, he doesn't. That's the most beautiful thing. He knows he's gonna get his ass kicked. That's one thing I'll say for both Honker Donkers and Strongman Jr. They're not scared to give their respective idiots a knuckle sandwich. A bit of a knuckle sandwich.
You want a knuckle sandwich? Okay then.
I drive all through Minnesota without stopping. Every time I have to reduce speed, I make sure to use the engine brakes. They weren't as loud as older models, but it sure does make a distinctive sound when the truck was coasting. This is so petty and I'm living for it, dude. You're gonna make him hang himself. You just give him enough rope. He's on the way. I knew that it was pissing him off, and there was nothing that he could do about it. Any more damage to the steering wheel and or suspicious damage under the hood, and he would have to explain why he damaged a perfectly good truck in order to disable a safety device. Little did either of us know that the next message that came from the computer would change everything. It was from the fleet manager. "OP, urgent, call me ASAP." Uh-oh, I say. Sounds like all hell just broke loose. The company did not allow cell phone use while driving. Even hands-free was prohibited, and I wasn't giving Kevin anything to use against me. I decided to wait until the next fuel stop to make that call. I get to the truck stop, refuel, and go inside the store to place the call while taking the legally mandated 30-minute break. "Hey, fleet manager, this is OP, driver ID 9876, I say. "Oh, yeah," she replied, seeming very hesitant. "OP, what the hell's going on?" There was no point in playing dumb at this point. You can't launch the professional email equivalent of a nuclear warhead and then play innocent. You got my emails. Oh yes, it's certainly rolling downhill now, isn't it? And upon closer inspection, it's not a snowball at all. It's a shit ball. And I'm pretty sure we're all gonna die.
Yeah, I did, she replied. And so did every department head in the company, and safety's been going apeshit over this.
I really didn't want to, I say. Only a half-truth. But Kevin's getting more and more dangerous, and I cannot stay in this truck with him anymore.
Actually, it's Kevin that I need to talk to you about.
Okay, what's up?
Well, in your email, you said he had memory problems, and he said he'd been in a coma for 21 days.
Yeah?
Are you sure he said 21 days?
It was 21 days, I reply, leaving no room for doubt in my tone. He has told me the same story every day for 3 months, and it is always the same. 21 days.
Yeah, I thought so. He told me the same thing, she claimed.
What the fuck? She knew about this? Are you kidding me? I wanted to blow up right there, but I managed to keep my cool. What's going on? I asked calmly.
I'm not sure, she replied. Safety wanted me to ask you because it struck them as odd.
It was 21 days, I repeat, just to drive home the point. Okay, but are you sure? 3 weeks, 21 days? You're double sure, right?
Right. All right. Safety wants you guys back here now. We'll get someone else to run the load. You just get here so we can get this mess straightened out.
I was tempted to probe for more information, but I had the feeling that there was nothing left to say. All right, I have enough hours and fuel, so we should get there tonight.
Good deal, she replied. We'll talk tomorrow morning.
And hangs up. What does that possibly mean? Something hinky going on with Kevin and how long his coma was? Does this disqualify him from a driving job? The plot is definitely thickening. I'm very eager to see where this goes. Hot damn. It took me a few seconds to process what had just taken place. I had expected that the emails would cause a bit of a stir, but to have a truck divert nearly 200 miles to relay a load was unheard of. Well, I got their attention, at least. Hell yeah, you did. Some heads are gonna roll over this. But the question is, whose head? I head back out to the truck. Kevin was still sleeping, and I had no intention of waking him up to tell him of our new orders. I program the route into the GPS and verify it with the Atlas. The company's headquarters was only 200 miles or so away, but getting there would take us well away from the interstates and any other major highway. It was shaping up to be a long trip along mostly narrow 2-lane highways south through Wisconsin, Nebraska, and Iowa, Idaho, all over again. God, that's so many places. I kind of forget that the middle of the country even exists, don't you? Sorry to all my middle of the country people. I'm like, oh yeah, Iowa. That's a thing, isn't it? I then checked the weather and realized that I had royally pissed off someone in a past life. You remember that winter storm that we hit in Idaho and Montana? Well, it was back! Only now it had eaten its Wheaties and bulked up into a full-blown blizzard. Almost the entire route from the truck stop all the way to the company's main terminal was in its sights, and it had itchy trigger fingers. The National Weather Service had issued alerts for the entire area with predictions of heavy snow, high winds, and whiteout conditions. Yeah, sounds like fun, right? Oh yeah, a blast for sure. You thought you could just sneak this one in, drive there before Kevin woke up? Nope. We're gonna have to have a real hard conversation when old boy finally awakens. Under normal situations, I would have taken one look at the weather radar, said fuck that noise, and told dispatch that I wasn't even about to attempt that run. They could simmer for a couple of days. Unfortunately, as was the case with Kevin, nothing was ever normal. I had to factor his stupidity into every decision that I made, and this one was a very big issue. The issue boiled down to the company's weather shutdown system. For whatever reason, the shutdowns only pertain to certain highways, primarily interstates and major US highways between designated towns, mile markers, boundaries, etc. It did not, however, pertain to geographic areas like cities, counties, or states. Instead of all trucks operating in this part of that state you need to shut down, they were like, any truck on such and such highway in such and such state between mile markers X and Y, shut down now. And the big problem with this company's system is that it didn't issue shutdowns for secondary routes, like 2-lane highways. In bad weather, the decision to shut down was a judgment call on the part of the driver, and the decision was never questioned or punished. Federal regulations make it very clear that the driver made the final decision as to when and if the trip would continue. I understood that, but Kevin, on the other hand, oh God, they didn't tell us to shut down. We gotta keep going until the big rig falls over. As for his precious company route, well, there wasn't one. The company assigned routes were only generated for trucks under a load assignment. Being diverted like this meant that we had to figure it out ourselves. I had no problem with it, but Kevin, he'd probably take a wrong turn into a ghost town where we would become the inspiration for a new horror movie franchise. Hey, there's worse ways to go, I guess. You can see your name in lights one last time, OP. At least theoretically. You won't actually see it because, you know, you'll be dead. Murdered by that horror movie villain or whatever. Just give me a break, I plead, to any higher power that might have been listening. I had just gotten word that the hornet's nest I threw into the company's garden party were starting to sting some very important asses. And now I'm gonna get taken out by the ghost of Frosty the Snowman. I would have gladly waited it out, but Kevin, being the little sycophant ass kisser that he was, would think that if safety didn't tell him to shut down, he didn't need to shut down. Blinding snow, icy roads, no visibility. It didn't matter to him. He was a company driver, and the company told him what to do. Shut down? Shut down? Only if the company was the one to tell him to do so. So if the company told you to jump off a bridge, yeah, actually he probably would. Never mind. Now, Kevin hadn't killed us this far, not for lack of trying, but this was just too much. I made up my mind at that point that no matter what, Kevin would not sit in the driver's seat at all that night. He wouldn't drive the first inch during that storm, even if I had to kill him. I don't think that's how the story goes, but yeah. Hardline stance, I get you. If he took over, we would surely head down the highway at full speed, run head first into a total whiteout, slam on the brakes, and send us both on a one-way trip to the afterlife. This little bastard had been dragging me through hell for so long, and he was not going to get another chance to kill me. Oh man, this is super spicy, isn't it? Okay, then how are you going to keep the truck in place, OP? You got some sneaky plans yourself there? I took a deep, ragged, and exasperated breath. I had two choices in front of me. Literally, kill Kevin, or tackle the blizzard-ravaged back roads myself. Rock, meet hard place. It has been nearly 7 years since that day. Looking at the phone screen with the route plunging into the storm's radar image, every now and then I often wonder if I had made the right decision. I don't know how long I agonized over it, but when the decision was made, it wasn't made with absolute certainty. But one thing was perfectly clear. There was only one way that both of us would make it out of this sub-zero hell alive. Fuck you, Kevin, I say to myself as I fasten my seatbelt, release the brakes, and roll out to meet this blizzard head on. Fuck you. After everything you've put me through, I'm still trying to save your worthless life. And this is where part 8 ends. I do apologize that this post has been so late in coming. This week has just been crazy for me. I've had to work longer hours than usual at my job, so writing time has been cut down. Not to worry though, as I am still determined to bring these stories to you for your enjoyment. I know how many of you are eagerly awaiting to see the fallout of the nuclear email and how many bodies hit the ground before the dust is finally settled. So much happened during this time, and it would be criminal to leave out any crucial details that take away from the story. Part 9, which I will try my best to have posted this weekend, will be the conclusion of the First Kevin saga. Did First Kevin manage to avoid OP's wrath during the blizzard? Did OP make the right call? How did Kevin even get a license being this stupid? Well, all questions will be answered in part number 9. Once again, if you haven't already, please check out ReddX over at YouTube. ReddX. ReddX does a phenomenal job telling my stories and those from many other Reddit users, so a like and a subscribe is the least you could do for his efforts. Until next time, remember, only you can prevent Kevinism. Yes, indeed. Please spay and neuter your Kevins as soon as possible. This is quite a climax. It's like the blizzard is just this sentient creature that wants to stop you from dealing the final blow to the monster that is First Kevin, and I'm totally here for this. I am so hungry for part number 9. I guess we'll just have to wait a little longer to see how it goes, but once this saga is wrapped, bing, bang, boom, I'm gonna be super excited to have what would be the first not Neckbeard stories saga compilation. It was what I had hoped trucking would be, and I was enjoying every minute of it, at least for now. Dun dun dun! Kevin in a Big Rig, Part 9. Nuclear Winter. Patrolling the Mojave, etc., etc. Hey, Fallout New Vegas, how you doing? Is that a reference, or are you actually talking about nuclear winter?
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
It's gonna be a cold day, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's gonna be so delicious. I'm sure there's gonna be some fireworks. So hello everyone, and welcome back to another edition of Kevin in a Big Rig. If you haven't already, please check out the previous posts in this series before continuing, particularly parts 2 through 7, in order to get up to speed on the story so far. So many of you have been begging for the conclusion of the First Kevin saga, and have been anxiously watching Reddit and YouTube, waiting for that grand finale. Oh yeah, salivating. I mean, honestly, it was posted a year ago. You could have gone and read it yourself. That's kind of the part I like about it already being up. But I get to put my own spin on it, okay? I know it seems like I've been intentionally tormenting you with cliffhangers, but I can assure you that I am simply trying to balance narrative content and maintaining a manageable length. And don't even bother. Hit me with whatever, 5,000 words, 6,000 words. It's gonna be fine. I'll slog my way through it. Finishing with cliffhangers allows me to provide a quality story without tying up hours of your time. I got time, bro. But this time, there will be no cliffhanger. That being said, I suggest you start reading with a full coffee cup and an empty bladder because this is going to be a long one. Oh, shit. Oh, no. I mean, the coffee cup isn't quite full, but it's also like a giant Snorlax mug that's like over a liter. I don't need that much coffee, okay? My kidneys are gonna kick my own ass at a certain point. So I'm good. I'm ready. Let's do it. And so, to put an end to the suffering, let's get into Kevin in a Big Rig Part 9, Nuclear Winter. Backstory, this installment begins immediately after the events in part number 8. If you haven't seen that, link in the description. You know how we do around here by now. Maybe not. If you're new, welcome. Links in the description. Am I helping? It wasn't long after leaving that truck stop in Wisconsin that I began regretting my decision to push on. It seemed as if the storm had been watching us since we left Lewiston and decided to lay a trap for us once we crossed back into Minnesota on that remote 2-lane highway. Every moment that passed brought heavier snowfall, falling temperatures, and winds that threatened to push the truck into a ditch and leave us completely stranded. Even as the sun went down and the sky turned to pitch black, there was no sign that the storm was inclined to show any mercy. I love this as a narrative device, okay? Weather being sentient, yes, they're coming after me now. It's always really entertaining. It adds a great deal of tension to the story. So well done, Strong Bad Jr. I don't know why you still driving trucks. Write a book. Oh yeah, writing probably doesn't pay as much as driving a truck. Good point, good point. On the contrary, it seemed dead set on punishing me for the hell that I had unleashed on this company just a few days before. You know, karma can be a bitch like that. Honestly, I don't think it was karma coming down, okay? You're doing the right thing here. Getting Kevin off the road, who knows how many lives you're saving, honestly. I've learned that during times of life-threatening conditions beyond the control of mortal humans, people have one of two reactions. Many, unable to cope with having their fate in hands other than their own, become overwhelmed with anxiety and give in to irrational panic. God, this sounds like me looking at the YouTube stats, honestly. Those who are unwilling to simply resign themselves to whatever fate may have in store will stop at nothing until they find a way to cheat fate long enough to make an escape. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Never stop fighting. I don't care if it's an intangible winter storm. You bite back. Take a gun and shoot at the hurricane. Like that dude down in Florida, remember? It's crazy. That night, I knew that giving into fear would more than likely end in our deaths. At the very least, we would be stranded in the middle of nowhere until someone dug us out of several feet of snow. Maintaining control of both myself and the truck was non-negotiable, at least if I wanted to live to see the next morning. Since fear and panic would serve no purpose, I disengaged the emotional parts of my brain and relied purely on instinct and skill and training. I mean, a certain amount of fear is good. It serves to keep you safe. It's in there for a biological function, okay? It's not just to distract you. But yeah, I guess if it is distracting you and it's not aiding the job at hand and you're capable of turning it off completely, then do that. But honestly, I don't think you're capable of turning it off completely. That's not something humans can do. You just don't lean into it. You're like, that's fine. I'm scared and that's fine. That's called courage, son. As the night wore on and the conditions steadily worsened, I could feel my control of the situation waning with each mile that passed by. The increasingly heavy snowfall limited visibility to a couple dozen meters, and the wind hammered against the trailer as if it were the sail of a tall ship. The narrow roads offered very little margin for error, and the strong wind gusts required precise corrections in order to keep all 18 wheels on the asphalt. Oh my god, dude. This is like high tension stuff. This is why truck drivers get paid so much. You're like, oh, all they're doing is driving around. It's like, yeah, but I don't think I could do this, honestly. I don't have the nerve for that. The headlights, to their credit, did the best that they could to light the way forward, but with the combined onslaught of dense snow, both falling from the sky and being blown in front of the truck, the headlights hampered visibility almost as often as they assisted. As visibility oscillated between meters to inches and back within a span of seconds, I had to rely on instinct and timing to keep the truck between the ditches. At times, the snow was so thick that even the beams from the headlights disappeared completely underneath a blanket of white powder. And not the fun kind of white powder either, right? Cocaína. To say that I wasn't attempted to abandon the trip and take my chances with keeping fuck out of the seat would just be a complete lie. I don't know how many suitable parking places I passed that night. Many I very nearly took advantage of, only to change my mind at the last second and push deeper into the storm. When I passed a small mom and pop truck stop that, in spite of the frozen tempest, was still open, offering food and shelter and safe harbor, I was convinced that I had gone completely insane. Who in their right mind would forego sanctuary when the odds were so heavily stacked against him? And the answer to that is someone on a mission. Do not be swayed, OP. You got a place to be and you're gonna be there. If you run out of drive time now, if Kevin has to take over, you know he's never gonna drive in the storm, and then yeah, you're gonna be stuck buried under 7 feet of ice. And yes, that would be our intrepid OP, apparently. Each time the temptation of seeking shelter crossed my mind, I was immediately reminded that we were well off the beaten path as far as safety was concerned. Kevin, completely oblivious as to what was waiting for us, wouldn't think twice before diving headfirst into the storm until he received an order to shut down that I knew would never come. Oh, kind of the opposite problem of what I interpreted, I guess. Maybe I don't remember part 8 that well. But regardless, yeah, he's dumb. Don't put him in charge, okay? Please. It's gonna end badly either way. At that point, I guess I'd rather be buried under 7 feet of ice. His needlessly heavy braking, teeth-rattling gear changes, and the inability to drive 5 minutes without taking his eyes off the road to check his notebooks would slash our chances of making it through the night from remote to non-existent. The only way to keep Kevin out of the driver's seat, short of outright killing him, which is tempting, was to make sure that my backside did not leave that seat. So for me, the entire night was an unending exercise in keeping my growing fear in check. Bravery, courage, you got this, OP. And what's the worst that can happen? You end up in a ditch. Oh well. I did my best, okay? That's all anybody could ask. Before that night, the most terrifying situation I could remember being in was the time that I was doing my solo cross-country flight as part of the training for my pilot's license. Oh snap, you a pilot too? Why are you driving a truck then? Don't pilots make more? I don't know. Maybe it's harder to find a job or something. That day, I found myself alone in a small airplane, dodging an intense line of thunderstorms while also being completely lost. I mention it here because during that long, snow-laden hell, my mind kept going back to that day of dodging those thunderstorms. I made it out of that nightmare alive and arrived at my destination before the storms overtook me by sticking to my training. Keep calm. Avoid areas of limited visibility. Use everything that I had to find the runway and get on the ground as quickly as possible. As strange as it sounds, remembering that brush with death at the hands of Mother Nature brought me some small amount of comfort. I made it out of that death trap alive, so I could surely make it through this one. I don't know if the logic really holds up there, but whatever you need to get you through, hang on to that. It's gonna be absolutely fine, probably. And also, if it's not, then it won't be. And that's okay, too. We'll probably make it through that as well. Driving through a blizzard isn't a skill that they teach at CDL school. However, the ability to operate in limited visibility on slick roads and high winds are all concepts that are included in the training. I had faced all 3 challenges before that night in a truck. This was simply the first time that I had to deal with all 3 of them at once. Oh yeah, what a trifecta! Fortunately, all 3 problems required the same solution. Slow down, maintain a stable speed, and avoid rapidly changing in speed or direction. It was something that my instructors at the school, as well as my trainer, had emphasized heavily. Fortunately for me, and Kevin, I guess, I paid attention in that class. Imagine you put Kevin behind the wheel doing this thing. You're gonna be in a ditch in no time flat. He literally wants somebody to hold his hand the whole time. Instruct him the entire time. It doesn't say anything about maintaining a stable speed in the book. I'm not gonna slow down until the safety tells me to slow down. Yeah, well, you're a bigger idiot than we thought, aren't you? I don't know exactly how long I pushed through that ice-covered nightmare. Oh, snow levels. Only thing worse is water levels, and guess what? The big rig doesn't work in underwater levels. Unless it's big rigs over-the-road racing. There were times when that truck felt as if it were about to just give up and skid off the road, only to oblige my corrections and keep going for just a little bit longer. Each time I came upon a bridge or an overpass, my sphincter would tighten up so quick that it felt as though my butt cheeks were biting holes into the seat. Hey, you know, if you boof the seat, it's free, or something like that. Whenever the truck dropped into a small valley, the cross-current snowdrifts resulted in a few heart-stopping moments of complete blindness until the truck climbed out through the far side. With each passing moment, a new threat presented itself, and each time, I did my best to push through. You got this. You're gonna be fine. Probably. Like I said, if you're not, then we deal with that. But just keep believing. Hope floats in that. Call it skill, luck, relentless stubbornness, or just divine intervention. One guess would be as good as the other. Regardless, with less than 10 miles left until reaching the company's main terminal, the blizzard had finally begun to tire itself out. Oh yeah, just in time too. Why not keep it going the whole way? How you gonna quit on me now, you bitch? The snow continued to fall in heavy sheets, but the wind had abated to a more manageable level, and the visibility improved dramatically. As the remote countryside gave way to the outermost edges of the town, white and orange streetlights revealed what resembled a post-apocalyptic cityscape. Every store, gas station, and restaurant was dark and empty, as if the entire town had been evacuated. Oh shit, we headed right into a zombie flick. Stay in the truck, OP. Don't go outside. I know what happens next. I've seen it like 100 times, all right? When I finally pulled into that terminal parking lot, set the truck brakes, and put myself off duty, I didn't feel relieved or grateful. In fact, I don't remember feeling anything. I sat in the driver's seat for a good half hour, smoking a cigarette in an attempt to bring myself back from whatever trance I had fallen into. No, the trance seemed pretty good. It worked out well. Keep yourself in that trance for as long as possible. I watched the snow through the windshield while trying to come to grips with what had taken place over the past few hours. Winter had thrown everything that it had at me, and despite even my own predictions, I made it out alive and in one piece. I didn't break out in tears, nor did I feel the need to shout in triumph. I was simply exhausted, mentally and physically. That's all right. You'll look back on this point in your life and you'll celebrate later. For right now, yeah, just recoup yourself a little bit. That's fine. I get it. Driving a car under normal circumstances is very mentally draining. I can't imagine doing it through the middle of a blizzard. Forget about it. When the need to pee came upon me, I got out of the truck. No, don't even bother. Just find a big gulp cup. You'll be all right. Being late at night, all the offices and shops were closed, but the company maintained a 24-hour restroom and shower facility at the shop for drivers who were camped out in the terminal. However, at the moment that I needed to make use of the facility, it was closed for cleaning. There was a wet floor sign in the middle of the restroom, a chain across the door, and not a single living soul inside. Whatever, fuck it, bro. You think a sign gonna stop me? Well, you gotta go, you gotta go.
That sign can't stop me because I can't read.
The floor was covered with melted snow and dirt, much like that on the bottom of my own boots. No harm in soiling what's already dirty, I think, so I go inside and relieve myself. On the way out, as luck would have it, the shop assistant who had been assigned to clean that particular restroom came back from whatever had interrupted his job. Yeah, that's a smoke break. He ain't doing a goddamn thing in the middle of the night. Like, some issue is so pressing, he's like, I can't do this right now. When he saw me, he apparently took my trespass on his workspace as a personal affront. Hey, he said with a tone that would make any Karen jealous.
Are you stupid? Can't you read the fucking sign?
I, not missing a beat, reply, would you rather I stand at the door and piss on the floor? Asshole. It's a good response, honestly. I was not in the mood to deal with a bad attitude at that point. The assistant gets into a huff.
You damn drivers! I'm so tired of your shit!
He never finished his sentence as I, a good deal larger than him, got right in his face, looked him dead in the eye, and raised a finger in warning. This sign can't stop me because I can't read! Nah, that's not what OP said. But that would be funny though, right? He said, don't mess with me, shithead! Not tonight, I warned him. After the hell that I had just gone through, I had no intention of allowing some self-important peon to tell me that I couldn't relieve an empty bladder because my dirty boots would make his floor even dirtier. I don't know about calling him a peon, but yeah, he is being a jerk. I'll go for jerk. Don't put yourself in a higher station than him just because he has to mop the floors. He's obviously very passionate about mopping his floors. A jerk about it, as some might say. Back outside, I light another cigarette and stand beneath the awning, watching the snow fall through the lamplights. Then, as is habit, I took out my phone. I see an unread email. It must have come through during the drive, and I didn't realize. It was from my fleet manager, and I was suddenly reminded as to why I had made that nightmare of a journey. That email, I knew, would set the stage for a fight that I had been waiting for. Where, when, who, and what would be involved would all be outlined in that message. For the past few days, I had considered every possible contingency of this meeting, and I felt more than ready. In my point of view, I held all the cards, and I controlled the terms. Any threats or attempts at coercion, and they would quickly find themselves in a world of hurt. I was ready for anything, and I opened the email. I mean, I don't know if you should gas yourself up too much, OP. They might come completely out of left field with something you didn't expect, but I think it's gonna be fine. I think it's gonna be fine, probably. And if it's not, then we'll deal with that too. Seems to be the theme for this episode.
OP, when you get to the terminal, move on to truck 3456 and meet with driver Bob, ID 9123.
Not his real name.
We'll send instructions in the morning.
fleet manager. Okay, I wasn't ready for that, but it's everything that you ever wanted, isn't it, OP? Come on, let's celebrate or something. I mean, once you recoup your energy and stuff. I did want a new partner, true enough, but I had no idea that they would move that quickly. I didn't know who Bob was or why I was being assigned to his truck. Maybe Bob did. There was really only one way to find out. I mean, are you not excited that they're doing the thing that you wanted them to do? You got a new partner. Okay, game over. I would also appreciate first Kevin being fired, but we take what we could get at this point, right? So I go back to the truck. Kevin had been asleep during the entire trip from Wisconsin to the terminal, just as well, since any snarky comment from him during that blizzard might have been made with his last breath. But now he was wide awake and poring over the computer. Oh, now he gives a shit. Now that he's conscious, he cares where we are, right? Where are we? He asked. I go straight to the bunk and begin packing my gear. Main terminal. Fleet manager called me earlier and told me to get here right away. What's the deal? You'll find out soon enough, buddy. Don't you worry your pretty little head, okay? At this point, I could have let him in on what he might expect. However, I believe that finding oneself in a fair fight is a sign of poor tactics. Ooh, that's low. That's dirty, OP. That's exactly what I would have done, OP. Up top. OP just says, I don't know, but I've been assigned to another truck. Kevin said nothing. He had been completely taken by surprise, and he had no idea what he was likely in for. Then again, neither did I. I expected to go a few rounds with safety the next morning, and now I'm packing my bags for a new truck. Kevin simply got out of the truck, and I never saw him again. What? Come on, what happened to him? Don't do me like that. I packed my belongings, left my key in the glove box, and left that truck for the last time. A few moments later, I'm knocking on the door of a new truck. Are you Bob? I asked the driver when he answers. Yeah, he said, rubbing his eyes since I had just woke him up. Are you OP? That's me, I reply and climb aboard. Sorry to wake you. We just got in here. At first, this doesn't really register with him. And then he realizes what I just told him. Wait, you drove through that shit? Yeah, needs must and all that. I really had to pee. And then the janitor yelled at me. Can you believe it? No, you don't want to tell him that I just got my previous partner fired. That's probably starting off on the wrong foot, right? So you just little white lie your way through it. It's gonna be okay. And if it's not, whatever. I take a deep breath and say, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it if you're curious. You must be nuts, Bob said. You have no idea. I guess we're partners now, I say. Bob screws his face at me. No, he said, confused. My partner's waiting for me in Pennsylvania. I was supposed to leave out yesterday afternoon, but fleet manager called and told me to wait for you. I figured you'd know what the deal was. I give him the basic rundown of what happened with my now former co-driver, how I reported him to safety, and now relayed back to the main terminal. Damn, man, he said. Sounds like a tough gig. Understatement of the year, I do think. Yeah, I guess if he's not your partner, it doesn't do any harm to tell the whole sordid tale. But again, probably not getting you off on the right foot there. I'd probably wind my way around that. Anyways, the next morning, the weather had broken. The sky was dull and threatened to bring more snow, but the wind had at least dulled down to a gentle breeze. As soon as she was in the office, fleet manager gave me a call. Hey, OP, she said, sounding a bit nervous. Where are you guys at? Sitting in the yard? Wait, she replied, sounding a little confused.
You made it in last night?
Sure did.
What in God's name possessed you to drive through that storm?
I take a deep breath. It would be best if I did not elaborate on that point. She wanted to press for more information, but decided not to.
Uh-huh. Did you meet with Bob and move to his truck?
Sure did. What's the deal?
You and Bob are gonna take a load to the terminal in Pennsylvania. His co-driver will meet him there. I'm gonna have you pick up another truck and we'll go from there.
Okay. I respond cautiously. Am I gonna meet my new co-driver up there too?
No, we haven't found you one yet. Just check in with me when you get there and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's gonna turn out fine. And if it doesn't, I must stop saying that now. But OP says, okay, no problem. We hang up and I fill Bob in on our new marching orders. The company's terminal in Pennsylvania was about a day and a half with 2 drivers. Fortunately, Bob had already picked up the load before the storm hit, so all we had to do was get rolling. I wonder if Bob's gonna turn out to be a complete asshole. He seems pretty cool off the first bat. And also, I want to know what happened with Kevin. Why are we just on to the next? We don't even discuss what possibly might have happened. They could have taken Kevin out back and shot him, and nobody knew. Since the truck was permanently assigned to Bob, and he had just finished his stint with his trainer, I offered him the first shift drive so he could get used to the truck. As we head out, I got to see the full impact of the previous night's storm. About 24 inches of snow had fallen in just under 12 hours. Jesus Christ. Yeah, my car's not going to make it through that. Everybody snowed in but the big rigs. Every 5 minutes, we saw cars spun out and abandoned in ditches and center medians, and nearly every overpass we came upon, there was at least one vehicle that had lost control and collided with the barrier. There were even semis, jackknifed and abandoned where they hit deadly patches of black ice. Yeah, I guess you just didn't drive slow enough or something like that. Better you than me, how about that? Severe winter weather was common in this part of the country, and even the local residents didn't fare well. I mean, that sucks, bro, but honestly, shouldn't the local residents know better? They're like, oh, that storm's a mess. I ain't going out in that. There's no shame in saying no. We'll go pick up milk tomorrow, sweetheart. When I saw the carnage from the very storm that I had traversed, I realized just how much danger I had actually been in, and how lucky I had been that it was not Kevin who had been the one that was driving.
I'm in danger.
Holy shit, Bob said, after we passed a semi that had been left on the road and was now laying on its side. You drove through this? He is the chosen one. It had to be divine intervention. OP's like, yeah, it's just my training that kept me safe. It's like, no, dude, the hand of God held this trailer upright, okay? I take a deep breath and just say, yep. For being an experienced driver, Bob seemed to know his stuff. For the first time since I finished my time with my trainer, I was riding with someone who actually knew what the hell they were doing. Gasp. I would hope that all people operating semis know what they're doing, but with first Kevin and Chris Trucker, I just don't know, man. I'm not so convinced anymore. I'm seeing through the looking glass, bro. I had known Bob for only a few hours, but I felt much more comfortable with him at the wheel than I ever did with Kevin. And I told him as much. We topped off the tanks at the first fuel stop. I grab a bite of breakfast and head back to the bunk to rest up for my night shift. The rest of the trip to Pennsylvania, I am happy to say, was uneventful. And that is the best kind of job to do. Not a thing to worry about. When Bob and I arrived at the Pennsylvania terminal, we say our goodbyes, and I go sign out my new truck. Oh, it's new, it's nice. The fuse box hasn't been pulled out. I move aboard, store my belongings, and log into the computer before sending a message to the fleet manager that I'm ready to go. An hour later, she sends me a load. Pick up the next morning from a nearby shipper with delivery in Missouri. She says to expect a diversion back to the main terminal along the way, but she'll let me know for sure before the time comes. Okay, kinda roundabout, but you have it your way, I guess. I confirm the instructions and set the computer aside. For a long time, I sat in the driver's seat and looked around the truck. I was all alone. Fuck was 1,000 miles away, and for the time being at least, I had won a battle with management before it had even started. And then, for a reason that I can't fully explain, I started to laugh. Whether it was out of relief or simply submitting to the absurdity of this situation, it felt as though a huge burden had been lifted off of my shoulders, and things were beginning to look up. Yeah, remember when you said earlier that you didn't have the energy to shout from the top of a mountain or whatever? This is that coming out in its own way. Now you rested up and recouped, and now you can be happy about the situation that you made it through. Congratulations, OP. I ended up taking the load all the way to Missouri, alone. In fact, I worked solo for the next 2 weeks, and all I can say is, it was heaven. That's honestly how I would probably prefer it too. I felt in complete control. Never had to worry about waking up on the shoulder of a highway, not getting an hour of sleep before being drug out of bed to help fuck out of another jam, and no more having my head bounced off a cabinet because of a hard brake check. It was what I had hoped trucking would be, and I was enjoying every minute of it. At least for now. Dun dun dun! After a few days into my solo period, I got a surprise phone call from the last person I ever expected to hear from. First, Kevin was reaching out. Oh my God. Oh no! No, you can't come back. Just hang up the phone now. Block that number. Hey man, Kevin said, sounding less confrontational and, unless I was mistaken, full of anxiety. What are you up to? On my way to Texas, running solo. Cool. Listen, I need a favor. Okay. Can you call safety and tell them that I've been in a coma for 21 hours? What? I say, shocked. You told me 21 days. Countless times. Look, man, this is important. Okay, so you want me to lie to you so you can stay on the road and fuck up somebody else's life completely? No, I don't think that I'm going to do that. Get another job. Go bag some groceries down at the Hinky Dinky. Don't call this number again, Kevin. We're done, and I never want to hear from you again, okay? What's important is getting you off the road, and we seem to have done that, so good. Accomplished. Kevin then goes into a long sob story. According to him, he and his wife went through a nasty divorce. His wife had been granted full custody of their 2 kids. Gee, I wonder why. He seems like such a fit father. He also said that he had been to court and the judge ordered him to come back in a year with gainful employment or he would be sent to jail. I assume that it pertained to spousal or child support, though I don't really know for certain. Do they do that? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? Oh, you can't pay child support? We're gonna go have you stamp license plates for 30 cents an hour. Then you'll be able to pay child support. No, dude, I make $20 a month. What do you want from me? I'm pretty sure he's lying about this, right? He's just trying to get the sympathy vote right now. He signed on with the company because they were the only place that would hire him. Yeah, right. Well, I reply, doesn't sound like something that I could help with, but if safety calls, I'll see what I can do. Poor bastard. Had no idea who had put him in that position. Yeah, that is kind of sad, but also, whatever. You deserve this, okay? You made your bed, now lie in it. I hung up and I never heard from him again. I went about having the time of my life. And not only was I having the time of my life, but the fact that I didn't have to waste so much time correcting Kevin's mistakes meant that I was able to make my pickups and deliveries on time, stay on course, and complete my loads without even a single issue. In fact, I didn't need dispatch for anything more than sending load information. I didn't even talk to Fleet Manager for a week and a half before she called me out of the blue. "Hey, OP," she said, sounding a little curious. "How's everything going?" "Hey, Fleet Manager. Everything's going fine. What's up?" "Uh-oh, it's the new partner. You gotta get another Kevin dumped on you." "The time of your life is officially over. I'm sorry you had to hear it from me. I hate to be the bearer of bad news." "Oh, nothing," she replied, relieved and now sounding rather chipper. I haven't heard from you in a while." "Well," I say, trying to make it clear I was joking. "No offense, but I haven't needed to call you." "Oh, that's good to hear. When you and Kevin were together, he was calling me about once a day, needing directions and getting lost." "Well, I am not Kevin." Yeah, you've just been tied to an idiot. It doesn't make you an idiot. What do you want from me? No, you're not. Anyway, I'm gonna work on getting you home for a few days. I found you a co-driver, and I'm gonna have you pick him up when you get him back to work, 'cause he doesn't live too far from you. And I will admit that I was disappointed by this news. Yes, indeed, good things don't last forever, do they? I was thoroughly enjoying being on my own, but I also knew that solo assignments don't last long. The company relied on expedited freight, loads with tight deadlines that required 2 drivers to make on-time deliveries. Running solo was only allowed as a short-term measure to allow trucks to keep working until a second driver could be found. A few days after the phone call from Fleet Manager, I go home and spend 4 lovely days sleeping in my own bed, sitting on my own couch, and watching my own TV. It does sound pretty boring, I know, but after 3 months of hell with Kevin, there was nowhere else that I wanted to be. Yeah, it's like a tour of duty, bro. You ain't gotta tell me about that. It's beautiful to come on home after you've been away for a long time. And those 4 days passed by all too quickly, and I was assigned to head out back on the road. I met up with my second co-driver, and we'll call him NG for New Guy. Like Bob, New Guy had just completed his month with his trainer and was ready to be a co-driver. While less experienced, he was still a competent enough driver. There's not much more I could say about New Guy. He and I were only partners for a couple of months before he decided to leave for a better job. He wasn't under the same contract as me, and I didn't blame him for leaving, so we parted on good terms. By now, you're probably wondering, what happened to Fuck? When did you and Safety have the Battle Royale? How much damage did the nuclear email actually do?
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
Everything's been leveled. My God, it's all gone. The truth is, I was asking myself those very same questions for the 2.5 months between the last time I saw Kevin and the time that New Guy went on to greener pastures. I decided not to pry, thinking that my little nuclear attack probably painted a target on my back, and that discretion was the better part of valor. After all, I got what I wanted. Kevin was long gone as far as I was concerned, and no matter what he did, he was somebody else's problem. Was I curious? Yeah, sure. Just not curious enough to stretch my neck and try to find out. That's probably the right choice, honestly. Take the victory and walk away. You don't want to risk getting got and all that. When New Guy left, I found myself back in the same position that I had been in before. no suitable co-driver was available. By this time, the company had begun to crack down on solo drivers, and I was routed back to the main terminal until something could be figured out. God, that sucks. What happened in those couple of months? That's terrible. The day I arrived back at the main terminal, I meet with the fleet manager to go over my options. Before that, however, she pulls me into another office with the safety director. Oh, we didn't miss the battle royale. Beautiful. When I see the name plaque on the door, a cold chill ran up my spine. It wasn't the battle that I had been waiting for. In fact, the reason they wanted to meet me had nothing to do with that nuclear email. Oh, well, that's anticlimactic, isn't it? They simply offered to promote me to lead driver. Does it come with extra pay? That's my first question. I'm not taking on any extra responsibilities without extra pay. At first, I wasn't sure that I wanted to deal with more idiot drivers after barely surviving Kevin, but the only other option was to bounce from truck to truck until a permanent co-driver could be found. A prospect that I found equally uncomfortable. I asked for a little time to think about it, and they obliged. I gave my old trainer a call to get his advice. My trainer and I stayed in touch to this day and became pretty good friends. He suggested that I go for it, since I would be the boss, and I could, within reason, boot a bad student off the truck if he proved too dangerous. Oh yes, I have the power to boot, and I will not necessarily be using it responsibly. Get out! Everybody get out! This is my truck and I want to drive it solo. I hadn't considered any of that, and ultimately I did decide to take that job. Later that afternoon, I was back in Fleet Manager's office getting paperwork ready for my new job. While we were waiting for safety to approve the promotion, I decided to ask the question. So, what's Kevin been up to? Fleet Manager buries her face into her hands. Why did you do this, OP? Those 5 words had reopened a nasty wound. Trying to control her frustration, she told me what happened after I left with Bob to Pennsylvania. While I was sent on what was a vacation by comparison, Kevin had been tasked with completing the load that we picked up in Lewiston. However, in typical Kevin fashion, he got lost almost as soon as he left the terminal. Can we not fire him now? Jesus. He had gotten so far off course that the GPS locator on the truck couldn't even be found by dispatch. He's just out in the woods somewhere with the tree folks. It took an entire day to get back on track, only to do the exact same thing twice before finally making that delivery 2 days late. Classic, bro. I bet he's still kicking around the company somewhere. That's horrifying to me. The next day, they sent him another load assignment, but they had to cancel it because he couldn't find the pickup location. Despite the fact that it was less than a mile away. Oh my God! Are you kidding me right now? You have to be kidding me right now. I think you're just not cut out for this, Kevin. Come on back and we'll send you home. We'll cut you a nice severance check. It's gonna be fine. Your wife and kids could probably take it. It was at this point that safety decided to pull him back in until they could get to the bottom of this situation. When he got lost again on the way back, they had him just leave the truck in a truck stop and catch a ride with another truck. Oh my God, I love it. He's so hopeless, dude. He can't tell his ass from a hole in the ground. How has he survived this long? How is he still breathing? Why did they send him back out after the nuclear email? Well, while I never got any solid confirmation, the rumor is that the safety department used it as an experiment, just to see if my claims had any merit. Needless to say, they found out real quick that I was not bullshitting them. If they didn't believe that Kevin was a menace before, they couldn't deny it now. The only question was, what to do with him? Take him out back. You gotta pull a Lenny of Mice and Men. Tell him all about the rabbits. It's fine. They pulled Kevin in for a meeting to get to the bottom of this issue. When asked about why he kept getting lost, he maintained that he was following the company route. Then they asked about why he couldn't find a shipper less than a mile away, and he said he was waiting for the company to send directions. God, he is 100% survived off the kindness of strangers, hasn't he? Darwinism is a failure. We need to wind it back a few hundred years, okay? This man is reproduced. This man has children out there somewhere. Oh God, the gene pool is done. It's all over. As the meeting wore on, Kevin became more and more worrisome. In his opinion, it was the job of the dispatch officer to tell him every move to make, something that was utterly impossible, since one dispatcher was often charged with dozens of other trucks and couldn't be expected to babysit each and every one of them. Drivers have to be able to work out issues for themselves and think on their feet when problems arise. Yeah, or else why isn't the whole fleet just robots? Kevin wasn't able to be independent, and whenever the situation required that of him, he ended up in trouble. God damn. I don't think we ever seen a Kevin so hard. There've been some Kevins, but they were like young or something like that. This is an old ass man. I mean, he does have his excuse, but even outside of that excuse, he's shown himself to be a horrible human being. So no sympathy from me. Everything that took place led to one irrefutable conclusion. Kevin was either medically or mentally unfit to operate a commercial vehicle. They had dug into the claim about the 21-day coma, but they had found no mention of that on his paperwork. Despite the fact that two credible witnesses proved corroborating accounts, it wasn't in his file. When they questioned him, he denied it at first, but a brief investigation discovered the truth. It was indeed a 21-day coma. Okay, then that's gross negligence on the company's behalf, right? Why did nobody investigate this further? They're just like, yeah, he's good to go. It's fine. Just put him in a truck, cut him a paycheck. I don't care. Holy God. So how did Kevin manage to slip through the cracks and get a CDL and go for 4 months without being caught? Well, in simple terms, yeah, he lied. Oh, that solves it then. In order to get a CDL, one must have a DOT medical certificate. Part of getting that certificate is completing a rather lengthy questionnaire about medical history, drug or alcohol dependency, illnesses, medical conditions, etc. And one of these questions asks the applicant to describe any brain or neurological injury or condition. Another, more generic and subjective question asked if the applicant had any other conditions that would interfere with the safe operation of a commercial motor vehicle. Kevin, like all other new hires, received a DOT physical soon after he arrived at the training facility where he filled out the questionnaire form. A form that is controlled by the federal government and, per regulation, the company retained this on file. Oh, is he going to get prosecuted for lying on the form? Ooh, this is getting juicy, isn't it? As it happened, Kevin had not told the medical examiner about the coma. I mean, just wait a day or two. He'll tell you the story 5 fucking times. When they asked him about it, he tried to backpedal and say it was a 21-hour coma, but when they checked his medical records, and I don't know how they did this without violating confidentiality laws, they learned that it was, in fact, 21 days. Probably got Kevin to sign off on something. He's an idiot. Not even a lovable idiot. He's just a moron. And with that, Fuck's fate was sealed. He had lied on a government document and obtained a medical certificate and a CDL through fraudulent means. After realizing this, the company had no choice but to report the incident to the Department of Transportation. The DOT, in turn, revoked Kevin's medical certificate, rendering his CDL invalid. This was also reported to the DMV of the state that issued his license, and per state law, the state also revoked his CDL. The company had no choice but to fire him. Kevin had sabotaged his own driving career on day 1. I don't know how he thought he would get away with it, honestly. He just convinced himself, it's gonna be all right. I'll just keep checking the notes. It's gonna be okay. Dude couldn't even fake it till he made it. The second they sent him out on his own, he's like, hey, where am I supposed to go again? You want me to tie a rope around your dick and lead you around? Is that what you want? Then what am I even paying you for? That should be payment enough. Some people do pay for that, right? I assume. I don't know nothing about that. Let's move it on. Fleet manager, after telling all of this, admitted that she had her doubts about him early on due to an incident that happened before he and I paired up. He was running solo and was supposed to deliver a load in Indianapolis. For whatever reason, Kevin just couldn't find the receiver, and according to GPS pings, actually drove around in circles for 2 full days before someone noticed and asked what was going on. God damn, dude. You should have pulled it at that point. You're the fleet manager, okay? Manage your fucking fleet! How about it, huh? Kevin was less than 2 miles from the delivery point, just driving around in circles. Fleet manager had hoped that another partner would straighten him out, but when it was clear that that wasn't happening, all she could do was apologize to me. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to your goddamn self, all right? You're sorry. You're sorry at your job is what you're sorry for. Get out of my face. I'm still mad at the fleet manager. Maybe she doesn't deserve it 100%, but as far as I'm concerned, everybody could get firebombed. This whole company sucks. But the story does not end with Kevin destroying his own career. Oh no. I made a few friends in the company's head office who were there when the nuclear email hit. And over a period of several months, I was able to fully piece together the story and the fallout of that nuclear email. Bear in mind, it is mostly secondhand information, but they claimed it to be true. After being informed of Kevin's fraud, the DOT wanted to know how someone like him could slip through so easily. You guys had a form. He lied on the form. Nobody seemed to double check that fucking form. The doctor's just like, okay, get out of my office. I'm trying to go to lunch. Get out! When asked how the issue was discovered, the company showed my email to the DOT, who in turn went ballistic. The company, hoping to avoid being prosecuted for negligence, cooperated by conducting an internal audit of the company's policies and procedures. Yeah, I'm sure that helped. Did anybody look at the form? Nobody looked at the form. They found several serious shortcomings in many departments, right down to the recruiter who processed and approved Kevin's application. Apparently, the application was approved before a basic motor vehicle report was completed. How do you know that? It takes a couple days or something? Like I said, this whole company's a mess. Everybody just wants to go to lunch. They're like, yeah, whatever. Sign the paper. Get out of here. I'm having a cheesesteak today. The motor vehicle report showed no fewer than 4 accidents on Fuck's record where he was at fault within the past 3 years, and even one was enough to disqualify him. Oh my God. However, it was later discovered that recruiters were often encouraged or coerced to overlook such things and simply get people to sign up and get them to the training facility. Hell yeah, butts in seats. Sounds like the military, honestly. Apparently, this was to take advantage of a government hiring incentive, despite the fact that drivers weren't officially hired until completing the CDL school. Yeah, but they got all the paperwork ready, right? Before you're even halfway done, they're like, here, sign here, get out, I gotta go to lunch. Additionally, the Hours of Service Compliance Department, whose job it was to monitor driver logs and handle violations, had failed to act whenever Kevin, among many other drivers, violated the Hours of Service regulations. The reasoning for this, so they claimed, is that they were just overwhelmed with correcting errors in driver logs that were made by improperly trained drivers. Yeah, just pass the buck. Pass it on down. It's not my fault. They didn't train him good. It's not my fault. He has brain damage. As a result, they were only allowed to issue notices of non-compliance when the computer flagged consistent violations. Even the safety department found itself under fire when it was revealed that their own people were telling new drivers not to make use of important safety features on the truck. Namely, the engine brakes. Well, shit, Kevin remembered about that, didn't he? There was one thing he would not let go of, and that was it. This became such a concern that, according to rumor, the safety director himself sat in on new hire orientation, and upon hearing the presenter actively discourage the use of engine brakes, removed the presenter from the class on the spot and demanded the orientation course be overhauled as soon as possible. Why wouldn't you do this earlier? Why does it take an internal audit to learn what these presenters that you've hired are presenting to the people that you've hired? It's just a little communication breakdown. It's fine. The trucks will burn out. We'll blow some engines. It's going to be great. Jesus Christ. In the end, it came down to the safety personnel being reminded that they were not drivers, and they had no business giving their opinions in place of facts. Well, this seemed pretty basic, doesn't it? The last department to take a major hit was training. After reviewing the company's accident history, it became very clear that many new drivers were not properly trained in several key areas. In order to shorten their time at the training facility, the company preferred to teach students the bare minimum to pass the CDL tests, and then they relied on lead drivers to fill in the gaps. Yeah, just butts in seats. Get them out of here. The problem with this system was that there was very little in the way of a standardized rubric by which a student's driver skills could be assessed. Essentially, lead drivers were just left to their own devices when training these students. Whether or not the student passed or failed was, for the most part, dependent on the lead driver's subjective assessment. Yeah, he's good. Look at him. He's fine. He breathes. He's a butt in a seat. Cut him a paycheck. This whole thing's a mess, bro. If I was the DOT, shut it down. You start over from zero. We're not playing these fucking games anymore. There were other issues that were uncovered during this audit that are all quite technical, but suffice to say that the company had a lot of problems that needed to be fixed and quick. Despite this, the DOT agreed to withhold prosecution under the condition that these problems were to be fixed within a set period of time. Why you play softball with prosecute? This has caused untold problems, okay? It's time to prosecute. If any time is the time, it's now. You think second chances teach lessons? Fuck that. Hit them where it hurts, right in the wallet. Knock them over till they can't feel nothing no more. I heard rumors that a few people were fired due to negligence, but I really have no way of confirming that. I can only assume that things improved because the company is still in operation to this day. As for me, I finished out my 8-month contract as lead driver. When that contract was fulfilled, I leased a truck under the company's independent contractor program in order to make more money. That was the idea, at least. I did that for several months before growing tired of their mismanagement, and I left to work for another company. It sounds like an absolute disaster. I'm sure not every company's like this, but, yeah, it seems to be a theme. I drove long haul for another year before deciding to move into sectors that allowed me to have more of a life outside of a truck cab. Today, I'm fortunate enough to work for a fantastic outfit that really appreciates its employees and allows me to be home every night and on the weekends. As for the ultimate fate of Kevin, well, I can't really say with any real certainty. Despite everything, I don't hate him. I hope that he was able to get the help that he needed and turn his life around. If so, then at least some good would have come out of everything that happened. God, that's such a great way to look at it, OP. Proud of you. And with that, the saga of First Kevin comes to an end. For those of you that have followed this story since the beginning, I honestly hope that you don't find this ending a disappointment and worth your time and torturous cliffhangers that I have, albeit reluctantly, subjected you to. On a more serious note, while I used humor to lighten the tone of previous episodes, I would be remiss if I did not remind you that these stories are all true. That the 3-month period in which the bulk of this story takes place was anything but humorous. If reading about the trip through the blizzard was terrifying, imagine feeling that way each night before you went to bed, and you would have some idea what I really endured 7 years ago. But that nightmare is long over, and sharing these stories with you wonderful people has helped me to put to rest a dark chapter of my life that I wasn't even aware still haunted me. If you haven't done so, please check out my man ReddX over at YouTube channel ReddX. ReddX has covered this entire series, and his narration is top-notch. Oh, thank you so much. You're too kind. Until next time, dear readers, remember, if someone offers you a Kevin, just say no. Oh, Kevin, you idiot. I do kind of want to feel bad for him at the end because he's like, help me, OP, when really OP is the one that pulled the trigger on him. But yeah, you kind of pulled the trigger on yourself, making everybody's life torturous because it was your great big dream to be a truck driver. And you are obviously not fit for that job. Don't lie on the forums. I don't know why nobody was prosecuted for this, okay? I would have come down like the hammer of the gods, smashed everybody that was involved with this. But then again, I got more of a heavy hand than most people, I do suppose. The Blizzard story, it did have me on the edge of my seat. And then the Kevin stuff, I do admit that it was slightly anticlimactic, but the whole Department of Transportation coming down on this trucking company, that was pretty juicy stuff right there. I love just how mismanaged this company was. It's kind of hilarious to me that OP stuck around even after all that shit. He's like, maybe it'll be better now. Oh no, it's not better. I gotta go. I'm glad you made it through, OP. Honestly, I do hope that Kevin gets some things figured out because, yeah, he has a lot to get figured out, but really, at the end of the day, it's all up to him, okay? Nobody can fix it for him. He's got a lot of work to do on himself, and I don't know if he's ready for all that, honestly. I suppose time will tell, but we over here will never know for sure. So just fingers crossed, I guess. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this episode. If you did, I hope that you like, comment, and or subscribe. Hey, that's a pretty big brain play right there. Maybe check out them links in the description if you want. Plugs, playlist, podcast, you know, Teespring, Amazon affiliate, Spotify, iTunes, all kinds of crazy stuff down there. We've also got my social medias, Twitter, Discord, Facebook, Twitch, where we live stream this whole thing. We've also got my channel members over on YouTube, my patrons over on, Patreon. I'd like to thank them as I do every episode, Jerry Much. So, thank you too. Phantom Danica, Train Boy, Liquor Loser, Organic Steve, Skylar, May, Amara, The Gypsy Barber, Fire Drake, Samantha, Death Flagship, Bearded Snake, and buy two, get one hand. Yes! Switching it over to Patreon, we've got Dark Luscious, Harley Holden, Robin L. Waits, Camille Sarah, Chase, Blue Kraken, Roxanne Wolf, Sim, Jerry, Conrad, Iggy, Captain Clan, Jerry, Aaron, Jerry, Esteban, for all, Langside, Organic Steve, Beat Tom with a Mega Mouse, Without Tail, Jerry, Big for Forgiveness, No Forgiveness, Silent Revolver, PCB, Fluxer, The Jerry of Industry, The Original Jerry, Tick Jerry, Destiny Piper, Jerry, Kitsune, Salty Wizard, 211 Jerry, The Two Jerrys, A Very Tired Jerry, A Justy Jargonian Jerry, and Frankenberry, Ain't That a Hiding Bitch Though? Assassin Punch Jerry, Aurora Wildheart, The Moon Baron, Baby Jerry, Bailey Joy, Bearded Jerry, Benji and the Jets, Bitch Gremlin, Blake the Hero, Blip Jerry, Bronze Dragon, Catholic Jerry, Commander JT, Courtney Kaywood, Welcome to the Fold, Dennis Dane, Dr. Larks, Aaron Era, Esports, Frozen Never Studio, Fire Drake, Get to It, The Doodles, Shameless Plug, Get Commissions Open, yeah, check it out, Hadrian BR, I'm Slim Jerry, I'm the real Jerry, I'm Slim Jerry's assistant imitating, Inquisitor Jerry, Irish Pirate Jerry, Cut a Stowaway Jerry, Iron Aloe, Irradiated Jam, Jay Uncoon, Jerry Blacktail, Jerry the Outlaw on the Truck, Hong Kong, Jerry, Maya was a bullfrog, John Hero, Crowley, Cuddling Kraken, Legitimate Earth, Miss Monday, Lord Jerry-O, Luca was a clever Patreon name, like and subscribe, My Lady Dix, Malama Man, Melgar the Destroyer, Metal Factor, Needless King, Paragon Soul, Phantom of Vines, Jerry Jerry Beth, Queens, Quaaludes, and Quagmires, Ramtide, Lacrimate, Rose, Jerry Miller, Sarita the Lolita, Sassy Octopus, Scarlet Seven, Sergeant Gay Cop, Bringer of the Law, Silo Imp, Stephanie Goodness, Empty Boomstick, Brilliant Tomago, Tabby, Blue Tato Fair, The Gypsy Barber, The Italian Ray Houdino, The Little Sue, the Witcher Fusky, trying to find another mob and get back to the real world, you probably don't want to blow to that balloon, not. V3 Prime, Vanguard Angel, Viking Jerry, Wiki Tag, Zephyr the Gargoyle, or Clay, Comrade Mooney, Kira, not another Jerry, but he is though, Redwind, Knockbacker, Saints Blessing, Third Step, Venom Jerry, Wasabi Jerry, Jace Christensen, One Leg Jerry, the Neckbeard Hunter, a normal Jerry, holds up a giant bag of popcorn, Bravo, Snacks, and shit, Admiral T-Tank, Amber Alder, Atomic Jerry Zilla, Bartender Kelia, Blueberry and Apple Pie, Broken Spine Horseradish, Cake Jerry, California Jerry Girl, Shepherd Seven Lock, Chicago Panda, Corey Desart, sometimes, Grip Titties, Stefan Jerry, Defter Tuna, Dopamine Pain Jerry, and Sporfy Dude, Dose of the He Cannot, inside you there are two wolves, one is cringe, the other is cringe, you are, cringe, inside you there are no wolves, only a chihuahua, Yokito Taco Bell, Janitor Jerry is roaming the streets of Finland, hunting down the Rudo headband, Jeffrey, Geralta of Arabia, Jerry and Thomas is Happy New Year's, We'll Apocalypse, Jerry Springer, the results are in, you are not the neckbeard, Jerry the Sussy Baka, Jerry's mom has got it going on, check out the mustache on Jerry Aldo Rivera, Jerry Boxers, Jerry Role-Playing Game, Keen Tails, Kid Marvelous, Kids Again, Lucia Lovecraft, Machia CD, maybe next time, Milk Fed Kip, Miss Duchess, Not Invisible Angel, Raptor Art, Seldom Dark, She's my Jerry Pie, Skymar Ravenswood, Snary, the Snom Jerry, Snowbeard, what is best in life, to crush these teddies and to cheat at tabletop, and to hear the elations of your waifu, Spooty the Rogue, Spook Beast Gabby, Jerry Ton is relevant all year round, Techno Dubs, the original Jerry, there are two wolves inside me, Spit Roasted Jerry, to Infinite Jerry and Beyond, Unkale, Throws 2 Liter Mountain Dew, Grow my Neckbeard, grow, it's your time, hold ReddX Morpher, Hygiene, it's your time, hold ReddX Morpher, Humility, and also thank you to my $1 patrons as well. Bless up all the Jerrys and not Jerrys alike, beautiful people that they are. If you can assist them in supporting the channel monetarily, that is huge, no lie. But if you can't afford to do so right now, don't sweat it too hard, friends. I just appreciate you coming on through, hanging out with me, and I hope that you come on back and hang out with me again tomorrow. In order to do so, you need to keep yourself safe out there, wash your hands, but also take some time out and do something that you personally enjoyed today. Maybe like, watching some more ReddX videos, right? Got all kinds of videos, right? You're gonna watch them, right? Cool. All right. Promise? Always remember, friends, that you are loved, you are worthy, you definitely deserve it, and I shall see you in the next one. So until then, friends, bye-bye.